the functions, if you know what I mean. But I had a good play yesterday and got that up. I'll say it so that these are like these little balloons to show me who's calling in and where they are, which is quite good. There's loads of different ways you can say it, isn't it? Pretty good. The more you get into the grid tracker, the more you realise how good it is. Yesterday there was a bit of a lift on 2 metres. I didn't do too bad. I think I was a bit late for the party, but I'm going to, probably about 11 o'clock, I might go and play a little bit of 2 metres and NHF. Beauty of FTA, you can be playing that while you're chatting on 2 metres or even on here. Other than that, beautiful sunny day here today. Not a cloud in the sky, and what a lovely year of weather we've had so far. It's been just fantastic this year, hasn't it? So quite pleased with how the weather is for this time of the year, Phil. Thank you, G0DLR, G0CDX, go ahead. We've had a spectacular 6 months, haven't we? The roof fell off in late August already, and a lot of heavy flooding. We had a few floods last week, actually, late September. But at the moment, again, it's very dry. We're desperately in need of rain for the aquifers to fill up over the winter. Otherwise, we're going to be struggling next year. It's a bit of a challenge. One of the things I found on Grid Tracker is looking at the tracks. It's obviously there's a geographical element in there, but if you look at the tracks, very often I find that you get 4, 5, 6, maybe 10 stations all on the same path of a load on your aerial, and they're just lined up one after the other. Especially if you've got the azimuth projection, so they're on tilt, which is quite fascinating. So you bring up stations on the east coast of Canada, and they'll run right into California. And it's obviously it would be interesting to plot them against stations that you know about, or towns, to see whether they're just towns following one behind the other. But it's great for experimenting, love it. Oh, by the way, challenge for the chief cake maker in charge. One of the lads brought a banana loaf in to the guitar club on Tuesday. It was bloody gorgeous. There's the challenge, mate, over.
X-ray radio picked up. Brooklyn, New York City, calling.
Easy, banana loaf, or banana cake. She said, can I make bread pudding? She does some good food. Hang on a moment. Yeah, she does apple crumble really nice as well. She said, yeah, that's a good boy. She's on her way out the door. She's going to get some coffee. See you in a bit. Conditions have been quite good the last few days on HF and VHF, so I'm not surprised you're getting lots of good readings with that Grid Tracker. I've told loads of people about Grid Tracker, and nearly everyone that's I've told about that uses it has said that it really makes a lot of difference, which it does. We had a good night last night, Phil. We went out to a village hall and saw Scylla. It was a Scylla tribute woman. She was quite good, actually. We had a lower. Back to you, G0CDX.
Thank you very much. Remember to X-ray Romeo Victor. This is Charlie, Texas 1, Quebec. Thank you very much. Yeah, the weather is very good. Sunny and about 19 degrees Celsius. Okay. I'm quota repeater with a little portable radio, about 5 watts. And I listen to you very, very, very well. Thank you very much for calling to me. November 2, X-ray Romeo Victor, this is Charlie, Texas 1 Zulu, Quebec.
Going for a curry, as I said, so it's been quite a nice weekend actually, pottering around, playing a bit of radio. I'm still practicing my guitar, so I'm still really enjoying doing that as well, so, getting better as well, Phil. So yeah, life's good, and I think, you don't realise when you're working how good retirement is. I just love retirement. It's just nice to be able to go out and do what you want, when you want, how you want, and with who you want. So, we're really enjoying it. So you're off to the pub now, are you, Phil? Did you say for a bit of breakfast, or where are you going for breakfast? How about you, G0CDX?
Good. And I could hear, it was just after 8:30 actually when I actually got round to it. I could hear the net going. I could hear everybody talking, but nobody's acknowledged me as being here. So I thought, right, I'll just reboot everything. That usually cures everything. So I restarted the hotspot. As I said, on my Pi Star, it's all popping up. Everything's nice and tidy. It's just the Grandmaster one that were shooting me in the foot for some reason. Anyway, yeah, that's it. Back to you.
Radio with my girlfriend, 1801. About 5 watts, and the antenna is a beam, a 6-element beam. Okay, my dear. Thank you very much for the queso. Thank you very much for the queso. I will pass it, especially for the meters. And I hope to listen you in CW, also in CW too. Okay, thank you very much for your call to me. November 2, it's a very good pleasure. November 2, X-ray Romeo Victor. My dear friend Ben, this is Charlie, Texas, number 1, Zulu, Quebec.
To anybody else. In fact, everybody else has told me how to set it up, so I don't know, pal. But anyway, there you go. Anyway, what's the plan for today, Brian? What else is for your breakfast?
Sounds delightful for £6. 7-3 for now. There was a break station, I think, G1, go ahead. G0CDX.
I'll be back about 12 o'clock-ish. I've got a nice quiet hour, and then the day will be spent entertaining him. So, and yeah, really, the OARC, it's the C4 FM that messes up. With DMR, I mean, we use this one. There's absolutely no issues. The DMR works fine. And I don't think anybody on D-Star has any issues. I just think it's that C4 FM. And once it goes out, that's it. It's total restart and you're knackered. So, I mean, I've got the option to use D-Star and join it. I might try that, actually. That might cause even more havoc. So, only if I could log on twice. Yeah, alright. So, I could do it. There's D-Star on the 705, so I could probably set that to talk to my hotspot, and I might try that. I might give that a whirl, just see if D-Star's any difference. I might show up on the dashboard then. It's been a couple of weeks it's done this, because I was sat here, I'm sure it was last week, I'm sat there listening, and nobody knew I was there. And so when I shouted in, they said, oh, yeah, we weren't sure who it was, there was somebody on. So, anyway, I messed up this morning, real big style. I should have left it till the later finished and the C4FM weren't going. I thought I'll just get in before I won't leave a long gap. I'll jump in. Anyway, it didn't work. So, what's your plans, mate? Are you feeling a bit better today? Are you up to doing anything, or are you still under the weather?
Still coming for the funny one. I might do something back here.
Behalve van one victory.
To be quite honest, I'm going to try and do a bit today and see how I feel. I'm going to start in a minute, hang some washing out, and go from there. I just a bit headachy and a bit sort of my head's still full of it. Not very pleasant at all, pal. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the day goes. I need to do this tip run and swap these cars over. It's all sitting there at next door's garden, like looking at me. It's all bloody wooden boxes and stuff. You know, back in day by now, somebody would have had all that away for a bleeding bonfire night. It's just not happened. I'm also currently watching a flight on Flight Tracker. TAP, Tango Alpha Papa 1310. Looks like he's had a missed approach at Manchester. There's a lot of planes circling around Manchester because apparently the airport's in thick fog. So they're having to keep stuff wet. It's just that one that's had a missed approach is just coming over the top of the house now. And it looks like he's been circling all around sort of Prescott and that kind of area, Wigan. And then he's come round over the top of the house here. He's had a missed approach, and then he looks like he's dropped now, and then he's come back up again, and now he's going round again. So I wonder what happened there. Very interesting. It's always good fun when something's happening like that when you're watching the aircraft tracking. But yeah, there's a lot of aircraft going round and round and round in circles, Brian. It's always nipping on and having a look. Hi.
Alright, let's just hit Peter's back. Pete, you there?
So whatever it takes. And I must be honest that I have, how do you call it? Partner, let's put it that way. I can't find the code for the Q code. But she's very much on to say, how many things have you got of those? And that keeps it a bit in check, But I've also got, I think about, I see 4 mobiles here and some other stuff. And so I think all amateurs have the same problem, and it's been like that since the old days. Yeah. Okay. Well, we were 91, so I don't want to make it too long, Ivan. It's good to speak with you again. To say 70 degrees to you and your family. And the weather over here is currently 14 degrees Celsius. So I think that about wraps up the QSO, Ivan. Looking forward to the next one. You take it for the final. November 2 X Romeo Victor, PA1V, Papa Alpha 1 Victor, 73s.
It's just been in a great big circle right around Manchester, and he's having another run in. So, lots of excitement then. I mean, there's hundreds on the ground at Manchester Airport, all still transmitting or still showing on the screen. But yeah, he's on his final from the look of it.
MW0VKD and down into Cornwall, and I'm chatting to John RUE in the West Country at the moment. So I'm on 14545, but I don't know which way the skip is actually running. All seems to be to the west of me at the moment. But keep a listen out on there. That's a general broadcast, sort of aimed at you, Paul, but anyone else who wants to have a go, I'll be listening. G7 RPG.
All the way to the 1940s. You'll see a lot of the stuff on my page there, Frank. Take care and be safe. It's always a pleasure hearing you in there. Papa Alpha 1 Victor, this is Norway 2 X-Ray Radio Victor. I'll be clear on your final here. 73 from the city that never sleeps. And thank you once again, Frank.
down, it's definitely going to land. So I'm surprised it's foggy though, because it's lovely here. It's clear as a bell here. Massive sunshine and everything. So right. I put that aerial up yesterday. You know, the one I told you about, the one I went and picked up. I'm not impressed.
Transmitting, and also one YSF transmitting. That is really, really nice one back there. I guess it's still probably telling off the whole point of view.
The 706 married up with the rest of side bands on it, but I don't think he's got data on it, so no, I can't do it, mate. I haven't got a radio that would cover it, but thanks for the tip. I had thought about that actually. 7-3 for now, G06X.
7. So he's absolutely deaf on 10 metres.
Yeah, okay, Paul, no worries. Alright, catch you later. I think Peter is 450S18, yeah. I'm sure that's what he meant. 7-3, catch you later, G0OMK. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to shove it back in Marketplace, I think. It's a nice aerial, but I actually think it's my location that's the issue more than it doesn't matter which aerial I try. They're all pretty much of a muchness. This does pick up less noise, but I'm not sure. I need to do a comparison between that and the other aerial, but I've had to take the other one down to put this one up, so it's rather difficult. So, you know, do a like for like. But yeah, I'm not major impressed with it. It's good, but it's not fantastic. And 10 metres is the band I tend to use more than anything on the HF side. So anyway, I'll give it another whirl today and give it a try. If not, it's coming down.
And it's 5% loss. Okay, so I'm just going to stand up and I'm having a squizzy at my hotspots. And my DMO one's working fine. And my other one is working fine. So, yeah, no drama. So they're all working okay. So, yeah, I'll just go and check my offsets and make sure that they haven't changed. So we'll see what happens from there.
Again. Well, yeah, no, it's sort of one of them, isn't it? I mean, that wire I've got works all right, but it's chucking RF back in shack. So it don't like it when I'm FTA, you know what I mean? So it's not too bad on SSB, but I need to queue with that as well.
Right. That's all right. Yep. CHINO Master. Blah, blah, blah. Yep. TGF, that's just TGF. Tool 6. And actually, DMR mode and WhatsApp. That's the only one clicked on. This one is DMR, which it should be. No, that is really weird. I don't like that at all. But, right, what I'll do with this, I'll power it down, power it back up again. I don't think it'll make a lot of difference, to be honest with you. I think there's an inherent fault in the system, so I don't right, so I'll power down and back in a minute.
Plan is to stick an earth. I need to get a couple of earth rods and drill an hole in flags behind bench. And yeah, and you know, drill like a 15 mil hole through the flags, and then slam the earth rod down into the ground, sort of on the back window. Or I might even lift the flag actually and dig a hole, and then lift it under the flag so you can't see it. Do it that way. But yeah, I'm going to try knocking an earth rod in, I think, next. I think that's my next job. It's actually making a shack earth, you know what I mean?
When it had to be evacuated. You're obviously younger than you look. G0POR portable.
What I did, there's a like flags outside at garden, and there's a little bit, you know, there's like a 16 section with stones in next to fence between flags and fence, and I got a piece of 15 milli copper pipe, and I drove that down about 3 foot into the ground and put a jubilee clip to clamp it on so I can reconnect. If you put it under the flag, it's great, it's out of sight, but then again, if you want to connect anything else to it, or you want to check it out, you can't see it. So I think I'd be tempted to drill the flag and just leave that little stub showing up so that you can actually see what's going on. As I say, this plumbing pipe works for me, but whether I do you or not, if you've got a proper earth rod, it's got to be better. It'll last longer. So back to you, mate.
JWA. Yeah, well, what I'll do is I'll put it under the flag. I'll run a very short length, half a metre or so, a pretty fat cable up to a box, and I'll just get a outdoor connection box, and then I'll just run one wire from the outdoor connection box, and then I can just connect things into it as needed. Then, you know what I mean? I think that's going to be my plan. It should be relatively inexpensive. Like you say, a bit of copper pipe. Thing is, at one time you could dig copper pipe out of a bleeding skip. You know, you could drive past a skip. There'd usually always be a bit of copper pipe lying in it. There's nobody ever bothered with it, and now all of a sudden, like it's like gold dust. You know, you've got to buy a new piece. So I think proper earthing rod's just a bit cheaper in it, but if I do it with earthing rod, I might have to just put 2 in. I might just have to do 2. Like I said, do 2. Bury them under flags. And then I'll run the fat cable up. I'll get some, like, I don't know, some 8 mil or something, some 6 mil earth cable. That'd be plenty fat enough. I'll run that up to an open buzz bar terminal block, and I'll light that inside an outdoor box. And then everything then that connects into it then can just connect into the box, you know what I mean? And that should be it then, and that should help with the RF in the shack, because as opposed to it sending it all through the equipment, it should go through to earth. Because as you know, on the back of the 897 there's a big earth tab. So I can just run everything off that earth tab and out the fence, out the wall, through to the earth. And I'll probably stick another fat cable on that and then run that into the house or something, you know, so everything can be earthed in the house to one point. And then I can connect things outside into it as well. So if I wanted to connect my aerial into it or whatever, I can do, you know what I mean? Doing that's kind of my thinking, Brian. It might probably change a bit time I get to it, you know what I mean?
Fortunes, unfortunately, Gordon. But even though I don't know, it's an actor portraying the part of Tourette's, or is the guy really got Tourette's? I don't know, but anything like that, I don't know. I just kind of steer a white bird. Maybe that's just me. Okay, cheers, fella. And okay on the garden, by the way, Yano. 7-3.
And causing issues you don't know anything about. But yeah, I mean, that rustler antenna, I haven't put any radios on it. Now, I have read that you can use them without radios, and they work but not as well. I haven't really got the space to put all the radios that they recommend, and they do say you can drive a couple of earth rods into the ground and bond it to them. So I might try that as a sort of temporary measure and see if it picks you know, if it picks up, if it's any more sensitive. But certainly on 10 metres, I could hear this dead weak station in the background, and I tuned in and I played around with radio, and I managed to pull it out of the noise. And as I said, normally same fellas about a 7 to me and clear as a bell. So I know it's dep on there. So I took my 10 metre rail down to put that up because it's in the same spot. So anyway, I'll probably end up doing that this afternoon. So, and I hope you're feeling better. If you can get your tip trip done, that's the big hurdle for you, isn't it? That's the bit that's holding everything up, and then you can start swapping stuff over. Back to you.
EK3MJR, GW4 XML. 5/8 before foot. Electrolyte copper bond earth rod, so it's a steel rod with a copper coating on it. And the £9.44. So, and they do all the proper brass clamps and everything for the top. And then all I need is a bit of cable, you know what I mean?
Centre in your back garden and never seen it again. So, well, yeah, that should do a good solid job for you. Like I say, I had some copper pipe left over from building my, I was building something. So, and I had the piece of pipe left over, so I looked at it and I thought, yeah, that'll do. And I actually thought, I might even get a better connection with the pipe because you'll have connections inside and out, you know, rather than just a surface touch. You'll probably get something on the inside as well because it's got to fill with dirt and mud as you're knocking it in. So, trouble is, copper pipe doesn't knock that well. It just mess the end up when you're driving it down through bits of rock and that. But anyway, it's there. It seems to be working. And I've got something like I think it's about a 4 milli coming through, and it's outside the back door. So it comes in through the kitchen, behind the cooker, behind the cupboards, then into the corner living room where I've got my radio. So, yeah, anyway, I'll pass it back to you. I'm going to be going in a minute because I'm going to do some, that bacon in the fridge is got my name on it and it's shouting me saying, you ready for your breakfast, you are? Back to you, Alan.
Blaming that boat who drags it tank. We blame him every time we can't come up with an answer for all these things made over.
For 16 to 25 millimetre cables. That can't be right. That's going to be massive. 25 mil is 2.5 bloody centimetres. Anyway, £2.60. So you're a 10-foot rod, £6.5 for top connector. You know the brass thing that sits on the top of the rod that clamps you clamp your cables to and everything, and you clamp at the top of the rod. So what's that? You £16. You're like £20, not including the outside external box. So add the cable onto that. You're in for £30, aren't you, with a bit of cable on and stuff like that, Brian? Which I think, it's got to be worth a try for that sort of money. Go on, cat. Go on. The cat's hovering a bit back now. You open the door for her, and she says, so it looks like you. Stupid animal. So yeah, I think that's my plan, Brian. I think that's what I'm going to do. It's something I've been thinking about for a while. Because I don't have a shack earth, and I should have one really. Just got to be a bit careful, aren't you, with the PME thing and all that. But as long as I don't use it to earth anything back to mains, it'll be fine. So because there's no continuation of earth through the 12 volt power supplies, is there? So that should be absolutely fine. But there you go. Right, Brad, you go make your bacon sandwich, mate. I need to go and hang some washing out, so and I need to go for a Jimmy Riddle, so I'm going to leave that one with you, pal. M0PLZ 2E0JWA 73, my friend.
2E0JWA, Mike 0PLZ. Yeah, 25 mil is the area. It's about as thick as a pen kind of thing, the colour. Perhaps a little bit thicker, like a fat pen. But it does from 16, even if you've got sort of like a full milli coming up, you can double it or treble it, fold it round on itself a couple of times and you get a proper button there on them. It's the F block they use on the meter side when they bring the mains into the house. Yeah, for that, you can't go wrong with that, really. I didn't realise they were that cheap. So, anyway, yeah, bacon's calling me. You go and get your washing sorted. Mike 0PLZ, wishing you 7 threes.
I'm trying to figure out why both dashboards are firing up. Well, why would they be firing up? Because the DMR is on 2356 and the YSF is on 2356. But it doesn't still explain the double chat in that, but at least it explains two live dashboards. I don't know, half the things I fairly missed at the time, so I don't know. That's why I'm quite good at it. It must be entertaining for you at times in amongst all the espresso. I'm back to you.
Okay, it's true, and JR. Look, I accept all these things, mate. Yeah, I have done some very, very silly things in my time, and when I had the stroke, yeah, a lot of times when I'm saying something, it'll come out back to front, upside down, or just doesn't make any sense. But yeah, other times, look, it does make sense to me because I know exactly what I intend saying. But it seems to come out back to front, gobbledygooked or whatever. But yeah, it's just part of illness, part of problems, and just part of life, part of getting old, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know whether we can blame that or blame your heart attack and then blame medication. What's to say the medication is not having an effect on brain cells and things like that. And you get it in your mind that there's a problem with the antenna, and then you go and start looking at other little bits and pieces, and the mind doesn't actually clear. It still retains a certain amount of stuff, and next thing you know, you'll be doing something that you didn't even start to do because your brain's still activated. So, yeah, maybe we can put it down as don't blame me, I'm on medication, mate, over.
CQ, this is Golf 7 Whiskey Bravo X-Ray and G7WBX listening via Echo Link from Tenerife. Golf 7 Whiskey Bravo X-Ray listening, any calls?
From GW4X, so I just switched the other one back over to P25 now. So yeah, it's just out there now. But I don't know if it's actually so I haven't been playing with this for a while now. I can actually look into where do I go? Oh, controls are going wrong. Profiles, that's on P. No, I know where I was going. I know where I was going. Admin. Going to admin. Configuration. No, I've gone past it. I can do admin. Then I can look at the manager. That's where I'm trying to go. Where are we? P25 manager. Oh, flipping out. I'm definitely struggling today, Ron. Been overthinking it, I think. Right. That should be current link TG1 over. So yeah, I'll go link and request that. and it should link it. Right. Now we should be in. So if I go back into what is it now? The dashboard. There it is at the bottom. So I've only got in. I've got two split screens up here, so I've only got half a display as such. Right then, so that now should be in there. Let me go like that. I should have a look at the status at the bottom there, it tells you, won't it? Yeah. Because it's not talking to me, but in the status is already there. Yeah, there's a lot of moments going on here today, Ron. There's been a lot of thinking, mate. I've been thinking about, obviously I've been wrestling around with steps and how to reach this freaking antenna to make it easy, because I've got to get to, it's no use having something that I can't work on. Even if it's a case of I can drop it down on my own, work on it on my own, but then need a hand just to push it back up. I'll accept that, but that's got to be the bare minimum. And even this morning I was thinking, electric winches, about 12-volt winch. And I thought, well, it'd be a pain, I'd keep lifting a battery up there, but apart from that, and I'm thinking, no, I can't really anchor it somewhere, and I don't want to anchor it to the wall, because I've vague visions of pulling the bloody brickwork and having a hole in my wall, so no, I don't think I'll go down too well, Ron. Back to you.
No, that won't go down well at all. It will not go down well at all. Yeah, okay. So you're trying to get things back up. Yeah, so if you work, say, a push pole, if you put your push pole below the rotator, and then lay the leg of the push pole out on your backyard towards the back fence, and tied a rope to the bottom of the push pole, and then winch that rope in, that will actually slide the bottom of the pole towards you, which would then push the pole up. Yeah, maybe something like that. I don't know. I don't think you've got that much room there anyway. You've got too many plants and other bits and pieces. To be on the safe side, get in touch with your friends again. Call in one more favour well, if you can get it down and rectify it, you can just call them in. They're only got to be there for 5 minutes, just to give that push up to that 45, and then after that you're right. So just get time to call in for a coffee, and when they call in for the coffee, while you're here, you just give that a shove while I winch it up. Job's done, and the jug will be boiled by the time you get back inside again, mate. Over.
VK300 RGW4XY, yeah, that is basically it, Ron. I've sussed it out, and lucky enough, I didn't realise. I was sort of looking at pictures, because I was trying to think about, can I put a bracket off the wall, put electric winch on there, or something like that? And I thought, no, I still don't like the idea of that, because you can't go putting an L bracket out from the side, because that's pulling it sort of angle. It just ripped the wall well, so that wouldn't do no good. And if you put it on the back wall, if that goes wrong, it's going to pull a hole in the wall. So I thought, no, you know. So the winch is a very good idea, but yeah, no, I don't think, it's not going to work. Definitely not going to work. We'll bypass that one. But funny enough, it's like you say, when you put, because I noticed that with the boys, because what we had is got a two-stage ladder, a normal standard two-stage aluminium ladder. And what they were doing, they were using that to push the pole up. And that worked brilliantly. And obviously with an extension ladder, you can work it out to what point you need to go. And I had a look, and I was looking at the videos and pictures and that, and there was one there of the ladder against the conservatory after the boys had gone, and it was all finished. It was just down to me tidying it up. And I noticed it was up 3 rungs. I thought, right, so it was extended 3 rungs. So that gives you an idea. So the answer, I think, is to extend the ladder halfway up the second section and lock it in and start off there, because obviously you put the angle to it, and as you push it up and bring it round, you just, it comes up more straight than away you go. So, yeah, then that'll do it. But once it gets to that 45-degree point, the winch is as light as can be, but before that, I think, Christ, is this cable going to go? It's steel cable, it's 6 mil steel cable, but bloody hell, it's just pulling the wrong, basically, because what it's trying to do is trying to pull straight, basically, back to the winch, even though it's up over the top. The angle, well, actually, no, I suppose, so look, it'd probably be, now if I have a look at, I can work it out on the rotator plate. So that's when it's like normal, and that's where it's going down. So it'll probably be about, it's probably about a 30-degree slope from the pulley to the actual pivot point where it's fixed to the pole. So it's not that brilliant. And being only 7 foot up the pole, I was considering about trying to move that. I could do that actually. I could move the wire up the pole a bit more. The wire, push it up possibly another 3 foot for the sake of argument. Take it nearly halfway, or around about halfway up the scaffold pole. That.
The works car at the moment, so still on that dreaded probationary period, as they call it, so don't want to upset them by sticking a radio and aerials on it. So there we go. All right, Lee, lovely to work here, and I hope you have the rest of the days good for you. I'm going to go back to sitting in the sun. So 7 3s from G7 WBX. All the best, Lee.
Probably go 10 feet straight up. And it's got a pulley on there, and that goes out to my pole of about 8 metres. About 7 to 8 metres up the pole, and then attaches the wire from there. So I can lay my pole straight down to vertical or horizontal to the ground. It's horizontal to the ground, and I can still pick it up from there with the winch, one hand, no effort whatsoever. And that's where the higher I go, the easier it gets. But, it gets to that point where I just give it a little bit of a crank and wait for it to sort of catch up, and then another half a crank, and just sort of guide it into where it's got to go to. So you'll get it all sorted. But, you got to try and make it where it's a one-man operation. That's the thing. When I put my pole in the ground, it was about 3 metres above the ground, I suppose. Something like that anyway, and that's where we made the pulley point. The winches on the pole. Goes up the pole, over the top, on a pulley, and then goes out onto the mast, and then pulls it all up from there. But, I'll take a photo of it next time I pull it down. I'll have to drop it down again in the next couple of days anyway. I want to do a bit of work on the 2 metre antenna. It's got a couple of broken radials, so I might pull it down. I'll take a couple of photos and send them across to you.
From GW4XMR, I have had a little bit of an idea actually, which would probably work. If I got hold of a steel scaffold pole and strap that to the T&K bracket and also the pivot bracket at the bottom. So in other words, tie that block to that, put a pulley on the top of that, so it's extending it up above the roof level. So it'll go from the winch at the bottom, which is down by the pivot point, up the end of that pole, over through the pulley, then it could go higher up the scaffold pole for the actual antenna, and then that would give it a better lever height. You know, that's what it is. The angles are all the angles are all wrong. The Falcon's, or not the Falcon, whatever you call it, it is completely wrong. I know that for a fact. It needs to go higher, so I need a higher pivot point, or a higher point of where my pulley goes. And that would be one way of doing it, is to say, because with all they got to do is then drill a couple of smaller, get another U-bolt, or actually there might even be the holes in the T and K bracket, it's quite possible there is to get a couple of more U-bolts and just clamp the scaffold pole to the side of that thing, because all it is clamped on the other side at the moment. Yeah, clamp that on there, and that'll hold it, and with a steel pole being higher up, then I could sort of possibly go up, I don't know, say 3/4 of the way up the pole. So in other words, instead of pulling at 7 feet, I'll be pulling at 15 feet. So I'll be pulling from 15 feet up the pole. Now that would make hell of a difference from back here.
We got some bad weather coming through here. Not a hurricane, but, you know, a nor'easter they call it. I don't know, but a lot of flooding because we're near the ocean here, and so we shall see what comes through the next day. But hope all is well with you and your family. And yes, my brother-in-law is from Syracuse, and has some family there, and mostly from the northern part of Italy, Avellino, and a few other places. But I have to make the trip there one day, my friend. I know, you know, the age is getting there, and it's going to be 67, so I got to make that trip soon, you know. I just got 2 new knees, and I'm ready to do some walking, so I want to make a trip over there maybe next year. Back to you, my friend, N2HT.
Where does your cable come in, or where does the winch cord come in? Do you pull it straight back to your main bracket or to the wall, or once it's up there, you pull it in by hand or something? I'm not too sure there, but I'm sure you'll understand. Maybe you've got a bracket or something there that takes care of that. But nevertheless, it seems to be what it would be. So it's just a matter of moving the cable off the winch as far up as you can. That will sort of still be easy enough for you to attach it and drive it back down. So yeah, it should be okay from there, mate. Over.
K bracket, that's why it's only at 7 foot, because that is about 7 foot up the pole. So that is the point where the top clamp goes when it comes into the T and K bracket, and there's another hole just to the left of it on where the U clamp goes through the T and K bracket, and that's where I've got I'll put the poly on there, the stainless steel poly, and that's where the cable is. That's why it's only at 7 foot, because otherwise I need skyhooks to attach it any higher on back here.
Dinner for you, and thanks for your call. I receive you loud and clear. The name is Michael. I'm located on Sicily Island and Saudi Arabia.
Right back to you. Uniform 3, Romeo Charlie November, Italy Tango 9, Alpha Juliet Papa.
I think I've just seen you a couple of photos, which will give you a rough idea of how mine's actually sort of set up. You'll see that my antenna is on a aluminium pole onto the rotator, and that's guided up the side of a 2-inch by probably 3 mil tubing, square pipe, and that goes up. And at the top of that square pipe is where I've got that winch cable attached to, and then you'll see the where I've got the pulley and where I've got the winch. I'll just check see where you have got the photo.
QSL, Ram. Victor Uniform 3, Romeo Charlie November, Italy Tango 9, Alpha Juliet Papa. Thank you for your information. Yes, I understand you are in Malaysia at the moment. And I receive you loud and clear, no problem with your copy. WX here is a little overcast, temperature is about 90 degrees, and local time is 25 minutes past 12 in the first afternoon. And the working condition I'm running with Anytone transceiver 578 into hotspots. Okay, well, thank you for your call. It's nice to know. Good Sunday, and all the best from Sicily, even to you and your family. And I put the QSO on QWhatsApp.com. Thank you, and 73, Ram. Victor Uniform 3, Romeo Charlie November, Italy Tango 9, Alpha Juliet Papa. Ciao, thank you.
Oh, the short pole. Then I've got the main pole that holds the vertical up, and then I've got the round tubing that comes down, goes down through 3 bearings to the rotator. Where that square pipe goes up just below the beam, that's where my pulley attaches to. The winch. That's where that winch attaches to. That's how far up mine is. And I think on the other one, it shows you the bottom one. It'll show you where the winch is, where the other piece joins to the pole, which is about 3 foot above the ground. There's a little bracket there where it can tip over. And where the rotator is, that's around about 8 foot off the ground at that point. You can see where the winch is. It goes up to that round wheel or the round pulley, and then from there it goes straight up to the top of that square pole. That's how much angle I've got on mine, which is very, very little. When it's actually standing up, you don't need very much at all winch to actually pull it up there, mate. Over.
From GW4XMR, yeah, that's right. Well, you definitely got that more than, there's got to be more than, well, at least 75% of the pole, wouldn't you, for the sake of argument, your box section or whatever is clamped to it, yeah. So you're 3/4 of the way up there, so you got a nice pivot point there. Actually, yeah, you're not that far. You're probably working on where you got your, just roughly scaling it. I know it's probably wrong looking up there. It's got to be 3 or 4 foot from the top of that outer mass to your rotator. So you're probably 3 or 4 foot plus your little stub mass, or actually there might be a collinear on top. I can't really see that, but I can see the rotator from the top of your outer to the rotator's got to be about 4 foot. So yeah, and you got umpteen flipping. Oh, actually, no, right? What have you got there then? So you got 4, 8. Oh yeah, so your antenna pole. 4, 8, 12, 12, 16. Was it 16? Was it probably? All right, so your antenna's probably only up about 23, 24 foot, something like that, Rob?
It's where my collinear is, right at the very top, that's 9 metres. 9 metres where the collinear goes on. So that's at the top of that. So that's 9 metres there. Then I come down for the 2 and the 70. That's only about 2 feet down. And then there'll be a 3 foot or so gap between that and the 6 metre beam that's actually on there. It's a 6 metre beam, that one that's on there, 4 element. And the rotator is way down at the bottom of the pole. It's not up the top at all. That's just all cable up the top. It's allows it to turn around. You see where the cable goes on to the top of the square pole, and then it just sort of loops to go up to the rotators there. But the rotator is right down the very bottom on the other picture, mate. Over.
Just sort of looking at it, it was that sort of shape, and yeah, I forgot it was down the bottom because I was sort of studying and not thinking at the same time. Right, I'm just working out. So, right, that the short pole on the outside, that's the main post. That's the support pole, and that's your rotating right then. So there's your rotator. So you've got the pole that goes up from there. So that's just fixed onto the element right. Now then, get me around this. Right, so where does it pivot then? It must pivot there then. Well, look at the function on the door magnifying. Oh, yeah, you shut it there. There you go. Right. There you go. Yep. Right, now from that top pulley, which is the top of your, I'm going to call it your stub mast, because that's your shortest one. From that pulley at the top of that stub mast, the cable from there, is that going right up to the I'm going to go from right to left. Where your pulley is, I'm going to call that pole 1. Then you got pole 2. Then you got pole 3, which is your bit that goes into your rotator. So does that go to the top of pole 2, and there's a pivot point on there to drop it down, or does 2 and 3 come down as 1? Ron, back to you.
Hear it, but again, so much noise. My end, unfortunately, but at least I did actually hear you go ahead.
Oh, to the very bottom of the mast, where you can see where I've got the winch. You go down about 3 foot below that, you'll see where, just above that round keg, you'll see where the two. If you zoom in a little bit there, there's a bolt that goes through that. So that's the pivot point there. About 3 foot up from the bottom, or 3 foot down from the winch. That's where the pivot point is. Then that goes up. Now you go up to pole 1. Now at pole 1, where the wheel is, that has 2 little brackets that come out either side of the square pole, number 2, which they then work as a keeper. That's where the number 2 pole, when it comes back up, it goes in between those two bits, and that's the keeper that holds it into place. And I can slide a bolt through there if I want to lock it. 2 and 3 both go over together. If you'll see where the little brackets are that come off of number 2, they're welded onto there. Then they come out, and then there's round bearings that are bolted, and the rotator pole, or the rotated pole, goes through these bearings. The cable that goes up off the winch, that goes all the way up to the top of number 2. Number 2 goes up to the top of there. So that is where I'm actually picking it up and putting it down from. So at the top of number 2, that comes down to the winch, and the pivot is right down at the very bottom part, about 3 foot above the ground. If that's making any sense to you, mate, over?
VK3 and RGW4 Smart. Yeah, well, I've got it. Yeah. You know, so you got me thinking about that, because sometimes it's easier to do it the other way, because it's like if you buy a tilt over mast, you know, the sort of box section ones they get, they pivot from the bottom, don't they? And I know you can make them lighter by putting by raising the pivot point. I think normally the pivot point's somewhere around about 3 or 4 foot of the post. But if you want to make it lighter, then what you can do is to extend it and sort of put it up at about 6 foot up the pole. Then obviously, then it's again it's 50% of the effort, isn't it? Because you doubled it. So yeah, and of course from the bottom. Yeah, I can't really do that. No, I don't want. No, it won't work like that. And yeah, it would work, but not in the place I've got it, because I don't want to be putting any more holes in the wall. No, I'll get round it somewhere along the line. That's what I'll have to do. I think I'm going to have to find a piece of material, piece of metal, to extend that pivot point, so I can move the point of the top pulley up in the air more. So something sturdy to clamp onto the T and K brackets. And I've even got another T and K bracket. I can always put a third one on there. So yeah, to make sure it's held properly and all the rest of it, I can completely over-engineer it, and then move that up. And if I can get that up anywhere around anywhere between 13 and 15 feet, I reckon the job will be a good run. So I think that's what I'll do. I'll just put in a little link on my little Facebook marketplace, pieces of metal or something like that. Because there's always someone selling. Actually, there was someone selling box section the other day on there. Lengths of box section, about 20 foot or something like that. That'll be the business, mate. Back to you.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, well, so I've used box number A, the first piece, the short piece. That's 3 inch square by 3 mil wall thickness. That's what that one is. That goes out about a metre into the ground. It goes about a metre into the ground and concreted in. So the whole thing is freestanding if you want it freestanding. But yeah, I've put a few extra supports onto it just to self-guard it, just for my own peace of mind. But yeah, if you look at where I've got the winch, if you look down the poles, you'll see, like there's 2 poles that go down, and it gets down, and there's the bottom section. 2 poles are actually bolted together. Just at the top of those, that's where the pivot point is, where you can see the daylight between the 2 poles, and then it goes down to nothing between the 2. So that's just a bottom support, just in case anything breaks. It's only going to come and sit on top of that anyway. But but otherwise, that's the story over here. And by the way, that lemon tree that's there, that's chock-a-block full of lemons. I'm giving lemons away left, right and centre. So, there's, I'm supplying just about the whole area here with lemons. It's a crazy tree. It's got plenty on. And the little table that's there, that's all full of strawberries. So there's a little strawberry patch there. But otherwise, everything else is pretty basic. Nothing to worry too much about. But they were just a couple of pictures that I had of the antenna to give you a rough idea of how I've sort of done it. But I was in engineering and everything else, so that's what made up the pole. I put those 3 stays on that hold the bearings, and then the rotator at the bottom. So everything just spins around nice and smoothly, mate. Over.
W4XY, yeah, I can see the principle of all that. That'll do that, no problem at all. I can see where you're coming from with that. That all makes perfect sense to me. That does nothing more at all. Right. There you are. I've just had a look for some different box section. I've straight away down the road, probably 20 miles, steel box section, 2 inch by 1 inch, 3.9 meters long. So it's 12 foot. It's saying 12.78. So it's just over 12.5 foot. So that would raise the pivot point up another 9 feet. Ooh. And it's yeah. Is there any more pictures of it? Come on, man. It's welded at the ends. Right. Let's see what it says. No, it doesn't say what thickness. You can't see the thickness because what it is, the ends have been welded up and they've got a single hole in it or something like that. But there's all sorts here. There we are. Yeah, that may be the answer, Ron. I think that's going to be the next trick. See if I can find something like that. It's going to be something clever. You always get people. There you are. If I can get a piece of aluminium box section there. Oh, it's only 1.5 meters long. It's not big. 7 mil thick as well. That would have been ideal for the job, wouldn't it? Yeah, I'm sure I'll find something. I think that may be the way to go. I'll look in the steel box section. How long's that? 3 pieces bar coated box section of steel. Oh, it's 2 mil thick. Yeah, I'll have to look into this. I think that's what I might do. I might go along that route actually. Because with the box section would be nice and strong and all the rest of it. You ain't going to bother that. And even with that 2x1, if I put it sort of like the inch section to the T&K bracket, so the pole is, the force of the effort is pulling against the 2-inch bit, so it ain't going to pull that off, and then we would be away, mate. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look that way. I will find someone. Definitely by looking at this, there's all sorts of bits here. Even a chopping great big piece of angle iron. I think that'll be a bit overkill right now, Brady.
Tänk på strax får du kom tillbaka. Jag skulle misstänka, jag är ganska säkert att du är från Tyskland från början. Jag tror det i alla fall. Namnet på den här kanten är Echo Radio India Kilo. Hand up on any phone and a little hotspot på sidan där. It's 0 Gustav Yngve Z. SM7LQO, kom igen. Det är rätt XDL Delta Lima jag, men jag har bott några år här i svenska riket där. Och jag har samma utrustning nästan. Jag har sån aniton där och en hotspot där och ja, som sagt, jag är gamla HF-killar där. Jag gjorde certifikat 75 en gång, så det är några år tillbaka. Men vi kanske ska inte snacka så mycket här. Vi gör lokalt mer eller mindre om att de kan fortsätta att snacka. Kul att höra det. Vi kanske hörs någon annan gång. Önskar trevlig söndag som sagt på återhörande. Som Kylo Winters Olof S.N. Gustavs Axis 73.
Pole, if I move it to there and just attach that to the pole, that would make it very, very difficult to pull up because the angles will change so much. So just keep your pivot point down low and try and get your winch point up as high as you can. You can see by mine. where the winch is. You can follow that cable all the way up over that little wheel, and then it just keeps going up and up and up and up and up. It goes right up to the top of the pole, and that works for me anyway. Well, not quite the top of the pole. I mean, it's at that very first, or the very first. No, it's the second point. Yes, the second point. Where the second ball racer is, the second mount. I think I'll put it there. But by the looks of that, it must be about the second point there, mate. Over.
VK3MJ, ITW4XY, yeah, it's right. It's where I'm multitasking and I'm thinking at the same time. Now, what I was on about was moving the pulley up the top. So putting, where I got the top T and K brackets, is putting a bit of box section or a 2B1 for the sake of argument would be ideal. So I can raise that up above the roof level, the top flat roof. So then so I put a pulley on the end of that, so therefore when it's pulling on the tube, it'll be pulling up round about, at least 15 feet, 3/4 of the way up the tube. So at least the leverage is better. That would be a lot more substantial. That may be the way to do it, Ron. I was just explaining it wrong, mate. Back to you.
Ugye általános hívás, itt a Helén Antal 8-as Antal Géza Nelly per Péter, Helén Antal 8-as Antal Géza Nelly per Péter, minden állomás vételén.
Yeah, okay, so no, that's okay. I'm sure you'll get it all sorted out. You could even use these photos to give you another idea of how it was done, and if it helps you, great. If not, don't worry about it. Just delete them. It just gives you an indication of what we've got here at the moment. Now, all I've done with mine is that 4-element 6 metre beam. I pulled that one off, and I put a 3-element 10 metre up there in its place. So that's the only difference on the antennas that I've done here at the moment. What I'm thinking of doing is adding the 6 metre and the 10 metre both together and connecting them up. So, when just using a one feed line, I'll just put the 6 metre antenna up with no matching device on it, so I'll just use a straight 6 metre length cut for the frequency, and then the reflector and the driven element, I'll put those on as well. So when I fire it up on 6 metres, it will automatically find the 6 metre antenna and look at that one. Or if I'm on 10 metres, it'll automatically look at 10 metres and grab that one. So that's probably one of my next moves. But not for a little while. Got to let the winds and that drop and the temperatures to come up, and then it'll be too hot to touch the aluminium, so it'll have to wait again. So it's just a matter of, I've already got the elements, so it's just a matter of just bolting them all on. But nevertheless, hey, happy days in playing with antennas, mate, over.
Not right what stations we're getting to. Anyway, I'll say some breaks, not parent path. I heard you call, I thought okay, anyway, catch you later. All the best.
The 20-foot scaffold pole, a steel one. See, I could have cut that, couldn't I? I could cut that down a little bit and strap that to the side and use that as a pivot point. The steel one would, trying to think. Yeah, I can't see a steel one moving that far. It might bend a little bit, but tricky, dodgy, I'm not sure. Well, a lot of them, I was surprised with that aluminium one actually. When I was drilling through the clamps for the rotator, so the rotator to go on the end of the pole, You put a bolt right the way through the clamp, the pinch clamps, and go right the way through the bolt. I was surprised how thick that flipping aluminium was. I've never taken any notice of it before, but I was drilling away for flipping ever. So yeah, it's quite robust, that YAVAPI I got, I must admit. But it is a old-fashioned aluminium scaffold pole. So I don't know what wall thickness they got on there, but it's a lot thicker than I thought it was, mate. Back to you.
2 XRV, Brooklyn, New York City, St. Emma.
Okay, 3MJ, yeah, the pole that I've got on my rotator that goes all the way up to the top where the collinear goes, that's just one section of scaffolding. I think that's it's about 45, it might be about 45 mil diameter. And I think it's got about 3 mil wall thickness on it, so 3 on one side, 3 on the other side, that's 6 mil. And there's probably there'd be probably about 7 foot to 8 foot of pipe coming out from the top of the number 2 pole off that bracket that I've got there that holds the bearings, allows it all to rotate and everything else. Yeah, it's probably about 7, 8 foot or something or so comes out of there and then goes up. And that's been up there at 90 km/h winds, 100 km/h winds and things like that. We had some real big gusts. Really, it was really good. I reckon it was 115, 120 or something. Just put a little kink in the pole. It just bent it just that little bit. So when I tilted it over, rotated it around and just grabbed hold of the hole and gave it a tug and straightened it all back out again. Yeah, it works out okay. I'd rather things bend and flex a little than just snap off and do all sorts of damage. But yeah, the whole lot of mine, it takes me about 30 seconds to drop that down. Yeah, I can go out there and just undo the clip on the winch, and yeah, about 30 seconds it's all down. It only takes me about a minute or so to put it back up again. It's a one-man job. It can be done on a day with probably 35 km/h winds as well. So yeah, I was quite happy with that. Put a little bit of research and that to it before I even made it, mate. Over.
My friend, welcome to Communication Walkie Talkie Tango Yankee Tango 318 and your motorsport person. No problem for me. I am confident contacting QRZ.com. Thank you very much for question 73 for you and your family. Good day. I expect continue 91 Avon. Thank you very much. November 2, RW Victor A1 BDB 90.
Post sort of like sticking about 6 foot away from the house, right out in the middle of the patio. And it also had to be in the centre of the garden, which would be right next to the conservatory. So when it tilted over, you wouldn't be able to get out the back door. Yeah, and definitely ain't gonna work, mate. But there you go. I've got what I've got. I'll just get ready to get somewhere else. Once it's, once we've sorted out, the cobweb was up there for 2 years and never budged, mate. Never budged at all. So if you get everything right and do it right, then I should be more than happy. I'm sure I'll get back to getting it sorted. And I'm reasonably confident I can drop it down on my own. I'm not panicking about that because I can just let it down slowly. So even if it does sort of like bend a little bit, it won't hurt because I'll be going dead slow and I'll be controlling it. I can see what's going on. And as you were saying earlier on, when you're winching it up, it gets within so far, then the rest of it, it gets about 6 inches away from the T and K bracket, then you can grab hold of the pole and you can just guide it into position to line it up to get the U-bolts in there and put the nuts on there. So it's dead easy when it's up at that point. And like I say, once it gets over that 45 degree, there's no weight on the winch at all. It's just really, really light. So it's just that first bit. You never know with the tall ladders, but I won't have to go down so far, so therefore it might not be so much of an issue, mate. That may be an interesting one when they come, when I get them, if I get them. But there you go. That'll be another part of my life. Back to you.
Yeah, okay, mate. Yeah, you made a statement there before that when it's tilted over, you've got to be so far away from the wall and everything else. You go back and have a look at my picture, the one that goes all the way to the ground, and then come up about 3 foot up off the ground, which is about table level. That is where my pivot point is. That is where there is a bolt that goes through there. And the number one pole stays as number one pole. It does not move. That is a permanently fixed pole in the ground. Number two pole is the one that actually bends over, and that's pivoted at about 3 foot above the ground. And that's where it lays down out towards the back of the house or the backyard. So if you follow the shed along, you'll see there's a corrugated iron part there with like a little strawberry patch up on the wall. It lays down in that direction from about 3 foot above the ground. That's where it's got its pivot point. So if you look down that number two pole, you'll see there's a gap between number one and number two. And then about 3 foot from the bottom, there's no more gap between number one and number two. But at that point, that's where the pole ends, and that's where it's got a bolt that goes through there, and that is the pivot point. That's where it lays over. So basically, from the bottom of that pole is where it sort of goes over. There is nothing that comes out back towards the rotator or anything else. Number two pole, there is no more stuff that comes out behind that. Everything falls the other way, all goes forward, mate, over.
Bravo Alpha 7, Lima United X-ray. Bravo Alpha 7, Lima United X-ray. Sierra Mike 6, Kilo, Uniform Tango in Sweden. Stand by this for you, over.
Yeah, and then you don't get no legs sticking out. Yeah, because a lot of people do that, don't they? They sort of like get a sleeve of about, I don't know, a couple of foot or something like that, then slide the pole into that. Then you use that as a sort of pivot point, so therefore you're not sort of like drilling through the end of a bit of scaffold pole for the sake of argument. Yeah, you don't really want to be doing that. But, yeah, there you go. Right then, anyhow, I'm going to bail out now because the brain's gone into overdrive and it needs a rest. So I think I need to walk away from radios for a while and go and blow something up or watch something on the TV and just sort of unwind from it all. Because otherwise I know what's going to happen. I'll be overthinking it. And the fact that I can't do nothing about it, then it gets irritating. And then I'll get all testy and grumpy. More grumpy than normal. Yeah, that is possible, Ron. Honestly, it is possible, mate. Back to you.
Jim, I can imagine it all gets grumpy. Looking at a couple of other photos.
just trying to find something that will give you a better idea of how it will sort of go. But just no, not finding. I've got nothing on that section. Oh yeah, I have. Yeah, you can see it. You can see that one there. So that'll give you that, and that will give you that as it's laid down. Yeah, I might just send you these two. I think it's that one. Yeah, that one. Yeah. So that one and that one. Here it is. Yeah, all right. I'll send you over another couple of photos of. I've got one with the tower down. That's where it's got a bit of a bow in it. That's where I pulled it down to fix that, and you'll be able to see the other section that where it actually joins to the hole. So that'll be okay. So yeah. Alrighty, so that'll be alright. I'll just send these off to you, and then we'll you can have a look at that, and you'll see more of. If you go down the pole, have a close look, you'll see down there 3 foot off the ground. You'll see where the pivot point part is there, and you'll get the idea of how it all comes over, mate. Over.
Yeah, okay, Leachy 0 CDX returning. Yeah, I think maybe you should maybe get yourself set up with a little bit of portable station for 2 meters, maybe get out of the car and work a bit of DX. I don't know about HF stuff. I know you said I think you should have said that money is a little tight. So, spending a lot of money on equipment is not the way forward, but, as long as you're enjoying it and lively, that's what it's all about. We went out last night to see a Silverback tribute singer. She was quite good, actually, but she didn't sound spot on, for Silla. But she did a load of other 60s stuff, which was pretty good. So quite enjoyed it. Had a good night out, and we're out tonight as well. We're going out for an India with friends down in North Yorkshire. It's probably about 40 miles from us each way, but they're up from Essex, camping in North Yorkshire, and they're doing a bit of off-roading as well on their motorbikes. So we decided to be out with a bill. So that's the plan for today. You got any plans for today, Lee? Weather up here is really nice at the moment. Clear blue skies. Sunny, probably about 16 Celsius. Don't know for sure, but some equivalent. Christ, can't really see it that quick. The propagation's good on HF, mate. Actually, I'll tell you what, it was 12 Celsius, so it's quite cold. But very sunny, mate. Thank you, G0CDX.
Oh dear. Oh well, not to worry. Okie dokie. So should be. You should have another 2 photos. I don't know. Yeah. Like there's strokes and there's strokes. It's like heart attacks and heart attacks. You can have a stroke and you can be half paralysed and have trouble talking and other bits and pieces. I was lucky. I just had a mini stroke. It was just a blockage. It was enough to knock us out, get an ambulance, get me in the hospital. I spent, what was it? I think about 2 nights, 2 nights at the hospital, and that was it. I was back home.
and I was back at work within 2 weeks. So 2 weeks, and I was back at work again. And then, in that time I was back, in that 12 months, I was losing interest in everything I was doing. So that's when I went in, told the boss, that's it, I've had enough. Losing the interest in the job, not interested in driving anymore, don't want to do this, don't want to do that, and I'm going to retire. I sort of gave him 3 months notice and I was going to call it quits, and I even went and found him another driver, because I knew a bloke who wanted to take over my job anyway. So I put him into the job, and it all worked out well. So but anyway, that's the same with you. Yeah, you've had your heart attack and everything else, and you've bounced back. Slows you down a little bit, that comes with age as well. Yeah, we all slowed down as we got older, mate. Over.
From GW4X1. Yeah, that's right, mate. Yeah, there's always various things. I must admit, I have noticed with my little bits of fiddling around and messing around with this, that, and the other, I've actually got better. Because at one time, this time last year, if I went in the garage and was in the garage working on the car for $2 or $3 or something like that, it'd take me 3 days to get over it. But I don't seem to do that lately. I come in and I'm, like the other day with the air, I'm sweating and I'm huffing and puffing. But half an hour later, I'm fine. So, there's definitely been improvement this year. I don't know how or why, what I've done different, because half the time, with me and my lack of paying attention, like I speak to one of my girls on a Sunday later on in the day, and she said, what have you been up to? I said, I haven't been up to anything. And all of a sudden my oracle, yes, you have. You've been doing this, you've been doing that, you've been messing around with that, you've been what? And I'm thinking, oh, well, perhaps I did. Yeah, right. Gone. Not paying attention. Yeah. So there you go. I always get that. But we have been out for a few walks this week and all the rest of it. So what else have we been messing around with? Obviously, I spent a day fighting with this flipping aerial setup and all the rest of it. A good part of a day, anyhow. Actually, probably up to about mid-afternoon, checking, fiddling around and looking at this, looking at that, thinking about it, scratching my head and whatever. So that was a busy day, but there you go. We moved on from now. And also with a couple of days off, then it gives me an idea to come out with using a bit of common sense. Right, hang on a minute. You've got a joiner in the coax outside the house, going up to the antenna, the last bit of coax. Disconnect that and put a dummy load on it. Then at least you've been isolated from the all through the radio, the amplifier, and all the rest of the bits and pieces out to the outside coax. So the problem is from the new bit of coax up to the aerial or in the aerial, but it's somewhere around that end. So at least some part of the brain's come alive and come up with common sense. Anyhow, you enjoy the rest of your day. Give regards to everyone, and I'll catch up with you later on. Not later on today, probably later on tomorrow. So cheers for now then, mate. VK3MJR, GW4XY. Thanks for all the bits of info. Back to you.
Can I ask you this one for you?
GW4XY, VK3MJR. Well, you go back 12 months. And, all you were doing was listening around. Didn't want to talk and everything else. Since you've come on here and got in touch with us lot, we haven't been able to shut you up since then. So we've created a monster. But hey, we've got your mind working, we've got the body working, and everything else, and that's what it all takes. No point sitting around moping. Got to get in there and do bits and pieces. So you're back into the hobby. If you're coming back into the hobby, at least you can do is key up and use it. And you're a hotspot expert these days, a DMR expert, and everything else. Got involved with the guys at the club again. Gone into antenna building again. So that 12 months of coming back into it, you started to get back into it again. So that's all good. All right, 7-3, and we shall catch up to you later on. If I don't catch you tonight, I'll catch you again tomorrow. 7-3, mate. You enjoy your day, and yeah, keep doing what you're doing, because you're doing okay, mate, over.
Yeah, cheers, mate. I'm actually thinking about it. That's probably it, actually. Talking to you guys, I'm having to think more, so therefore I'm using more brain power. Perhaps that's all part of the process, because that's what they say, isn't it? If you don't talk to people and that, you tend to stagnate, and then you go into, not a sort of, I won't say depression, but you just go into a numb sort of state. But if you keep communicating with people, and then with the conversations the conversations we've had over the last year, God, man, the things we've covered and all the rest of it, that's probably what it is. The brain's pretty exhausted. Well, not exhausted, but it's certainly been pushed. Yeah, so that's all probably part of it, mate. It's probably all, even though we sort of laugh and joke at it and think, oh, I don't believe we just come out with that, especially me. But in the end of the day, it works for us in a way because it makes the old brain work, and then we get through it, sort it out, move on to the next problem. And yeah, doing us good in the brain power side of it. Okay then, buddy, well, you enjoy the rest of your evening, and I'll catch up with you probably tomorrow. VK3MJR, GW4X tomorrow. So, mate.
Yeah, that's possibly it, yeah. Yeah. I've got to exercise my vocal cords after having a stroke and things like that. You've got to exercise all your breathing and pumping the blood with all your problems. So, yeah, we're doing what we're supposed to do. You know, if somebody with a stutter, I think singing is probably the best thing for them. They can sing, but they can't talk. But yeah, you've got to get them out there talking. So yeah, it's all exercising, mate. Exercising the voice, exercising the brain. We've gone to so many nooks and crannies of our brains. We've talked about so many bits and pieces that we don't even know that we've even talked about them half the time. But hey, it makes sense to me. It makes sense to you. That's all that really matters. 7-3, mate. Enjoy life. 7-3, mate.
Cheers, buddy. Catch you later. GW4 tomorrow.
GW2YX, possibly West Wales, calling by the way.
Foxtrot, Golf, Quebec.
Delta 4 Mike Oscar calling CQ and stand by.
LJM.
Beijing, Hong Kong 1, Victor, Echo, November, from Delta Delta 4, Mike Oscar. Bravo Hotel 1, Victor Hotel Echo from Delta Delta 4, Mike Oscar. Do you copy? Bravo Hotel 1, Victor November Echo from Delta Delta 4, Mike Oscar.
Q, KF0, LJM, listening.
KF0 Lima Juliet Mike. Yes, is correct. Papa Alpha 3 Golf Yankee Quebec.
Off Yankee, Quebec, KF0, LJM, that is correct. Name is Mario, Mike Alpha Radio India Oscar, located in Parker, Colorado. Come back.
Yes, Mario. Good morning for you, say, I think. And he is in the afternoon. Good day. Kilo Foxtrot 0 Lima Juliet Mike, Papa Alpha 3 Golf Yankee Quebec. From the port of Rotterdam, in the Netherlands, yes. Yeah, I have visitors here in the Radio Shack. Okay. Nice working.
good audio here on this side on the portaphone. Our working conditions is a portaphone, simple Boafang 1707, 1701, with a little hotspot. That's all what I have at the moment. There's no problem. Go ahead, Mario, yeah. KF0 Lima Juliet Mike. Yeah, go ahead. Up Alpha 3 Golf Yankee Quebec.
Alpha 3 Golf Yankee Quebec. KF0 LJM. Nice to meet you, sir. Adrian. You have a good audio, nice strong audio, good signal, 5.9, no drop off. I'm running a Highcom IC9700 into an OpenSpot Pro 4. I thank you for the contact. Good talk with you today. My morning, it is 5:21 a.m. here in Mountain Time. Currently have 56 degrees and a light wind out of east-southeast and no precipitation. I'll leave it back to you with your final. Alpha 3 Golf Yankee Quebec. Kilo Foxtrot 0 Lima Juliet Mike.
Okay, Mario. Kilo Foxtrot 0 Lima Juliet Mike. Alpha 3 Golf Yankee Quebec. Yes, nice business. 73. And I thank you for the radio contact. No problem. And yes, I wish you a very nice day. And hope you meet again in the future, Mario. No problem. And here on DMR, there's nice business. Yeah, I heard you have an Icon 9700. I have also the radio. There's no problem. Excellent radio. I'm very happy with it. Thanks for the radio contact, Mario. 73s. And I'll meet you again, no problem. Kilo Foxtrot 0, Lima Juliet Mike, Papa Alpha 3, Golf Yankee Quebec.
'73. Stay well, you and your family. Bye now.
Kilo 0, Lima Juliet Quebec. You copy it, Kilo 1 Yankee Romeo Charlie.
M0, WNT, G650p.
Yankee Bravo 7, you copy India Kilo 1 Yankee Romeo Charlie.
Bom dia. Alpha Uniform 2, Uniform India Echo from Brazil.
KE8 CBW Epsilon.
Okay, thank you for answering. My name is Érico, South America, Brazil, Ilhas Solteiras, São Paulo, Brasil.
DU2 UIE, this is KE8CBW here in Michigan, USA. How are you this morning, my friend? Name here is Joe, Juliet, Oscar, Edward.
Okay, I'm fine, thanks. For here, it's a rainy morning, okay? It's raining now. It's nice temperature. It's 20 degrees Celsius for here.
ZBP. Yeah, I'm still here, Paul.
It's 49 degrees Fahrenheit here in Michigan, and we're coming into our fall time here. It's going up to 70 degrees today, so get some cooler nights, but I like that. Good for sleeping and everything. No rain here. We've had some pretty dry weather here in Michigan this year. It's just been awful hot and humid, so I don't know what our winter's going to be like.
VK3 HBS, VK3 MJR. Don't go hanging around. The rope will get tied around the neck. So, take the rope off your neck. And you'll be right. No more hanging around. How'd you be, Hans? How's your day been? It's been a beautiful day here, up until maybe 7 o'clock, and then we had a bit of rain come through. First bit of rain we've had for donkey's ages, mate, over.
I used Yaesu STM 300, STM 300, and now I buy Dolphin 1701 for, and I'm guessing it.
Yeah, it was alright. Yeah, I wasn't on last night. Some unknown reason. I was just feeling like, feeling really lethargic. Went to bed early. I woke up like it, so. But slowly starting to feel a little bit better. I don't know what it was, but haven't even touched any of the radios until just now. So not one of them have been on VK3 MJR, VK3 HBS.
I heard a station today that was in West Yorkshire that was working Cornwall, and also yesterday there was a couple of stations that were up on high ground that was giving me colossal signals, but they were some couple of them were working down into Cornwall, about near the Cornish station. That might be a bit of fun for you to have a say hello. It's good for people that are on the hub there to have a listen on 145, 450, S18, see if they can work it. Okay, Ken, just thought I'd give you a shout on that one. Have a little break, mate. Get yourself a nice cup of coffee and have a little listen. 73 per hour, 30 CDX.
Yes, sir, and thanks for calling. And have a nice Sunday for you, okay? Until this next call. I hope we contact again, okay? Thank you, have a nice day, and bye-bye, 73 Joe.
Well, go to bed. So it's, was just one of those little things. So, but otherwise, So anyway, what about today? Are you feeling okay now? You're alive, you're kicking. You've been chasing rabbits all over the place. No, you haven't been chasing DX because you haven't turned the radios on. I think I turned mine on for about 5 minutes today and turned it off. And I just had a lazy day. I just kicked back and watched Bathurst. Mucked around, just watching Bathurst on the telly, mate. No news for me to be there. because it would have been cold, wet and windy and everything else as the day went on. Yeah, I think I've done the right thing staying home, I have.
Standing by. Go ahead, please.
Wrong. When it started to rain there, because I also watched it there, so they should have had the race Saturday. That's when they should have had it. It was perfect all day. But I didn't see the tail end. I didn't get to see who won because I had to cook dinner, so I missed that. So if you know who won, let me know. Sorry, what was that? Sandy saying she thinks it was Reynolds or something. I don't know that one, I don't think. Yeah, anyway, yeah, it was Kane. So? Payne. Oh, let's say no, it was Payne that won it. Yeah, a few bingles. Silly things were happening to the vehicles, and then we had one that was, I think it was under somebody's laps left. Well, I think now it's I think got down to 13 laps or somewhere around there, and the one that was in the lead for a while, in the afternoon, he had, he thought something got water around the engine or something that was jerking all the way back to the pits, poor bugger. Anyway, that's where the vehicle stayed. So I don't know if they found out what the fault was, but what a shame. Yeah. Anyway, Waller's done more or less what you done there, Ron. Just sat back and watched the race. It wasn't too bad of a race, I must say. I actually watched one or two of the others too prior to it starting. VK3 MJR, VK3 HBS.
And I have a Kenwood D74 for that, but I do like the fact that the Anytone 878 doesn't use up the battery as quick as the Kenwood D74. After about 2 or 3 days, Kenwood D74, I've got to recharge the battery. But Anytone 878, man, it can go a week, week and a half, 2 weeks, just depending on how much I use it before I have to recharge it. I'm talking to you on a Bridgecom Skybridge Raspberry Pi, and like I said, coming in 5.9 here. And it is clearer lately here than on D-Star. And this time of the morning, usually everybody is very polite instead of later in the day when it gets to be Wild Wild West. But pardon me, I do enjoy my DMR. KJ4 DFP, back to you.
And so forth like that. So it was a 5-second penalty that sort of swapped it around. So basically, done a Bradbury from third to up to first sort of thing, whatever.
Tune in open spot 4. I do D-Star also, and I do C4 FM. C4 FM, I have a Yaesu 70 HT, and boy, the battery life is terrible on that thing. It uses up so much of the battery. But the 878, you're right. I can run a couple days, without putting it in the charger. And it's a great little radio, and it's built like a tank and everything. So that's the only radio that I have for DMR. I carry this around with me. I didn't know how much I would use DMR at all to see about buying another radio. For D-Star, I have a 5100A, and then I have a 9700 that I do for D-Star. And then for C4 FM, all my radio go-to here in the house is an FT 300 Yaesu mobile radio that I run in the house, and then I run one in the car and in the truck. So that's what I'm running. So, all right. right, Keith. I see a couple other stations keying up, so I'll turn it back over to you to put the ribbons on it. Catching up with you this morning, and you have a really good Sunday. You're sounding really good. So I'll turn it back to you, Keith, from Joe, KE8CBW in Michigan, and 73.
Everything else, a lot of the cars, some of the cars are sitting right up their backside. You know, if they break up running front brakes a little bit too hard, one behind I ain't gonna really be able to do anything. He can put his brake on, but he's gonna go straight into him. Yeah. But anyway, it was, like I said, it was a pretty good race. I must admit. It was just a shame that they got the amount of rain that they did. So they thought that it was meant to stop around 3 or 4 o'clock, but it never did. It just got heavier and heavier and heavier. So it does that a lot up there, I've noticed. So yeah. Nothing really else to report. It was a pretty quiet day. We had no visitors, no nothing, and I'm looking outside and it's just starting to rain again. What's outside? Me brakes falling down in the driveway was against the wall. VK3 MJR, VK3 HBS.
0 CDX. 7 FEK. VK3 HBS, VK3 MJR. Yeah, fine business. Yeah, I don't mind a little bit of rain at the racetrack. It adds to the interest. It definitely adds to it. Puts a bit more activity in there. A little bit of slipping and sliding and everything else. Brings out the safety car sometimes, but sometimes safety car is a pain. I don't like it when they finish on the safety car. But no, they were fine. They were able to get all the laps snowed in without worrying about finishing on safety cars and everything else. So that was all good. But I didn't mind. So that's all over and done with now until next year. So well, that was Caulfield Cup, I think, and then Melbourne Cup, and so that'll be the next bits of activity getting around the place. I'm not either interested in either of them. It's no big deal. It's just a horse race. And, as I always say, even with car racing, horse racing, or whatever, the best one on the day is going to win it. You can't go by stats or anything else. You can have the best of the best up against the field, and you say, you've got to win this, hands down. And yet, you can have a bad day, come on last. So it is what it is. It's just another day. If you got an interest in horses, well, you go out to the races. If you got an interest in cars, you go out to that race. If you got an interest in something else, you go that way, into music or wherever. It's all good. But I had an interest of just absolutely doing nothing. So I just made myself comfortable, turned off all the radios, didn't even have a handheld on, and just kick back, watch racing all day. First time I've done that for ages. And normally I just watch the first 3 or 4 laps, and then give it a miss, go outside, play, do whatever for the rest of the day, and come back in and watch the finals. But watched the whole lot today for a change.
Okay, Steve. I was just harping on about your lunch. That's all I was doing. You mentioned food, and of course my ears pricked up. Just thinking about the delicacies you got on your plate for a Sunday. It's pretty good around the country, I think. Pete had commented earlier, said that it was running out west for him. I popped on to 450 where he's monitoring 145, 450 S18. I didn't hear him, but heard a couple of stations out there as well. But whether or not they were talking to him or he was part of the QSO, didn't hear his call sign mentioned, I don't know. Whichever way it's running, tropospheric ducting can swing all over the place, can't it, as we well know. All right, Steve, let me not keep you, and enjoy your Sunday. I hope the sun's shining where you are. G0OMK, click.
And dry, so yeah, it's a bit confusing. Yeah. Oh, it's even like football. Look at my side. I was sitting on top of the ladder and I was to say all year and didn't even make the grand final. Shocking. Yeah. Oh, geez, when I was younger, what was I into? Oh, I was just mainly into fishing, camping, and yeah, and just working. But yeah, prior to meeting Sandy, I was I've got to let this one out. Can't let this go. I was into girls. What male ain't? You know, male ain't into that. There's something definitely wrong. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, I was going to go to the daughters today, but no, I thought I'd get my head right and everything else. I didn't want to go out in case, you know, one of the grandkids have got something and you know, I'm still trying to become a little bit right, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm still not there fully, but yeah, feeling heaps better compared to last night. So, yeah, like I said, I went to bed early. It's not like me. Even the other half said, "You sure you're all right?" Yeah, just need sleep. Oh, geez, I hit the bed and I was gone. VK3 NJR, VK3 HBS.
Quite 800 yet. You're coming in at 5'9" here. I'm talking to you on the Anytone 878 with a Sky Brilliant Raspberry Pi. And I can hear you clearly. And it's 58 degrees Fahrenheit. I haven't done except the Celsius. I will in just a minute. But it's a clear day for a Sunday. God's day of rest. KJ4 DFP, back to you.
It's just a matter of if you need to take a break, you take a break for sure. It's like Mark. He's been on today or tonight, just before you come on. We're on there having a bit of a chat, and yeah, he's had enough. Needs a bit of a break, and yeah, he probably won't be back tonight, but he'll be back again tomorrow night. So he's gone off to have an early night, whether he goes and plays PlayStation or sits back and watches a midday show, has a bit of lunch, or goes for a walk, or a ride, or whatever. So yeah, he's got other things to do, and that he's been playing around with antennas and cables and everything else. He's been hunting around looking for his short, but he's convinced it's in his cable that runs up to the antenna. So the whole lot's going to come back down again and sort it out. So yeah, he's been working on organising a different way of getting it up and down where it can be done a little bit easier, and that. So yeah, he's had a bit of a think about that. So he's rattled his brain at the moment. So he's gone off to have coffee and have something to eat, I think, mate. Over.
Yeah, I see you got the footprint on there now, mate, on your schematic. So if you get rid of that other 40-pin header and replace that with that footprint what you've downloaded, mate, and we connect all your connections up and then open it in design mode, you should see the board there then, mate. So if all that makes sense, Kev, M0WNT. Oh, sorry, mate, and Just like I say, yeah, your software's got to be different from mine, mate. I've probably got an older version because I haven't been on it for probably 6 or 7 months. So mine probably needs updating, mate. That's probably why. M0WNT.
I'm talking to you on the Anytone 878. You're coming in 59 here. I live in Roberta, Georgia. That's 125 miles southwest of Atlanta. Give you a reference point. KJ Flores, DFP, back to you.
Probably is, but I can only work standard, I think it's all pro. I can't remember which one I've got up there. And then when you were going through the video and explaining, I couldn't find after bits and pieces you were explaining the video, but you just answered it by saying that yours is an older version. But yeah, I got there in the end. But it's just a little bit frustrating that obviously they update the software, that it threw me in a confusion. But I won't have any problem because I've done enough of these, but this is just new software. But yeah, lots of pictures, but you can see that I've done it, and that was only by just playing around. But anyway, I got there in the end. Are you at home now? Thank you.
Multi grits and just give it like a quick little nick, you know, or a bit more than a nick, and then I'll run silicon around the top part, just that top part of the PL259, and job's done. And I've never had issues ever, never back then, and still today I still do it the same way, and I don't have problems with the SWR or anything changing when it's even pouring down there run over.
Each got there, yeah, mate, that's the main thing. And like I say, you just need to delete that 40p what you've got. Just put that 40p, what you downloaded the footprint. And then everything should be all fine there, Kev. M0WNT.
A bad spot. And yeah, the way they were doing it, yeah, you sort of connecting up your cable with one hand. So yeah, he's got to organise a better way of doing that. Yeah, it was probably not nipped up. And then over a period of time, it's just come undone. Or created a problem anyway. But yeah, we won't know until such time as it's down. And whether he ever finds it then, or he may do it up and, yeah, checks it and everything is fine. So, yeah, he just put that down to a loose connection. So, yeah, that's, yeah, quite a lot of people sometimes where they go off and do some soldering. Yeah, they put enough heat on the wire, but not enough heat on the plug, so it doesn't actually melt or doesn't blend, and it doesn't adhere to it properly. You know, so you fuse up with just a dry solder joint. So yeah, there's all different things that people do and everything else. Some people just put that much heat into them and virtually melt everything. And create their own shorts that way. So, yeah, it all comes down to different ways of doing things. Some people like to put their plugs on and then solder the plug between the holes back to the braid. Others will put the braid on. Put their plug on and have the braid coming back on the outer side and then resoldering that to the plug. You know, others will fold the braid over and screw the cable back over the braid. So yeah, there's just so many different ways of doing things, and whichever way you go, you could always get problems in either direction, mate. Anyway, ever.
Please. Go ahead to the base station and call me, I believe, Bolt 62 Delta Papa.
Something to do it. I had a mate used to do that when you got the holes for the the braid and the earth. You know, they used to pull some of it through the holes, and then salt. Or they used to use it like not a grinder, but a file, and you know, sand the chrome or whatever it is that's around them. Use the file and take it back, and then used to solder them. Yeah, it worked most times. Sometimes it won't hold, not put enough heat into it. Yeah, oh, well, I usually cut my braid back, you know, so only so far, so it's nowhere near the centre one, and it's make sure as I'm screwing it in, because yeah, I also cut that back with a bit of what do you call it? Stanley knife. Yeah, just sort of make it a little bit thinner, the plastic. Yeah, and then I just screw it in with the earth wire still there, and I've never had a problem. And it just gets tighter and tighter and tighter, and that's it. You know, you can only go so far, and it's locked in tight. And then I'll solder the inner pin. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, everyone's different. They like doing it their own way. Yeah. Back over to you there, Ron.
Special play, my friend. Victor Romacho, CW, PY7J, over.
Roger. Yankee number 7, Alpha Juliet. This is Victor Romeo 2, Charlie Whiskey. Amigo, thank you very much for your QSO. Your signal comes to here 5 by 9. The modulation loud and clear. Very good to have a QSO with you, although it's a short. Anyway, I will put it in my QRZ.com to make the confirmation of the QSL. Anyway, thank you very much. Muito obrigado pelo contacto. Ciao.
Don't have to worry about that. Yeah, it was heavy enough. It was making that much noise outside on the tin roof. I could hear it from in there. So it was a good bit of rain. So yeah, it would have been able to short circuit anything that was outside. But yeah, nothing short of. So it was all good. I was happy enough with that. So yeah. Well, the antenna set it about 1.5, I think. I think that's where the gamma's roughly set, and so yeah, I just found the meter, so it showed up a 0, but on the meter. So if it when the rain come, if the SWR come up, well, I can see it without any problems. But yeah, nothing moved. Everything's fine. So it's all good. But I've got to lower it back down again over the next couple of weeks. I've got to get a bit more aluminium. I've got to change the elements on the 2 metre one. I've got to take the 2 metre beam down, take out all the elements. Re-drill the holes to a larger size, and then knock in all the new elements. So I drill a hole, so it's a real tight fit for those elements, and I've got to knock them in using a rubber mallet. I'll knock them in, and then once they're in to their right position, then I just lock them into place, and yeah, no problems at all. I don't like drilling a hole out too big. They rattle too much, mate, over.
But I think conditions are up on the at the moment. Yeah, I'd be very interested in that. And yeah, I've got a few Raspberry Pis lying around. In fact, I did have a couple that had failed on me, and believe it or not, I repaired them. So I've gone into repairing Raspberry Pis.
one was a Raspberry Pi 02W, and the other one was a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus, and I've repaired both of them. Can't believe it. I better not shout too loud, otherwise I'll have people giving me Raspberry Pis to repair. But I think it's more luck than anything. Okay, Andreas, 73, and I look forward to the video. G6MDP. Catch you later.
On up peeps, up around the 2, and so we thought we'd go out and shake that, and we said that's where your problem is. Your radio was always, so it would have been changing heaps. That's not good. Anyway, well, if Mark's new thing he's got, if it was only done up by the fingers, that would have come loose really easy, really easy. You'd expect it to come loose just with the rotation of the coax. But anyway, you learn by your mistakes. If it was only going to be up there, doing it up with your fingers for a test, well, that's fine. But if something's going to be up in the air for a long time, you want it more or less done properly the first time. But you learn by mistakes. Anyway, so is he going to pull it down, or is he going to try and work on it up there? Or I was going to say to him the other day, I said, I've got a long ladder here, an extension ladder. Oh, that would have worked awesome for him, but long way to take it, isn't it? Unless you can find someone that's got a nice big long one, he should be right. VK3MJR, VK3HBS. I think when they done it, I think two guys were holding the ladder while one went up the ladder. So it was a real rickety sort of thing, and you can only hang on to the ladder with one hand and put the plug or something on with his other hand or something. So, I would say that's possibly where the problem is, but hey, we weren't there. I wasn't there. I can only sort of go by what I hear, and from what I'm hearing, that's possibly what it is. Not blaming Mark or his other mates or anything else. Which is one of those things. Mark had faith in his other mates. His other mates had faith in Mark, and everything else. It just didn't work out. It's just the height of where they had to go to reconnect the cable. That was the only problem. But anyway, that'll all get sorted out when he gets it down. He's been looking at buying some other tubing or other pipe or whatever, and he's going to change his winching positions or his tilt position or where his cable hooks up to his pole and things like that to make it a bit easier to pull up. So he's going to do a little bit of reconfiguration and try and get it so he can do it all on as a one-man station, mate. Over.
Well, that helped us out as well. But it was lovely listening to your conversation earlier on. As I say, it got a few of the experimental juices flowing. So anyway, right, I'll do one. And no doubt I will catch up with you again in the not too distant future. As I say, I'll let you know how I get on with it as well. I'll say 7-3. It's been a pleasure talking to you. M0XB from M7HSF. Ta-ra for now.
Yeah, so he can get it down and whatever the fault is, he can fix it himself. And also, yeah, so put the back up. He should find it pretty well easy, depending on how he does it. I'm pretty sure he's probably going to look at quite a few of them through videos, or maybe he's still been talking and you might have told him, one way to go. But yeah, he'll work it out for sure. Might not be up there for a couple of weeks or maybe longer, depending on how long it takes him. Depending on weather too. Yeah, so I'm not sure what the weather's been like. We'll say over our weekend. I'm not even sure what the day is over there. It'll be Sunday, I'm sure, but yeah. It's usually during the day and we're evening. So yeah. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and good night, good evening to you. So my name is Chris Romero in the Sierra, and my QTH is the city of Luxembourg, in the country of Luxembourg. It's hard to find on the map unless you zoom, but it's situated between Germany, France, and Belgium, right in between the 3 countries. And I'm using Anytone 878, currently on a local city repeater. Back to you, Victor Romeo 2, Charlie Whiskey, Lima X-Ray 1, Delta Kilo Echo.
Roger. Lima X-Ray number 1, Delta Kilo Echo, Victor Romeo 2, Charlie Whiskey. Christian, very good to know you here. My QTH is 5 kilometers away from the Hong Kong International Airport. Now the weather is cloudy weather with occasionally a shower. Temperature is 29 degrees Celsius, not hot, but it's okay there. Back to you.
Oh, I sort mine out when I got a problem, So it's just a matter of that. I've sent a couple of photos of my antennas, my pole and how it tilts over and things like that. I sent that over to him so he can have a look and get a rough idea of how mine actually works. It's just a matter of, you can, I'm not saying mine's absolutely perfect, it's not the best, but it's the best I've got. I'm happy enough with it. I got ideas from other people, and they come up with what I wanted. It fits where I wanted it. So that's what Mark will be doing. He'll be looking at other people's setups and things like that, and then adapt a little bit of this one, a little bit of that one, and create his own one that works for him. That will be fine. Anyway, chances are our other thing is on there, N2BSS. It's possibly on. Leave a break and see whether Jeff's there. I'm only saying that because I just received photos. N2BSS, VK3MJR to pick up, otherwise you grab it, Mark. Hands.
Delta 4, Mike Oscar, Victor Romeo 2, Charlie Whiskey.
Yes, evening mates, how are you all doing today? VK3HBS and VK3MJR into BSS, recovering from the party. Got the first cup of coffee down, but I think I'm going to need 2 or 3 more. Turned in late last night. Needless to say, I slept in this morning. But went off without a hiccup. It did rain, but it didn't rain hard. It was just kind of drizzled, but we did modify the ceremony a little bit because that's when it was raining. But course, as soon as the bride came down the aisle, it stopped raining. So there you go. We didn't have to do it under umbrellas. So I sent you a couple of smatterings of pictures there, but a good time was had by all. And yeah, the squirrel did not show up and pinch the wedding cake, so that's a good thing. He did show up about 6 this morning, and I was knocking on the belly pan again. And yeah, I was in no mood for shenanigans today, and I'm like, just go in the trap, will you? Over to you, Hans. VK3 HPS and TBSS.
Did a PM shift overtime on the afternoon shift from 1 to 9 yesterday on Saturday, and then kind of just transcended into Sunday morning here, and started at 9 o'clock on my second shift and went all the way till 5. I'm literally driving out the gate of the station as we speak. Coming to you live and direct from Calabasas, California. This is W8LOU here on Papa 4.
So, well, okay, there's a wedding happening on your property, and who was doing the cooking? Yeah. So you probably got a couple of people in to do that, or just friends that you know that was doing all that sort of stuff. And did you run a bar where where everyone goes to get a cold drink or a wine or anything else? Or was it just everyone just help yourself? Oh, geez, I remember at my sister's, on her wedding, they had a bloke that was running the bar, and I'll tell you the time he hit, I think it was about 10:30 at night. This was on their property as well. But they had it in like a little bungalow. We call them like a little bedroom that they're at the back of, back of the property. A little bungalow just for sleeping in. It's got 2 windows, a door and things. Anyway, they got like, they made up like a little bar. And, they had a couple of kegs in there full of beer. And, he was serving the alcohol. He had all the glasses and everything in that bungalow. And he was also doing the wines, different wines, what people wanted. By the time it hit 10:30, he was pretty well pissed. We caught him. I think we got him out of there by about 11:30. The gun, Ron, where you meant to hold the glass on a certain leg and press the gun for the beer, and just sort of let it go until it's near full. You just got to make sure you got the adjustments right on those whatever those gas bottles are for. And he was drinking it from there. Anyway, over to you there, Ron.
And yeah, spoke to Fanatic. I could feel whiskey X-ray 9 USA Delta Zero whole Tango Oscar.
Hens was should never have been behind the bar, for sure. Yeah. And you left him there until 11 o'clock or something. He was off his face. That would be a downer for sure. But nevertheless, actually, I watched the dance bride and groom. I like their little shenanigans to start off with. Like a mock-up sword fight, I suppose you could say. I don't know what that one was about, but it was just like a mock-up duel with swords. And then went off into to their dance and that. And I seen the cake there. I said, the squirrel didn't get any of it. By the size of the knife, he wouldn't want to be anywhere near the cake. Otherwise he'll lose everything for sure. But it looks like it all went off well. No issues, no problem. A little bit of rain. It was undercover. plenty of lighting and that there, so that was all good. So, yeah, I'm glad everyone was all happy and everyone enjoyed themselves. Well fed, well watered, and yeah, they're probably all well sleeping at the moment, mate, over.
But we stayed friends all these years. I bring her boyfriends up to the Magic Castle, whoever she's dating at the time. She comes a few times a year and comes and sees me and hangs out. Really, really cool people. Back to you, Johnny. WW.
That's cool. I tell you. Yeah, you guys didn't know each other for a little while. There wasn't anything much about it. So you're out there. I know traffic is light this time of morning and smooth sailing to wherever it is that you need to go to.
6 Zulu Uniform Foxtrot. Whiskey Bravo 6 Zulu Uniform Foxtrot.
Too bad. And that all worked out for them. And Ron, the two of them met at the fencing club when they were in college. So they opened up with an homage to fencing. Of course, neither of them do any fencing anymore. They kind of gave it up for a little while. We'll see if they get back into it later on. But yeah, since that's where they met. Of course, as the story goes, and all the members of the fencing club who were in attendance would say, Jason was clueless that Jason was clueless that she was sweet on him until he finally got it and they met and they got together. So there you go. So that's the story on that. Yeah, it's all over, but we're cleaning up now. We did leave some apples down there and some whatever else. Got to go down and clean up today. It was late last night when it was all over, and yeah. So if any deer or anything got in, they probably helped themselves to some of the apples that were left over down there. But we got the leftover cake and food and whatnot, and made sure to bring it all back up inside. And of course, had to collect the rubbish as well. Otherwise, something would have got in there. I was going to leave it down there, but my son goes, "Yeah, Dad, I was walking over here and I saw a fox, and he looked like he was staring at the garbage." So we had to get it all taken care of. VK3HPS, NTDFS.
If we got into an accident, the kids in the back seat flip the door. They pull the handle and get out. No problem. They're not electric. And if they were electric, even if the doors were locked, like you put the car in drive, the door is locked. When you push that handle, it automatically unlocks the doors. At least it does in my car. But you shouldn't have to. So say, for instance, I had a Tesla, and I pick up the kid from school. The kid gets in the car and it says, "Hey, now my daughter's read the manual. I need to give you a 5-step method to open the back door in case we're in an accident. You see that little panel down there by the floor? You got to pull that panel off. There's a little handle under there. You need to reach in and open that handle. That's how you open the back door." I shouldn't have to go through an owner's manual with everybody that gets in the car. A car is a stupid design. And like I say, I wouldn't put my family in one.
And standing by.
An HF radio. Mounted on my dashboard, I had an ICOM 7300 mounted on the dashboard, and I had a really nice HF antenna on the rear trunk.
Zulu Papa, or Sierra Papa Zulu. This is WX9 USA. You cut out as soon as you said Oscar Kilo 2, but your call sign did come up on my display. Very nice to make your acquaintance. First name here is Richard, and my QTH is Central Illinois in the United States. Currently around 8.5 degrees Celsius, 7:14 in the morning, and I am talking to you on a ComJot CJ1 Advanced Android radio, and I am utilizing the built-in hotspot. Microphone, back to you.
That you done anyway there, Jeff. VK3MJR, VK3HVS.
I hope it works now. I am using Anytone 168 and repeater in our city. My city is Lin, Zulu Lima, India, November. I'm in job now, and in Czech Republic is after 2 p.m. Back to you, Richard. This is Oscar Kilo 2, Sierra Papa Zulu.
You put your seatbelt on. The door handle is right there. You just lift it, pull it, whatever method. It's usually very straightforward. 5-year-olds can do it. But in a Tesla, it's different. And in a Tesla, in the front doors, the switch panel on the left, you have to reach under it, push a little button, and lift up, and that opens your door. Well, that's not in plain sight. And if that 24-year-old woman that lost her life was borrowing the car from someone and didn't know that, just assumed everything would be fine, she's dead now. It's such a stupid design. The car needs manual door overrides where you can see them, but a dumb design is costing people their lives.
Maybe a bit of wine and a bit of cake for teasing him. But take the cake inside. He doesn't deserve any cake, that's for sure. But okay. So they meant at fencing, and that's what the as I say, the sword fight part was about. It's fencing. Yeah. But no, that's good. That's good that it's all ticked over, all gone down well. So now they're going to head off for their honeymoon. So they'll get away from there, enjoy a few days away, or a week, or whatever the case may be, and come back and back into it again. And they've got the building to take care of then. I think you're getting involved in that one as well. So, you haven't got rid of him, mate. There's just got more work for you to do, Jeff Over.
No. But anyways, thank you so much, Richard. And I figured it's because it's a Detroit star. That's why the app is a piece of junk. So anyways, let me pick up that operator from the Czech Republic. You still monitoring over? Thank you so much for the modulation. I'm not kidding you. I don't know why. Sometimes I get good reports, sometimes not.
2 weeks, but then he has to go on a work trip I'm going to confuse myself. He's going to Sweden for another 2 weeks after that. So we're going to they're going to go to Croatia, then London. I figure, well, maybe they can jump across real quick and go visit Mark, right? Help him with his antenna. But then she's coming back to the States, and he's got to go to Sweden for 2 more weeks before he comes home, and then I think in December he's got to go to Germany. So he's gonna be a busy boy for a little while with all this traveling. Yeah, they're looking forward to it. They're here until I think about noon today, and they gotta go back home to get ready for their flight tomorrow. So to all good things. It was nice having everybody in town, but now the event is here. The event is past. Now we, after the cleanup, we return to our regularly scheduled lives. Already in progress. Over to you, Hans.
More power now, so the receiver seems to have been greatly enhanced.
At least they get to go on 2 weeks for their honeymoon. And then she's got to come back, and then he's where's he going, to Sweden, Croatia? What was the other one? UK and Germany? Oh, geez, I hope he knows quite a few languages. Oh, geez, he's a busy boy. I don't know what he does, but whatever he does, he seems to be very busy.
Anyway, yeah, once the clean-up's done at your place, you can sit back and relax again and just keep carrying on the way you've been carrying on and finish all the rest of your W, and you can do the same thing, retire and sit back on the veranda with a nice rocking chair and root through summertime and just take it nice and easy. Yeah. Anyway, Ron's already doing that these days. Sometimes I think I'm doing it as well. And I've only, well, I won't say I've just turned 60. Geez, I'm not far off from turning 61. That's come around too quick. And I'm not liking that idea. But anyway, yeah. Back over to you there, Ron. BK3MJR. And N2BSS, BK3HBS. N2BSS, BK3MJR. You want to have a chat to those caterers. He needs to put a bit of paint on his trailer. Yeah, but it's not a bad smoker. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, you need something that size for doing catering and that. But, yeah, ideal. Yeah, that'd be perfect. A bit of paint wouldn't hurt. It looks rugged, but yeah, it doesn't matter. That's what it does. It's have a good grill, a good plate inside, and everything else. So yeah, no issues. I wouldn't worry about trying to paint the outside. Yeah, it'll just burn off with the heat. But yeah, but otherwise, no, everything that was good. That's what you call a barbecue, Jeff. Yeah, only trouble is for you and the wife, yeah, it's a little bit oversized. Yeah, just the little portable ones that we've got are big enough for that. But yeah, when you're dealing for 40 or 50 odd people, or even more, then yeah, you do need a big kick-ass barbie like that, mate, Abba.
So I'm doing good, molto bene. You know, Latino out of lead to me. I woke up this morning breathing. Anyways, 52 with the temperature is the 52, cold here in Kentucky. But anyways, yeah, nationa, buona giornata, es usula nisio. So anyways, the sun is out. You know, I understood what you said. Very, very good. I'm not going to tie it up. I saw you there. You speak Italian very good. Gustavo, an Italiano name. So anyways, the next time I'll tell you my trip to Calabria. That's where I'm from, Calabria. I'm Calabrese, testa tosta. QSL?
One electric one, which is it's actually a portable unit that you can take places. Running off a 12-volt battery. I have a big ceramic smoker, and then I have an old dual chamber one that can be powered off propane or charcoal or whatever. That's been sitting in storage for a considerable amount of time. So I dragged that out if I got to chase all the mice out of it. But that was one of the first ones I owned, and then I just started moving up the ladder to different smokers. But yeah, nothing as big as the one the caterer had. But yeah, that was a big truck, and we had some issues getting that packed in. So I grabbed my big clippers and just started hacking away at one of the other bushes that was there, and made room for them to squeeze in. So there you go. And of course, I spared you the gory details of the portable loo, the propane heater, and everything else. But no, I had plenty of heat. Luckily, it didn't get terribly cold last night. I think it was, it may have been around 12, 13 degrees outside, but it was comfortable inside with a big propane heater. and didn't use a whole lot of gas. The generator went through about half a cylinder's worth, but I guess that's what it was designed to do. But the portable loo had a pair of electric heaters in it, so they were drawing considerable amount of power, which of course would have made the generator use a lot more fuel. There's probably about 3,000 watts of energy just going into the heat, and yeah, guess it's a good thing. It was a 9,000, 10,000 watt generator, right? It'll run about 8 hours on a 40-pound propane cylinder. So we shot through about half of that. Yeah, I should say 8 hours on 7-8 hours on a 40-pound cylinder at half load. So we weren't at half load. So we didn't run. Let's see, if I do the math, about 5 hours, and used about 60% of the propane. Yeah, it sounds about right. So that was the mechanical details, but it all worked in the end. DK3 HPS and 2 BSS.
Oh, you just made it. Yeah, all you gotta think now is the job's done. Yeah, you just gotta clean up now. It's a shame you haven't got anyone else to do that, but it's got to be done. And hopefully all your lights work the way you wanted them to work in the pot plants and all the rest. If any fell over, they would have been quite easy to re-pick up and sit them straight. Yeah, so, what else was I going to say? Oh, you didn't mention if anyone done any dancing. I'm pretty sure there would have been anyway. I'm not sure what type of music you were playing for the night, or you might have had a live band. I've been to a few of them. They've had a live band, and it's just been, nice, easy type of music where they played. Not heavy metal stuff or anything like that, not for a wedding anyway. Yeah. So, okay. I'll throw back to you there, Ron. And after this one, I'll have one more, and I'm going to hit the sack. Weather hasn't been the best here, Jeff. Oh, well, it's sort of been up and down, a bit of sunlight, and very cloudy. A gust here and there with the wind off and on most of the day. It's dropped off now, which is good. Not the best anyway. Normally this time of the year it should be picking up. They said Saturday here in Australia it was meant to be 29. Well, got nowhere near that, so don't know what happened. And then Sunday dropped down to about 18. So, it is what it is. Anyway. Oh, yours there, Ron, PK3MJR, PK3HBS in the group.
Canada, you're not allowed to buy those. They force you to lease them.
PK3MJR. Well, we could say Hands was a heavy metal band. Jeff was on the spoons. And somebody else had the saw, the old bow saw, and playing on that. And somebody else was on the skins. So, you could say it was heavy metal, but no, got no idea. I know I just seen the wedding waltz. And that was the only part that I was saying. I don't think there was any other videos of everybody else up dancing or whatever. But, if there was, well, good on them. But I'm sure everybody would have got up, had a bit of a wander around the floor. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of money having the dance floor there. That's for sure. But to me, it looked like it was a really good night, for sure. yeah, everything seemed to be okay. And yeah, it just had a little bit of rain or a little bit of drizzle. But yeah, it still turned out a good night for sure. But yeah, I can just imagine you at the moment there, Jeff. What would it be? Yeah, 2 glasses of wine too many, or was it 2 bottles of wine too many? But you're about 3 cups of coffee behind time. Yeah, it's a 3 cups of coffee just to get out of first gear to even think about going outside to get in and start cleaning up and tidying up. So yeah, don't know whether you're just going to have some coffee and maybe a bit of toast, or whether you're going to go for a greasy egg and bacon and stuff like that for breakfast, mate. Over.
Enjoy your afternoon, G0CDH.
For breakfast this morning. I'm sure something. It depends on the happy couple. If they have to leave here around noon today, I think. It's a 5-hour drive for them to get home, and then they got to get ready for their flight tomorrow. So hopefully all that goes off on time. And yeah, music was provided by by their phones. They had the whole playlist set up and portable speakers set up. So that was good. No, I didn't have to sing or play tunes. There's a whole pot of coffee. And there you go. Anyway, I'm going to pull out of here too, join Hans and going on the side. So it's a good chatting with you this morning. Gave you the quick redux. Maybe we'll catch you on the flip. Hopefully, tonight. So we'll go from there. So the best of 73s. Have a good night. And then have a good day tomorrow. VK3MJR and VK3HBS and QBSS. And cheers, mate.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, sir. The handle here is Ralph, Romeo Alpha Lima Papa Hotel. QTH is Derby Delta Echo Romeo Bravo Yankee in the Netherlands in England. There's 8
for intent.
Whatever it was in with the floor. Yeah, well, you never know. There might be a few bottles there. Just put on some blues. Well, you never know. Someone could have put on the blues last night there, Ron. Could have been a song like Shake It, Shake It Baby, Here We Go, Loopy Loop. And Jeff's in there swinging his little butt to the left and then to the right. Yeah, you just never know. He won't show those videos anyway. Sounds like everyone had a good night. Yeah, 73 there, Jeff. Thanks for the chat. Same to you there, Ron, 73, so I'll talk to you tomorrow. And, hopefully I'm right over whatever I got anyway. So, I'm nearly back to normal. I would still feel it a bit though, but, yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll be gone by tomorrow morning. Yeah. Excuse me, VK3MJR, all yours to take. VK3HBS will go clear after you're over there. Go ahead, Ron.
Monitoring both Brandmeister and TGIF talk groups. And I don't get to use it too much. Sometimes it's fairly quiet, but a friend of mine told me about this talk group, so I added it into the code plug, and it seems to have a little bit more activity than some of the other talk groups, so that's why I usually am on here in the morning. A lot of the talk groups in the U.S. are fairly quiet in the morning, so I have a tendency to tune into the ones in the U.K. Because they have more activity. So back to you there, Ralph, from N4OZI.
For example, I know butane is wickedly hot, burns very hot, and but this anyway, we used to use this map gas, but I don't know what it is. I'll have to look at it and see. But it was really good, a good compromise. So But yeah, ours was the same. Like, it would sit for a while and it would get used heavily. You know, you got to fix up some farm machinery or something like that, or whatever it is, and you could, or you have to do some cutting, which is really messy, but it does the job. But anyway, yeah.
You never know, it might be pitter-patter of little feet coming along in the near future. We might have a good little time away. All right, mate, 7-3. Catch up later on, Jeff. Catch you on the flip. VK3MJR clear and with NBSS and HBS, VK3 HBS, and carrying QRT as well. 7-3, guys.
Golf 7 Whiskey Bravo X-ray listening through Echo Link from Tenerife. G7 WBX listening.
You know, the idea is, I'll look into this revelation. A friend of mine told me that, oh, no, you can own those tanks in Canada. Well, yeah, I found out you can, but I found out how it works. And it's definitely not in favor of the consumer.
Seven Oscar Mike Hotel, listening via GV3PM for any calls.
Yeah, Mike 7 Oscar Mike Hotel, Golf 7 Whiskey Bravo X-ray for you from the island of Tenerife.
Acetylene is interesting stuff, though, because, of course, it goes into a tank which is full of, I think it's cotton cloth soaked in acetone. It tightly absorbs the gas to make sure that it doesn't go up to a really high pressure, because acetylene is one of those gases that if you compress it to too high of a pressure, it automatically goes off.
Good morning.
TV and playing radio.
Yeah, QSL, Ralph. Listening for OZI. I think you did. You got about 46 seconds into that transmission, and then you just disappeared. And so I figured I'd wait and see if you'd come back. But yeah, that was kind of strange. I've noticed that on your previous transmission too, but you did come back. So yeah, maybe you got a difficult to push PTT. I do have a Yaesu that sometimes does that, and I have to watch it very carefully. Sometimes if I'm not careful, I'll let go of it, and that's kind of the problem with DMR is that if you let go of the PTT, a lot of times you don't have any clue that you've done that. Nice thing about D-Star is that if you do let go of it, the hotspot will notify the radio that it's the transmissions that has ended with a beep, and that kind of wakes you up to that fact. But that's one of the shortcomings, I guess, of DMRs. It doesn't tell you that you've let go of the PTT. So back to you, Ralph, from N4OZI.
Oh, yes. When you get that radio, we'll get it fired up and test it out. All right. KI4SWX. So I'll get 7-3 from Golf 7 Whiskey Bravo X-ray. Operator Martin in Tenerife. So 73s, and have a good day, Michael.
Copy, senor. Mi nombre es Ronald Romeo Oscar November QSL.
Just saying is, look DMR because remember guns are terrible, and although I got a very old Yaesu, it's not been a very successful transmitter. Great receiver, but the transmit audio quality seems to be terrible, and it needs more work on it than I can do. So yeah, love DMR. The only chose a better radio than the 2YT that I've got at the moment, the UV380. It works, so I'm happy with it. I got the only time when we were in lockdown, there was a lot of activity and it really paid for itself. And then it pretty much dried up after that, especially with the local repeaters connecting through to DNR. So I got a bit frustrated with it and got rid of it, but a couple of years later I started to wish I hadn't, so I got the CYT, which is a lot cheaper, but it's a nice little toy. So yeah, well, love to speak to people in different countries and learn a bit about other cultures, because I haven't travelled, so it's a good opportunity for me. So yeah, back to you, and for OZI from Night Zero Romeo Lima Foxtrot.
Yeah, I can see now. Yeah, CR, that's all good. Kind of good. A little bit of crackle on your signal, but your Radio 5 perfectly readable. I can hear you through RP, which is pretty impressive. This morning I just couldn't. They put a new gate. I got my HT, so I could have gone and walked up, but I didn't in the end. But, so it sounds like you've been making quite a few contacts.
3 of them up and running, and some of them say that they don't know much about digital radio, and they say, I'm not technical, but I like to get into DMR. I kind of tell them, I said, look, if you're not very knowledgeable, on computers and such, you might want to try Fusion or D-Star. DMR is going to be quite a bit different, mostly because I think it evolved out of Moto Turbo and was originally used for public safety, is where its origins from, whereas D-Star and Fusion are originally designed for amateurs from the get-go, and that makes it easier. Anyway, I better let you go. It's good talking to you, and I'm going to got to get going and got to get some stuff done here, but it's certainly good to meet you on here, and glad I was able to get this talk group programmed into this radio. Like I said, a friend of mine suggested it. I said, you know what, that sounds like a very good idea, so I took the time to rewrite the code plug to include this one and a few others, and it's worked out real well. So I'll turn it back to you, Ralph, for a final, and hopefully we'll get you further down the log. M0RLF N4 OZI.
I don't know how far CR is, but quite a bit further.
Zero Romeo Lima Foxtrot. Yeah, there's a few English-speaking groups. I haven't explored that many of them myself, and I do enjoy 91 when it's not too busy. So yeah, absolute pleasure to speak to you this afternoon. Hope to catch you again further down the log. Listen to these for now, and I'll go QRZ.
Calm. And I could just about hear you in the noise on 450. But I don't think I'd have got back to you.
Yeah, remote scary. I think, it helps, but certainly getting away from the house, getting the noise out, 2 meters is very noisy now, so trying to get those weak signals. Let me just try, TV7, HN.
You can do. That last time you were able to. I mean, I've been listening on 450 from the home TV station, not heard you at all Saturday.
We'll be here, right? We'll be right here in our office in 3 minutes. Victor Alpha 3, India, Quebec, India. Good morning, Mike, and good morning, everybody else. I'll never ever drive a Tesla nor any electric vehicle. I remember towing was 2 years ago in Toronto. It was like a blizzard. It was a really big snowfall. Well, on the 401, here's this Tesla sitting in the middle of the highway because it's died because of the cold weather. Batteries can't handle it.
I can just hear it. I don't know if you can hear that. But it's not hearing me.
Last year, was in Calgary or Edmonton, they were stacked up at the charger blocks because they wouldn't even charge. It was so cold.
Yeah, the skip was as good as it was last night. I can remember working you on on the motor road on its little stubby handheld to handheld last time we were doing this.
There were dollars on these battery frames, so they're never going to get off the ground. But yeah, I hear you.
In fact, GP7HN has completely faded out now. Well, these things will come back up. You know, you've got to be patient. You can't just go, oh, it's not working and turn off. Because you just don't know what's going to happen. In 5 minutes later, it could be end stop there. And, CR will be gone. It's just the weird and wonderful ways of the waves. Yeah, that sounded pretty cool, didn't it, actually? Anyway, Steve, I'll leave you in peace. Please hold me in peace. I'll go back to playing on the wireless set, see what I can get. I might just try and call on 77 simplex. I mean, it's asking, it's a big ask, but you never know until you try.
On the rubber Teslas, we have daily fires, and that runoff goes down this drainage sewer into your water. What then? Exactly. Well, there's only a couple tow truck companies over in my area that actually have a firebox to put the Tesla in after it's been in a fire, because they can reignite at any time. Are you given rules at the scrapyard? Like, do they have to be 50 feet away from all vehicles when, say, a crashed Tesla comes in? It hasn't caught fire, but, the risk is always there. Do you have to put it, like I say, a 50-foot radius or 100-foot radius away from other vehicles when you drop it off? Yeah, Mike, they actually put it in a firebox. So they pick the Tesla up, they put it in this big, I believe it's a metal box. They put the Tesla in there. And so if it does go up, it's away from all cars. But yeah, you're right. You have to stay far back, and you have to keep them away from other people. It's not being promoted with the green leaf idea of driving an EV. There's a lot of bad sides to it that they're not promoting because, and I don't think they're happy when people start asking questions and finding out the truth.
I'm on 77s now, so I've put the 77s radio. I'm working through the North Wales Peter. It's really up here. I don't know, I didn't hear you driving. If you did go out, you said you were going to go out, but unfortunately somebody came over and started talking to me for ages, and I lost the channel, and then some other group started going up on there, so I thought I'll fire up on 77. So I'm going to try my luck, you never know. I was a couple of CQ calls out on 433-500. But if not, I'll go back to 2 meters G7 LTD, just listen to you, Simon, and I'll clear down.
There's an ongoing problem with them. The Tesla gets robbed in an accident, or the battery just decides to go up in flames. The only way to open the doors on Tesla is to use the electricity from the battery. There's no mechanical device to open the door from the inside or the outside. This family that mother, the father, and 3 children burned to death inside Tesla because they could not open the doors. First responders could also not open the doors. So, just for that reason alone, I would never own one. Terrible. mistake. I think the design of that vehicle. Well, there actually is a override, Lee, and it's only inside the car. Yes, first responders can't get the door open from the outside. Yes, that's a serious flaw. Somebody either got paid off or is very stupid at the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards Office to let that pass, because first responders should be able to get in. Well, the people inside the car, in the front seat of a Tesla, you have to put your hand under the switch panel. You know how you have your window switches to roll the windows up and down? You have to put your hand in front of that and pull up. That's your manual override for the front. That one's not noted. It doesn't have that as a standard door open option. It's an emergency thing. But in the back seat, that's the bad one, because you've got to pull a plastic kick panel out to get at a little latch to open the back doors manually. And when a car is filling up with smoke, people reach for some kind of a door handle. When it doesn't work, they panic. They don't know how. Go in, pull up tab A, pull out tab B, and the switch, the door open is right there. They're not thinking straight in an accident. They're in shock. The dumbest thing I've ever seen. I can't believe they let that pass either. It's terrible. It's unheard of. I mean, geez. There was another case where the driver got out. I guess it was the father got out because he knew about the emergency latch, but he couldn't get the children couldn't, too young to know how to get out of the back seat, and he couldn't get back in to get out. The kids needed to watch his kids run to them. Yeah, that just tears me up. You're making a very valid point. The valid point is we're talking children. Some of them are at an age where they can't read. You know, you get a 6-year-old kid in there can start to read and so on, but they don't know when the car is in an accident, they're in shock. These are children. They're going to go for the door latch, hit the button that normally opens the door, because that's their mindset. These are not mature adults in the back seat. They're kids. They don't know how to go and remove the little panel at the bottom and reach in and push the tab and open the door. They go for a door handle. It should be right in plain sight. And yes, I agree with you. That's another thing that's at risk is kids in the back seat, like little kids in the back seat. They're done if that car gets into an accident and the door doesn't open. They're not going to know enough to open. Even if you explain it to them 3 times over, they're not going to remember that when they're in trauma, when they're in an accident.
AC7 ZOH, Las Vegas, Nevada. Good morning. Anybody on 91 for a call? Zero Golf Tango Oscar. That's a pretty cool call. The name is Kevin, Kilo Echo, Virginia, India, November, and we're just here in Las Vegas starting my day, running a handheld GD77 through repeater. Back to you, sir.
Those type orders, is it the exact same thing? Is it a Zebra?
Nice to meet you, Jeffrey. My name is Dennis Delta. I got November from India, Dennis today. Situated Rotterdam in the Netherlands. I'm working with the FP5D with the short RF Open Spot 4 Pro cost mode in the safety of M2 DMI. Nice to meet you on the air. And they not almost, it's beating on the health of the day. Mike, back to you, Kevin. Kilo Charlie 7, Zulu, Oscar, Hotel, Delta Zero, Golf, Tango, Oscar.
Want to push this agenda of making our cars 70% electric. What about the 70% of runoff that goes in the sewers of, rare earth minerals that are going directly into our drinking water after they get into collisions? And let's face it, Dave, you know all too well, in a day, how many collisions happen? And you know, how many fires happen after the collisions? Normally very low. But with these EVs, that could all change.
Well, it's nice to meet your acquaintance. Have a wonderful day. All the best to my family, to yours. KC7ZOH will let you put a final on it.
I don't like the way, you know, electric is because it's all computers. I know gas cars are computers too, but also with a Tesla fire, you can not put water on it. So when it gets on fire, they literally have to let it burn out first.
Sometimes significant if it is necessary. But I want to wish you the best for you and your family from the Netherlands. And thank you very much for picking out the call sign. And have a nice day and work day. So to you and good luck in after getting over.
And you must use brand new original Tesla parts to fix it. How much is your insurance going to go up? How much are we all going to pay for this out of pocket with insurance? It just boggles your mind. Yeah, exactly. And I bet you the insurance is skyrocketing. I bet you.
716 Kilo Uniform Tango from Sweden, calling secure here on TGI-1 and Stanmore.
A lot of people have had it, and they don't find it very hard to support these things. What it basically means is you're going to lose your ability to drive, except for essentials. You won't tow your camping trailer to the campground. You won't have enough energy, and if you do, it'll cost you 3 times what it does to do it with a gasoline or a petrol vehicle. You're not going to take your boat down to the water. You know, you're not going to have the power to do that, or you'll eat your batteries up. I'll bet you if I had a Ford Lightning and I towed my boat down to Port Stanley and back, the battery would be done. So, I don't know.
Brazil, Golf, Tango, Oscar. Hopefully my name is Dennis. Delta Echo, coming from India, Sierra Dennis is named. I pick you, woman.
Shut down for what was it? 5 hours? Yeah, 5 hours. That's the highway shut down.
Hello, Dennis, and very good afternoon to Holland. Sierra 6 Kilo Uniform Tango back here, and my handle is Thomas, Tango Ocean Mark Alpha Sierra. Thomas is the name. And I am located here 100 kilometers northeast from Gothenburg. And I am living here on the south shore on the very big Sweetwater Lake, only 1 kilometer up to the lake here from my QTH. Yeah, Roger. And today we have got good weather, we have got sunshine, blue sky, and the temperature is not so high, but we have 12 degrees. 12 degrees is the temperature there, so it's going for autumn and cold nights. So back to Holland, Papa Delta Zero, Golf Tango Ocean, Sugar Mark 6, KUT Liffen.
Charging station that has delivery fees and so on. It's like a competition, like gas stations. Each charging station can set their price. And by the time you start looking at it, I mean, it's the Walmart effect. You know, Walmart would come to a small town, lower their prices till all the small stores closed up, and then they jam their prices up and make you pay. Well, it's the same thing with these EV charging stations. You know, they'll give you a deal, and then all of a sudden, when we're 60% EVs on the road, boom, the rates go up. And where else are you going to charge the car when you're away from home?
The links has been still out there, and my city name is Rotterdam, from Hagen City in the Netherlands. Mike Kilo, opnieuw voor de final. Sierra Mike 6 Kilo Uniform Delta, Papa Delta Zero Golf Tango Oscar.
I don't know. Anyway, you need to turn off the calculating brain that starts to hurt after a while when you really start digging into this stuff. My wife is worse than me. She looks at everything right down to the penny. She's the one that when she was in university got 102% on a math test. She outsmarts me, but she's even worse than I am.
I am using my simple standard 7 data and they're coming through smooth here via my MMDVM Raspberry Pi hotspot. So that is the equipment I am using here today. So thank you so much for coming back and say hello. And my best regards back to you and the family. And have a nice Sunday afternoon in Holland. And hope to catch you up later. Papa Delta Zero, Golf Tango Ocean. Sierra Mike 6, Kilo, United Tango 73, and good luck. Bye.
They start seeing smoke. Kids are going to lose it. They're going to depend on their parents to get them out. You know, and so a parent sitting in the front seat opens the latch, gets out, but now he can't get back in the back. You know, because it's not, you can't get in it from the outside when the electric fails. So what's the parent going to do? Grab a screwdriver, take the service panel off, and open the door for the kid while the car's on fire? You want to get out of that thing within 5 seconds. And in a normal car, you can. Yes, of course. And it doesn't even matter if you have this off with your kids before. When a fire is happening, you're in survival mode. You don't have that time to think, okay, you take this off, you know, no, you don't have that time to think about that.
YAVAPI.
Well, if you go to, say, tomorrow, well, tomorrow's a holiday, but Tuesday, I pick my daughter up with a school friend, and, you know, sometimes they go to the Y and do a workout or whatever. Do I have to have them sign a waiver? Do I have to have them watch a video on how to get out of the car in an accident? You know, like, really? Exactly, Mike. With you on that. It's, yeah, it's scary. That's why I say these Teslas are very, very, very scary. Dave, if they're working correctly, to get to where you're going, everything's fine. But the word safety in a manufacturing plant, you know, OSHA comes in and says, uh-oh, you know, so everything's great anywhere as long as nothing goes wrong. Everybody's happy. When something goes wrong, then we start questioning why, and we start questioning how. And with these cars, yeah, I think it's a question, a big question, as to how you get out of the thing in a collision, especially if it catches fire and the electric fails. And I would give their ideas a failing mark, and I wish the federal motor vehicle system in the U.S. would do the same, because Canada should have never certified that, ever. It's ridiculous. Ron, go ahead. I heard you double in there. Go ahead, Ron.
This is Papa Alpha 3 Golf Yankee Quebec. Is that QSL?
QSL, I heard somebody mention my name, so I don't know who that is there, but we do have you now there. Papa Alpha number 3, Golf Yankee Quebec. Okay, I wonder where you're located. Don't know if I talked to PAs before. So, nice meeting up with you here. Name is Doug, short for Douglas, and I'm located in the outskirts of the city of Greenville, South Carolina, here in the southeast part of the USA. So where is PA3 Golf Yankee Oscar and your name? And also, who was that mentioned my name? Let's get him in there and pass it to PA3 GYQ, if you would. KB6RRX.
50 kilometers from here. I thought maybe it'll save money, because the only trip the thing will make is either to London and back or to St. Thomas and back. You know, that'll save me running the car. When I questioned that, I could buy one. There's a couple for sale, you know, $4,000 or $5,000. When I started to question my insurance, are you putting it inside the garage or outside? I said, well, it'll stay outside. Okay, that doesn't change much on your house insurance as long as it's 10 feet away from the building when you park it. And then the insurance on the thing, was more than double what I'm paying on the petrol vehicle, on the Acadia. I said, you know what? The savings will vanish based on all the extra charges. So I just said, no, thank you.
Ties back to the thermal runaway situation, which I say that well, if they get the solid state battery technology down, there won't be any risk of thermal runaway. Station there. But we caught you very good there, Adrian, in the Netherlands. So very, very good. Well, let's see what the time here is. Top of the hour. Say 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. in the morning. Wonder what time it is in the Netherlands there. I think you're in the afternoon, and I'm guessing maybe about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe. Well, why don't you tell me, how is that? Adrian, tell me what your time is.
I'm eating away billions of dollars on these battery plants that likely never produce a single battery.
Kilo Bravo 6, Romeo X-ray, Papa Alpha 3, Golf Yankee Quebec. Yeah, we have a different time from 6 hours. You are now 9 o'clock in the morning, and correct, you have correct, it is now 1506 minutes in the afternoon here, so 3 o'clock. Yes, correct, no problem. And everything works finely. Yes, I correct you. First, I call your operator name. That was me. And I look in the display of the dashboard from the system, from the Whiskey WPSD dashboard. And I see your name and South Carolina. Everything I can see. There's no problem in the system. Dus I monitor that. And so I saw your name, dus I call your name first. I have visitors here, so die might maybe to buy a radio for this system. Dus we're testing that at the moment, Douglas. Yeah. Oh, the working conditions for a moment is very simple. A Boafeng 1701 with a hotspot 4, number 4. And a little bit internet connection, no more. And it works perfect, no problem. Go ahead, Douglas. Kilo Bravo 6, Romeo X-ray, Papa Alpha 3, Golf Yankee Quebec.
So I'm just transmitting somewhere from the remote location. Yeah, I hope that this hurricane didn't, make any damages to you guys. From time to time also we have very rainy weather here. It doesn't matter England or Switzerland. So all the best, and the microphone is to you. Over.
Oh, bought some handhelds, and I tried to sell them. I think I sold one. I usually buy 2 at a time, one for my wife, one for myself. So I had 2 of everything on the handhelds. And I did sell one. I told this one guy, I said, you need a handheld. And he turned around on his belt in the back. He had four different brands of handhelds stuck to his belt on his back of his pants there. You don't need one more, do you? Anyway, they're good little radios. Well, I'm using one I think that's a little cheaper, less expensive than yours. Mine's a Cotree, Charlie, Oscar, Tango, Romeo Echo. It was listed on Amazon as VHF, and I thought I'd buy 2 of those sooner than a family radio. When I went to the beach, a little $16 radio, pretty cheap. I got it all messed up in the sand, So anyway, come home, looked at it, and it says in the manual, if I program it, and that would be what I want put in there. Found out when I downloaded all the information out of the phone to the computer, all UHF frequencies. I programmed it for DMR here, and it works just fine.
$16 radio. Of course, it cost me another $12 US to buy that cable. My other cables would not work. They would not work. Guess the wires were twisted or something. So, coming back to you there in the Netherlands, P83GYQ TB6RRX.
Hello, thank you. This is M0KZD. I also have to tell you that I received you as a 5-9, so everything is okay from your end. I can hear you very well as well. Yeah, everything is okay, and weather here is very lovely. So I have very nice view on Plain de Mort on the local glacier, which is just 1,000 meters above me. Looks very nice and powerful. And yeah, all the best and everything's clear.
Too much, but I can put everything what I want. No problem, no problem. I see, I'm linked after fast via QSZ. I see a photo with a plane. Are you a pilot, Douglas? Maybe, I don't know. I see a photo, yeah. Is it Douglas DC3, number 3 again? Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I see a picture. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. The temperature on this side at the moment is about 17 degrees here, so in the Netherlands. Dry and a little bit sunny. A little bit sunny, yeah. Okay. Fun. Yeah, this recently a month ago. I don't know anything about digital mode. And now I have 2 hotspots now, an Icon 9700 and then Bommelfang. And I play the DMR, the D-Star, everything. Fun. A lot of fun here, so. Go ahead, Douglas. Kilo Bravo 6, Romeo X-ray, Papa Alpha 3, Golf Yankee Quebec.
T9, Kilo Fox in November.
Places, have you seen them? So just to have a time or just a work to go to different places and do the job, and after hours you can just spend in traveling. This is what I do. At this moment I'm just sitting here in Switzerland as long as they want me to do. And I'm just enjoying every day, every minute. Over.
Yes, sir, really. Yes, you are coming in loud and clear here in Virginia. That's where I'm located. It's a rainy day here. 64 degrees outside. Very messy. Nice to make a contact this morning, and I'm also glad you gave me an audio report because I just finished programming this radio here. It's Anytone 168, and it sounds like it must be working fine this morning. You definitely got a S9 over this way, coming this way, loud and clear. It's a 1939. I won't let you guess. 1939. How about that? Well, the story on that, the DC-3. No, I'm not a pilot. I was a student pilot for a couple of years, but there's another story on that, why I didn't get my private pilot's license. So, as far as the DC-3, it was used as a commercial airline until World War II. Then it was used to tow gliders. And then it got decommissioned after the war and was used to drop firefighters in the Rockies on the west coast, the high mountainous area, and they dropped paratroopers in there to start backfires to burn the fires out in the mountains there. And then it got completely rebuilt, restored, better than brand new, in a little city in Chino, California, at an airport there where I used to take off and land, believe it or not. And this particular DC-3 was now bought by a fellow in Peachtree City, Georgia, south of Atlanta, Georgia. And he brought it up to our local airport one weekend to give rides to people for a fee, charged them, and he gave rides. So So we got money to maintain that airplane. Airplanes are expensive. They used to be a poor man's hobby, and now they are just way out of sight for a rich man even, so you still need support to keep them maintained. So he was giving rides for a fee, and we also had with our radio club a special event station. So I hope I haven't timed it out. So we'll get it right back there to you for any more questions. Whiskey America 2, Bravo Juliet November, looking for any station outside the United States. Is there any DX station, especially from Europe, listening on Talk Group 91? Please call Whiskey America 2, Bravo Juliet November.
Kilo Bravo 6, Romeo X-ray, Papa Alpha 3, Golf Yankee Quebec. Many years ago, I fly with my father with a DC-3, number 3, DC-3 in the port of Rotterdam. We have, I think, two pieces in all. Two airplanes, DC-3s, number 3s in the Netherlands. Commercial flights, you can buy a ticket and you can fly. Yeah, it is all museum pieces, but they fly. in Lelystad, yeah, I heard they station in Lelystad, north of the Netherlands. Yeah, dus they fly indeed, yes. Yes. All right. I meant to close it down, Douglas, for other stations. It's too long. I've a lot of fun with the double thing, and I'm very pleased with this radio contact. No problem. I say take the final, and I wish you a very nice day, and I hope I meet again in the future. So we make a radio contact. No problem, Douglas. Thank you for the radio contact. And maybe you see again. You never know. You never know. Kilo Bravo 6, Romeo X-ray, Papa Alpha 3, Golf Yankee Quebec. Safety please to the family. And have a nice day, Douglas. Bye-bye. Which repeater I'm using, and I'm going to send for the confirmation. So I'm going to switch now for another group, 2600 or 260, which is my number group, Polish one. So all the best to you, and I will be leaving soon. Bye.
Juliet, Charlie, Whiskey America 2, Bravo Juliet November. Back to you. Here it is 56 degrees. We've been getting cooler weather as you know, we're going into winter. Of course, Australia now, hey, they're going into hot summer. They're going into summer, we go into winter. So you're kind of in between there. So anyway, nice meeting up with you, Adrian. I won't hold you. You got other things to do before supper time, huh? And I enjoyed when I got over to Europe here a couple of years ago and visit with my wife's cousin over there. We had a wonderful 7-week trip over there, and glad he knew all about what was going on over there. So he took us to a lot of beautiful places. So we sure enjoyed the country. So good afternoon, and hope we meet again. PA3GYQ 73 from KV6RRX in Greenville, South Carolina. And good afternoon. Older. I knew that you were in Dominican Republic. I have visited Dominican Republic with my wife a couple of years ago, and I should know the prefixes better than that, so I apologize to you. Con permiso. Yo sabe mi español es muy malo, pero yo no estudia en español. So for me to speak Spanish to you is just a lot of pleasure. Yo maestro en Nueva York por 30 años y yo tengo muchos estudiantes de México y Puerto Rico. Mi español es de mis estudiantes. But that was a long time ago. I have been retired for 16 years. So no more school. Escuela es finito. So, Hotel Italy 3, Yankee Charlie. Good to hear your voice, Juan Carlos, from the Dominican Republic, República de Dominica. Whiskey America 2, Bravo, Juliet, November. Back to you.
2 plus. Kilo Bravo 6, Romeo X-ray, Papa Alpha 3 Golf Yankee Quebec QFT. Bye bye.
That I assemble myself. And I have another radio the same, but it won't transmit. It just gets static. I don't know what is wrong. I believe I have to change it somewhere. I've been trying to get it, but no luck. But I'm glad you speak Spanish and you were a teacher. And bendiciones para ti. It's a pleasure to have you over here on my KTH. Enjoy your day. Hope to keep making contact with you again. 7-3. Hotel India 3 Julie Charlie. Whiskey Alpha 2 Bravo Japan November. Over.
And the trouble with a lot of rain onto dry ground, it just doesn't soak up as it runs like hell.
Numero 2. Brazil, Japan, Nicaragua, and Carolina del Norte. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, it's fun for me. I wish I spoke Spanish a lot better. I continue to practice. I have no shame, and I try to use it as often as I can, especially on the radio. I speak German much, much better. I was school learned German when I was younger, 6 years worth of study, and 69 years of practice on amateur radio, so my German is a lot better. But in either case, que tenga mucha salud, buena suerte, y que tenga mucha salud. Un abrazo cordial, mi amigo Juan Carlos. I hope you find the problem and you fix the problem with the radio, but you sound Q5 right now. Whatever radio you are using es muy excelente. Ciao, 73. HI3YCC, WA2BJN. Take care, stay healthy. Cool.
Hotel India 3 Juliet Charlie. Hotel India 3 Juliet Charlie. This is Kilo Mike 6 Mike Tango Victor.
Roger, Kilo Mike 6 Mike Tango Victor. Good morning to you, sir. Like I said, I'm in the Dominican Republic. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias, Juan. My name is Kurt, Charlie Uniform Romeo Tango. I'm in Southern California, Los Angeles area, and I'm so happy to talk to you. You're my second contact in Dominican Republic, and so I need that. I'm getting close to 100 DX awards, and so I'm logging you into QRZ because I need to get that one confirmed. Back to you, sir.
Roger, but it says day over here. Roger, I already logged you on QRZ.com. Kilo Mike 6 Mike Tango Victor. Pleasure to you. Hope you accomplish as you say, your meta, your results. Over here is nice and cloudy and beautiful day today, I believe. Hope it's the same way to you. Best wishes for you and your family. I'll be logging you on QSS. I already logged you on QSS.com. Over. Hotel India 3 Julie Charlie, Kilo Mike 6, Mike Tango Victor. Over.
Under Kurt is the name I go by. Yes, sir. I was just sitting there having a cup of coffee and heard you talk to the other gentleman in Dominican Republic. Hard station to reach here where I'm at. I'm on an FT70 going through a hotspot, sir. And so, again, thank you so very much for taking my call. Thank you, sir.
Be here just listening and picking up the station. Thank you. Have a beautiful day. 7-3 for you and your family.
And yes, sir, I'm logging you onto QRZ now, and I look forward to the confirmation. Thank you again, sir. AM6 MTV, and I am clear and listening. Thank you, sir.
Victor, Uniform 3, Victor.
Hotel India 3, Juliet Charlie Charlie. Hotel India 3, Juliet Charlie Charlie. This is Yankee Delta 1, Alpha X-ray Charlie. I calling you to your copy. Roger, Yankee Delta 1, Alpha X Charlie. Nice and very nice and clear. Over. Hotel India 3, Juliet Charlie Charlie. This is Yankee Delta 1, Alpha X-ray Charlie. Thank you for back to my call. My name is Cochran. Kilo Oscar November and my TPX 186 kilometers from Jakarta. It is Sumedang with YAVAPAI, Indonesia. Back to you, Hotel India 3, Juliet Charlie Charlie from Yankee Delta 1 Alpha X-ray Charlie. Go ahead.
So there's going to be a very windy day and raining, you know. Nothing that we don't know already. Typical nor'easter. Anyway, other than that, it's all good. How you doing, my friend?
Pleasure to meet you. Hope you have a beautiful day. I'll be logging you on QSN.com, just like I log everybody. And hope you have a pleasure day. 7-3. Hotel in the 3 Julie Charlie Charlie. Victor Delta 1 Alpha X Charlie. Over.
Looks like I lost it, or Bruce. Are you still with me, my friend?
3 Julie Charlie Charlie. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for my call. You are the best. You are 5'9", 5'10" in Sumedang, Indonesia. I love you on target.com and I have your confirmation on target.com. Thank you very much, Mr. Juan Carlos from Dominica from Yankee Delta 1, Alpha X-ray Charlie, Indonesia. Thank you. Definitely. Bye-bye.
I don't know what happened before you disappeared. I answer you and you began. I call you again. I guess again I call it the black magic of the internet.
Call India 3 Juliet Charlie Charlie. This is Victor from 37 Victor. How do you copy this?
It's happening very regularly from my system. I have to hit the push to talk to get it to work, and then if nobody's there, then nobody's there. But if somebody's there, then they're there. So, but I did hear your call first time, and quickly responded because it didn't come back. So and we just tried again. So anyway, nice hearing you. So what's the Big Apple doing today?
What else India 3 Juliet Charlie Charlie. Victor 37 Victor.
See that people are overreacting because that's safety, you know, that's safety. I'm sure it's going to be minor. We went many nor'easters already, but I went to the supermarket last night to get cleaner, and the place was packed. Everybody was piling up stuff, which is I say, I think it's overreacting, but on the other end, you know what, better said than sold. So everybody's bracing for the nor'easter. Oh, and by the way, I make a suggestion, and I may be very stupid, I don't know, so please, if I am stupid, don't laugh at me. Maybe try to change server, you know, from 3104 to 3103 or 3102. I know I do it sometimes when I have issues with 3100, and usually it helps. But again, if it's a stupid advice, don't laugh at me. Over.
Namaste. Whiskey America 2, Bravo Juliet November.
Very well could be the thing, and that is the controlling bridge. So yeah, I will do that if that makes sense. It's resolved issues in the past that I've had before sometimes. So it's been on probably 3102 for a long time. I'll do that after church here in a little while. Just kind of getting, I'm up on South Cars on HF. I want to log into that. There's a little bit of activity. We have a statewide radio system that's maintained and capitalized through the hospital system within the hospital systems within South Carolina, and it's meant for emergencies. So during the weekdays, they turn they do not have it on unless it's an emergency. But on the weekends, they open it up for all kind of normal two-way conversations. So it works out really good. I wish it had it on all the time, but again, that's what it is. And it's nice to get on that every once in a while. Over.
2 Bravo Juliet November. Over.
Again, I want to say I'm not a big maven, not even a small maven when it comes to technical stuff. I usually work by trial and error. I try different things. I know it did help me in the past, and it probably will help me in the future. When I have issues, I just switch servers, and usually it solves the problem. Anyway, that's it. As I said, we're bracing for the storm, which you guys already went through it. I understand it's over by you. Hopefully we'll be in and out quick. I live by the water, very close, about a mile from the water, so usually we get a lot of flooding and stuff like that. But nothing that stuck life, I mean, we get 5-6 inches of water on the roads here, and so you just have to drive more carefully, stuff like that, and a lot of wind. I live on a building, so it's not an issue. People who have houses have to make sure they tie up all their furniture or put them on the garage, and that's it. And when I walk my little dog, I have to make sure the wind doesn't take her. She's so little. Okay, C2, Alex, back to you, Bruce.
Roger, sir. Whiskey Alpha 2, Bravo Juliet number, Victor Uniform 3, sir. Returning. I am very happy to you, sir, Indian movies, Indian culture, and you speaking Hindi language. I am part of South India. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. It was very nice to show with you. 73 and best regards for you and your family. Take care.
That I would, when a storm was going, and we were within the cone of some sort of certainty, usually a week out, I had everything ready, and my wife and I have the required amount of 5 to 7 days worth of perishables and all that here in the house. We always maintain that. And I do have a generator that I do have fueled and tested and all that stuff. And we can work off DC power if necessary, if the generator would not fire up, which is always a possibility. It's always good to have 2 generators. Someday I may invest in one of those the LiPo batteries. Right now I just have lead acid battery. Big car battery that I have periodically I test it out, and in about 4 or 5 year area, I just exchange them in for a new one. So I've always had the lead acid battery, and so we're prepared, and we're usually very comfortable during aftermath. It's still going on on the coastal area, but it's not going on here. It's bright sunshine here. So we had wind, but no rain at all. And so we're too far away from it. But it's right now on the actual core of it is in the South Carolina, North Carolina, seacoast. Over.
It's beautiful. It's because the trees turn white. The streets turn white, and it looks very nice when it's starting to snow. Besides that, after that, it gets very ugly. But it's
should be a beautiful day over there. Enjoy. Pleasure to meet you. Hope to make more contact with you. I'll be logging you at QSN.com. Best wishes for you and your family. Hotel India 3, Judy Charlie Charlie, Victor Echo 6, Mike, Kilo Mike. Over.
Like you say, power and lives. Every weekend we lose lives, which is a tremendous problem. That doesn't happen on nor'easters, thank God. So you know how to deal with the real deal. So I don't have to teach you nothing that you don't know. Anyway, okay, Bruce, I won't bother you, my friend. I know you want to go to church probably, but as I say, try changing servers. It may help. It will definitely not going to help you, so what the heck. I will listen to a final. I wish you guys a good day, and I'll listen out. 7-3.
Well, it'll be easy to do and easy to see if it makes a difference. So I'm going to do it this afternoon when I get back here. 7-3, W4HI, upstate South Carolina, clear. Nice talking to you, man.
7-3, Bruce.
Mike 3, Tango Whiskey Alpha, and the UVI Worldwide 91.
This is Golf Zero, Whiskey Echo X-Ray Portable. G0WEX Portable, connecting via Echo Link, listening for any possible calls.
Mike 0, Golf Radio Echo.
Mike 0, Golf Radio Echo. Not sure if you're answering my call from a couple of minutes ago. Name here is Steve. This is G0WEX Portable.
Good afternoon, Steve. G0, Whiskey, Echo, X-ray, I thought. I don't know if I got that right. This is Mike 0, Golf Radio Echo. The name is Bill, Boston, India, Lima, Lima. I'm 2,000 of the telephone. I'm testing out a handset.
G4BFS, G4BFS, Selective Monitoring Code, G0VP Michael.
Laos, Mongolia,
India 3, all Japan, for TRW, 83 MMX. I guess we have no RF going on over the North Atlantic.
Six Kilo 2, Japan, Foxtrot, India, Hotel India 3, Julie, Charlie, Charlie. Good morning to you.
Coming in the out with QSB, so I tried to access your repeater, and I could see a very faint trace in my waterfall, but I knew I wouldn't be getting in, so I didn't carry on because I don't wish to cause problems. Now, we've got some really good amounts of copper over here. So I've been on VHF. I managed to work through the repeater in Southern Ireland, and I was working stations from north of Glasgow via the repeater in Ireland down here to the south coast, where I also worked at a Welsh station from the little island of Holyhead in North Wales. So I've had a bit of fun on VHF over here, Michael, but it's been very quiet on the HF band. A3 MMX, G4TRW.
Open up here. It's been opening up later on in the morning here to Europe and to UK and so on. And it's been getting very intense around 2 p.m. our time. So right now I think it's around 10 a.m. our time, but it will crank up a little bit as the day goes on. What we're facing here, of course, is the fall season, and we're getting some warm days, cold nights, and it's causing tropical and things like that to start to happen. So I think as the day goes on, you may start to hear the 10-meter machine, but the New York repeater is closer to the coastline, and it normally would open up first over the water, over the North Atlantic. And give it a half hour, and you'll probably hear this one as well.
Good evening on your side. Good morning to you, sir. Pleasure to meet you.
Not appreciate you coming back.
For the blood collection service for the NHS, but on Sundays, every other Sunday, she's allocated to work in a clinic where they collect the platelets. I believe it's a machine which is almost like a dialysis type machine. It filters out the platelets from people's blood or whatever it is they want to filter out, I don't know. And so she does that on Sundays. I give whole blood, so I go and they've stabbed my arm a few times, and I've given 73 points of blood so far. And it's doing all right. So I've given over the years, I've given the whole blood. But for me to go on this clinic and donate myself, I've got to drive about 25, 30 miles, got to pay for my own car park, then it's a lot more messing about, whereas normally I cycle to the local one. They're not mobile. So I told my mate Barry in Sweden, I said, my partner works for the mobile vampires. And he thought it was some sort of disco. They said, no, it's a blood collection service. But here's from MMX, G4TRW.
It looks to me as though it's 390. I'm actually running the system. I think I did carry it to the JWA station. But there's no, I can't find any way of checking my own media.
but I think I'm still over the top. I do apologise. The other person came in and said I was okay too. Yeah, looking at it, I've got it does look like it was running to the so I'll put it back to you, 20 JWA, but probably
Here it's going to be up to 20 degrees Celsius today with sunshine, and same for tomorrow. So normally our daytime highs be around 15 Celsius. We're a little above average, so I kind of like it when that happens. But other than that, that's it. Well, we'll see what happens in 10 meters later on. Like I say, you'll probably hear it. Currently our time is quarter to 10 a.m., so almost 10 a.m. In a couple hours, you'll probably start to hear it a little bit stronger over in your direction.
Hotel India 3, Tali, are you listening? This is Yankee Bravo Zero Tango November Sierra.
Can you just get, I got where you said you were. What was the nearest large town? What's the name of the nearest large town so I can pinpoint you? Anyway, I'll let you have another over before you carry on with your walk, or you're probably still walking, and pass the mic back round to you.
Fellow countrymen served were flying from there. It was an air base in a place called Woomble, but now they're building these luxury houses on what was then later became a quarry, and then they're now turning into these £1 million temporary accommodations. You're only allowed to live there up to 10 months a year. £1 million plus, and the plus could be up to sort of 4 million something. Ridiculous amount of money. But if you own a flat in London and they seem to sell them for so much money that to them it probably seems quite reasonable for us. But for us local people, that's a fortune. And we'd expect a lot more for our money than you get in there. But anyway, we're at very nice walking in the town. We're collecting the sweet chestnuts. So I've got a few pocketfuls of those to sort of chomp off over the next week or two. This paint was collecting too, maybe just everywhere. We have a storm go through called Storm Amy, and it shook the living daylights out the trees, so there was just sweet chestnuts everywhere there, Mike. I think you too.
Great stuff. 20JWA.
Bravo Zero Tango November Sierra. Pleasure to meet you. And a pleasure to have you over here. We're expecting rain also over here. It was very warm yesterday. And I know it's so we have like around 8 to 12 hours difference, I believe. I don't know. Over here it's around 9:47 a.m. on Sunday morning. Pleasure to meet you. Hope you have a beautiful day. I'll be logging you on QSF.com. Enjoy your evening, and hope you have a beautiful day tomorrow. 7-3.
Ciao, Steve. And I've had many a good walk round there myself. And it's nice part of the country. Yeah, you're a bit off, not near Burnley. I'm due south 3 miles from a town called Wigan. And that's Wigan Pier area. So we're famous for all things. And notorious for others. But I'm in a small village you've never heard of, I suppose. It's called Abram, Alpha Bravo, Romeo, Alpha Mexico. Well, Steve, I'll let you go. The wife's just come in the kitchen. I'm sat in on a rubber duck, with the rubber duck, talking to you. I might be able to get a cup of tea after if I'm lucky. So I wish you best 7-3, and I will look out for you again. I like your call sign, WEX. That's easy to remember. You take care, stay safe, and enjoy the walk. G0WEX portable 50 Golf Radio Echo, over.
Randy, it doesn't appear to be good enough for you, unfortunately. So, thanks again, and sorry for all the problems, but thanks for coming in, David, and I'll put it back into you, David, and then maybe if you're hearing me at all, you can put it back into Adam. G7SRE, G0VPY in the group, over.
I'm about 140 miles south of Atlanta. In Peach County. The closest town is Fort Valley. Fort Valley. And I know you had a question, but you were breaking up really bad. So what was your question, Bill? Over.
Right, John, you never know. All the best. Take care. Enjoy the great weather. Dogs everywhere around here. So all the best. G0WEX portable. Now off and clear. Cheers.
That's slightly, yeah. David. I wonder if I've gone too far. It's funny because the meter, it's got a meter on it. I don't know how good it is, but it doesn't seem to be picking up at all now. But when Alan said I was over the top, I could probably see I was. It was going right up in the red. Anyway, thanks again, David. And a quick back to Alan, and he's probably going to say, I don't know why it sounds muffled. I can't do much about that, unfortunately. I don't normally use this system. I would normally be using on here a TYT MG380. But this is called an Andy stick. And I thought it'd be a handy fit system to have up in the bedroom. It just runs the computer. It's not really running the radio at all, of course. I'll put it in there, Alan, and I hope I've got it somewhere about right. 2E0JWA, G0VPY in the group, over.
Later, might pick us up. Hard to say if the band opened up this far inland, but time will tell. But anyway, Calvin, good hearing you again, and well, listen to the background here. G4TRW, CE3MX. QST. The purpose is simple exercise. Exercise will start at 7 o'clock on frequency 146.535, and every licensed operator is invited to participate. At 7:30, we will return to the repeater site for a debrief, and we will share our experiences of this morning. By 7:45, we will make room for the ARRL net and move over to 446.5 for a 77-meter portion of the exercise. Hope to hear you all. This is K06BKX, and I'm clear.
DG, located around about 100 kilometres north of London in the central part of the UK.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the transmission report. Much appreciated. I'm going to out to this call, and thank you very much for the key zone. Appreciate it. I hope to hear from you again on the way back down from the area today. This is W1YEE 73.
Yes, DMR and YSF. Luckily, we've got it in hand today. We've got the DMR running, because normally it's chock-a-block with the YSF. But yeah, good strong signal, Alan. Audio is absolutely superb, crystal clear, really strong. Had to turn the volume down, but that's leave it as it is. I wrote the review down when you said what it was, just to have a look to see what it was, but it's a cracking audio, mate. It's really good. I'm using one of these Hytera MD785s. It's not the prettiest of radios, but it does the job for what I want. I like the rugged look of it. It's what you would find in a taxi shop, I think. I got it brand new. I got it off my mate, brand new. But anyway, Eric, spot on. Round to you, Eric. G0VPY G7SRE.
Bill, have you a great day. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I hope to catch you again down the log.
In the morning, at the moment I'm watching your TRZ feed. I can see your picture also. Seems that you have a good high frequency station over there with very sophisticated antenna. Tell me about your station over there, my friend Colin. Go ahead.
In there. Well, I wouldn't have to have a radio, because it's just running a laptop. It's running a thing I did say before, but perhaps you couldn't understand. It's running VDB for Windows, but the firmware is an Ambi Stick 3000. All it is a dongle. Well, I say all it is. It's quite a good little thing if you can get it working. It just plugs into the USB port of the laptop, which enables me. I haven't tried it anywhere else. I'm on DMR, of course. it will also supposedly work on D-Star and also on Fusion. But I'm not too sure. But as you said, the night game now, I mean, all you've got is just adjustments via the computer, really. But I think I was sitting over the top when I unplugged the microphone completely and used the mic, the inbuilt microphone of the laptop, and it looked to me like it was still over the top. So perhaps there's a way of getting into the settings of the laptop and sort that out. Maybe that's what's wrong. Anyway, sorry to keep on about it. I'm not one for testing things really, only but I couldn't see Alan mentioned echo, I think. See, on this laptop, I've got what is that called? Peanut. I've got a program called Peanut, which I don't use, but on there, you don't use a microphone at all. You just use the laptop. I don't think you can use a microphone on it, but I'm not sure. But on there, I haven't used it, but you just use the microphone of the, and that's got echo. I know that has, but I don't know where you find this one that Alan was saying. So where do I put it to? I forget, he put it to me. I think it's you. I think it's you, David. I hope I'm doing this right. If I've done it wrong, I do apologise. But yeah, Alan, your audio here, well, yours is, David, is well perfect. But Alan's is really, really good audio. Maybe, because I've got an MD380. Which, of course, I'm not using at the moment. I'm just trying this thing set up, but maybe it's not a good idea. That's the beginning about having it up in the bedroom. 230 JWA. Hope I've put it back to the right station. 20VP or whatever.
We may be able to work on HF if conditions are good. I don't have very pictures at home. The photograph on QRZ.com, I think it's still on there anyway, is when I was operating in California on the Queen Mary. So I went over there and visited the Queen Mary ship and went into the radio operating room and had a play on their HF radios. I think that's still up on QRZ. I can't remember which photo it is, to be honest. But, okay, thanks for the contact, Hazard, and we'll catch you another day from G1IVG.
The hotspots at the other end of the house. And I get signal nicely, I get up to the end of the street, stuff like that. I get quite a reasonable signal off it. So, it works out quite well. Get the hotspot. And I've just messed about with the echo. The echo talkback thing, and then just tweaked it up and down a little bit, so I got it somewhat like. And I'm very happy with it. Everybody says, "Oh, it's fantastic on the audio, that," And then you say, "Well, it's only only an MD380 dual band." And they go, "No, it is, yeah." So yeah, no, they do the job. Them high terrors are all right as well. That you've got there, David. They're quite a nice looking thing. I quite like the look of them. Not quite as clean looking as what I've got. I quite like the bulky. Excuse me. I quite like the bulky industrial look of them. They're quite chunky. I quite like that as well. But your audio's fantastic to me as well. It's just a bit of time. I mean, really, on digital, like this, there shouldn't really be any bad audio. It should all be sort of pretty much of a muchness, really. It baffles me why certain radios seem to be so far out in terms of audio. I don't know. Anyway, that's just my opinion of it, and but you're doing the business on it now, so that's no problem. So that's the name, G7 SRE 30JWA in the little break.
Troy, yeah, lovely audio from you as well. The DMR network is doing a good job today. And okay on you being in Central Texas. I've got some colleagues of mine are over there working for the month. They're in Texas at the moment, so they're they're enjoying the warm sunshine, I believe. So I spoke to them on Friday, and they seem to be having a good time over there anyway. Okay, I'm not going to hold it, Troy. I've got the repeater in bits at the moment. It's on the bench, and I'm just having a tweak. I'm just having a bit of a tweak around with some of the potentiometers on the repeater controller to try to get the sort of packet VAR readings down a little bit. And it seems to be operating okay now, so I need to get it all bolted back together and get it reinstalled, hopefully later on this afternoon. So thanks for the contact, Troy. I'll take one more over from you, and then I'm going to go QRT.
It's sounding fine. So, okay, gents, I'll bow out with this on my last over this one, and I'll be listening, but I'm going to go QRT. I've got a few things to do and tidy up before the XYL comes in. So 7-3, all the best. Round to you, Eric. Good luck with your continuation to get that MBB sorted, but you're nearly there, just about. I heard all your last over, so all the best. 7-3 to you, G7SRE. I'll let you pick it up, Eric. G0VPY.
G. This is Kilo India 5, Uniform Mike Sierra, saying 73. Have a safe day. And hopefully we'll talk again. 73.
Well, I thought time would come back. I was trying to get hold of a chap I do a lot of narcos, and I appreciate Alan coming back and telling me it was dodgy. I thought it was, but I didn't realise it was as bad as you said it was. But thank you for you, David. Thank you again for your help. And Alan, I know you mentioned Echo, but on DMR, has it got a room number, David? Sorry, Alan. Because obviously we're on the 235A now. I wonder how I get Echo to see if I would adjust it myself, or give me some idea what it does sound like. Because obviously I'll just type in the room number or whatever I'm going to go to on this system here. I'll just type in 4,000, which is already there now, for me to disconnect. I'll put in 2350, 2351, 2352, and 2353. But there must be, if you can check the echo on this DMR, Alan, there must be a number, of course, otherwise I don't really get into it. So I'll put it back to you. I won't hold you too long, but much appreciated your help and perseverance, and I hate you hear a lot of stations. I try not to do that. Call radio check. I thought I won't do that. I just called Terry. That was the station I was calling. But I appreciate you coming back, Adam. So that went you. And I hope you're getting without too many problems. But I think it's still not quite right according to what you're saying. 2EJWA, E0VPY.
Usually 9900 in it for the Echo test, but you might not do it because you're on an internet-based one. It might only be an RF thing, so I don't know. I've got 2 metre sideband on here in the background, and I've just heard IO81 square calling. Clacton on C, CO14, Walton on the Nays. That's quite good on sideband. I'm just going to see if I can work him in a sec, so see if he calls in again. Right, I'm going to say 7-3 on this one, buddy, and let you carry on doing what you were doing, and I'm going to see if I can work this.
Bravo, Julia. November 73. Thank you very much. Italia Whiskey 2, Charlie Whiskey Papa Louis from Como.
93. Looking for any contact? I'll be listening.
What contacto? This is Whiskey America 2, Bravo Juliet November. My name is Richard, Romeo Italy, Charlie Hotel, America Romeo Delta, Richard. located in North Carolina. November Charlie, North Carolina. You are very Q5. Please speak slowly. I believe you are from Como. Maybe you are near Lake Como, Lago Como. Would be very nice because I have been there. Whiskey America 2, Bravo, Juliet, November. Over.
Why, I was going to the Oscar Hotel station. Unfortunately, I walked away and I didn't get your call sign. But thank you for giving me a call, and I hope you get me that too many problems. I'm messing around here, probably wasting everybody's time. But the name of the gentleman who already got it on the dashboard is Eric, as Echo Romeo India Charlie, in the town of Tunbridge Wells in the southeast of the UK. We apologise for not getting the call sign, but I walked away into another room, and I know it was Oscar Hotel, but I didn't get the rest. So back to you from G0VTY.
Yeah, Roger, Eric. The OH2 DPN, this is Oscar Hotel 2 Delta Papa November. I overheard your conversation there. To check your audio on DMR, you want to go to Parrot. It's known as Parrot, not Echo. And here it works perfectly well on hotspot. For me, I choose the country suffix, which is 244 in my case, and I add 297 at the end to the Parrot. Not sure if that works for UK, but in theory it should be 235297 for the Parrot. If it isn't that, go to the Brandmeister Wiki, and all the details are there for your country. Should be Parrot listed there as well. Back to you.
Whiskey Alpha 2, Bravo Juliet November. I just want to make it short. I just want to say hello to greet you from Indonesia. Hoping that everything running well over there, my friend. Here it is, Yankee Charlie 3, Bravo Romeo Bravo. My name is Jordi. Back to you, go ahead.
145 400. This is G7 RPG.
It's the Echo, I think, isn't it? But I didn't know how to get it when Alan said check it on there. Because I've looked, I've got Fusion. This system I'm running on here, I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's not something I use all the time. I thought it was a good idea to have a laptop up in the bedroom by the bed. But it says I can't get it set up properly. But I've looked on Fusion, and I was sure there used to be power on Fusion. I've been right down the whole list, and that's why I've gone a bit funny. I must have dreamt it, I think, Nick, but I can't find it on Fusion. Because this Zoom, what's it called, Andy stick, will work on Fusion. I've not used it on Fusion. So I only just we were trying to get it working now, but I'm sure there was a power on there, but I just can't find it. I've looked under UK, I've looked under GB, I've looked under CQ, and there's no parrot listed. But it's thrown away, Nick. I'll put it back to you. I won't hold you too long, but thanks for coming in and giving me the information. OH2, DPN, from G0, BPY.
Yes, I think on hotspot here, Richard. Yes, Richard, I see your KOZ.com page. Richard Ausländer. Perfect. Whiskey Alpha 2, Bravo Juliet November. This is a Delta Golf 7, Romeo Bravo Victor listening for you.
Wiki for your country. And yes, there is a YSF Parrot as well. I'm also using that in cross mode. I can't remember what that was. It's programmed into my handheld at the moment, but it exists. It definitely exists, and you can check that. I can check it even cross mode. DMR into confusion. So those two Parrots are available and working. Make sure they're private calls, obviously, when you set it up, not a public. So back to you from OH2 DPN.
Meine Frau und ich, wir waren über fast ganz Osteuropa und Zentrum-Europa. Mein Deutsch ist in der Schule gelernt, 3 Jahre auf dem Gymnasium und 3 Jahre mehr auf Universität, aber es war eine lange Zeit zurück. So, ich war ein sehr guter Student und ich habe viel Spaß, weil ich kann ein bisschen auf Deutsch sprechen. Ich habe keine Familie, keine Freunde hier auf dieser Seite, dass ich kein Deutsch sprechen mit. So, danke schön, lieber Günther. Es freut mich sehr, deine Stimme zu lernen, speziell auf Deutsch. Delta Golf 7 RBV, WA2BJN. Your English is quite okay. Over.
Well, I'm guessing I could alter the microphone settings in running Windows 10. Yeah, I think I can. I'll just go into, I think there's a microphone where you can adjust the microphone. This is the microphone of the laptop. Forget this external one, which I've got plugged into one of the USB ports, of course. So that's what it just wants adjustment. But anyway, you're giving me something to do. I think you're in Finland, I believe, it's coming up, I think, the call sign. But the WX here in the southeast, it's a really dull old day here. It's not raining, but it's certainly not very bright. And it's well, I suppose it's fairly warm for the time of year. I think the temperatures, according to the computers, 15 degrees centigrade. But of course we're heading into the winter. But I'm guessing we don't get winters like you do there. Down here in the south east of the UK, we haven't had bad winters for quite a while now. But I'm sure that the parts of your country are very, very nice to look at if you're in a warm room, but I'm not a person that knows a lot of cold weather, Nick. Thank you again, and I know you disappeared, but I must appreciate all the information. OH2DPN G0VPY.
I am going to go QRT. This is Whiskey America 2, Bravo, Juliet, November.
So yeah, there's just a little bit of background hum on your audio now. It's much better than it was. It's perfectly readable, but there's a background hum. It's classic sort of, I think, laptop type stuff. You might want to put a choke on anything coming out of the laptop if you're going to continue to use the mic. But you are readable compared to what you were. It was accurate to say you were talking through a pillow before. At one point, you were talking through two pillows. Now I would say you're just talking through a thin sheet with a bit of QRM in the background. I'm almost certain that's laptop related rather than anything else. So, yeah, QTH is Helsinki, capital of Finland. It's a fine day today. Bright sunshine now. It's breezy, stiff northerly breeze, keeping it cool around 10 degrees. But it's very autumnal and very nice day. So, good luck with all that. Go to the Paris and you can check out your own audio to your heart's content. And hopefully speak to you again. I'll hand it to you for the final. I'll be clear on that. It's OH2 DPN. Back to you, Eric.
G0VPY returning to the final. Okay, Nick. Well, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, I don't know if the noise is still there. I don't know what to do to come back and worry too much about it. We've all got the laptop, Nick. There is a well, I've got it on the in the kitchen, and it's right underneath a light, which I think may have been causing the problem, but maybe not. But it won't be used here. I'm not sure that I'll carry on with this, but I just thought it was a good idea, but maybe it will be. It's only to take it up to the bedroom. So I think I'll about the TJ's sector there and the WX at Nick. Well, thank you again for the GSO and also the information, and we look forward to hopefully catching up with you again in the future. I do spend a lot of time on the digital notes, not on this laptop, but I've got the MD380 like Adam was using, and I've got a little FT1 Yaesu that I use on Fusion, and I've also got another radio which is the FTM 400 Yaesu, I think, and I can get onto YAVAPI via a fairly local repeater. Same as well as you possibly know anyway. The repeater is GB7MH, and I can get into YAVAPI with. And that is located very close to London Gatwick Airport. We're about 20 miles from that airport here. So that's luckily that repeater operates on YAVAPI. So thank you again, and I look forward to catching up with you again. Enjoy the rest of the day, and much appreciated all the information. OH2 DPN G0VPY, now going to go to RT. So please, Nick, and thank you again.
2 times in my lifetime. And I learned when I was there with my wife that if you speak the language or if you try to speak the language, life becomes a whole lot easier when you are traveling in a foreign country. So I can speak Spanish, not quite as well as German, but I speak German reasonably well. And my French is terrible, which is all right. I don't mind that. But thank you very much, Max. Your English is quite good. And by the way, like I said, I have visited Germany 5 times, but I've been to Berlin 2 times. And I had a lot of amateur radio friends to help us out, travel around to explain things and have built-in tour guides. But that was many, many years ago. Vielen, vielen Jahre zurück. So für jetzt nur alles Gute. Tschüss, tschüss, bleibt gesund. Sei stark. Delta November 9, Mexico Alpha X-Ray. Whiskey America 2, Bravo Juliet November. Alles Gute, 73.
Yeah, Richard, Whiskey Alpha 2, Bravo, Juliet, November, Delta November 9, Mike Alpha X-Ray. También hablo un poco español. In Germany we have a saying, it says, Sprache ist wie eine Brücke. Like a language is like a bridge that connects us, and I say this is true. Yeah, definitely. So I'm going out now, get some fresh air, wish you a nice day, and hear you next time here on Talk Group 91. That was Delta November 9 Mike Alpha X-Ray Berlin in Germany.
G7RPG, I don't know if you're monitoring Hubnet Peak, but I couldn't get anything over there. If you are, I'll sit on here. Couldn't get anything there, Pete, if you're listening. G7RPG, 2E0PP.
People who are listening who don't speak German won't appreciate. When I was in high school, many, many, many years ago, I told you I was 84. My German teacher in high school took me out in the hall one day and said I was not intelligent enough to learn to speak German. I don't know if she was a little bit crazy. Sie war vielleicht ein bisschen verrückt. I'm not sure. Ich bin nicht sicher. It's a long time ago. And that was the best thing she could have said to me, because I made it a point to study hard, practice, and I have nobody here, nobody that I know here in America who speaks German with me. Nobody, no family, no friends. It's strictly on the radio. So I want to say thank you to Fräulein Fischer, who in 1956 said I was not intelligent enough to ever learn to speak German. Enough said. DN9MAX, WA2BJN. Nur alles Gute, bis nächste Mal, auf baldiges Wiederhören, lieber Max.
Ja, lieber Richard, vielen Dank für das nette QSO. Bis zum nächsten Mal und einen schönen Tag. Delta, November 9, Mike Alpha X-Ray.
Roger, Roger. Enjoy every minute of the fresh air outside, Max. Catch you next time. With that, I'm going to go sign and take my dog for a walk. Wir werden zusammen wie sagt man, einen Spaziergang. Wir werden einen Spaziergang machen zusammen mit meinem Hund. Delta November 9, Mexico Alpha X-Ray, Whiskey America 2, Bravo Juliet November. Alles Gute. Tschüss.
Richard, schönen Sonntag noch, gell, hier aus Frankfurt. Schönen Sonntag noch. Have a great Sunday, Richard.
W portable number 291. Hello, world.
Delta Lima 9 Zulu Alpha Whiskey. This is Hotel Lima 2 Bravo Oscar Papa. Hotel Lima 2 Bravo Oscar Papa calling you.
Hello, good late evening to South Korea. The name is Peter. I think you see everything on my display. You're loud and clear in Frankfurt. You're welcome in Germany. Microphone back to you.
Rosa Delta Lima 9 Zulu Alpha Whiskey. This is Hotel Lima 2 Bravo Oscar Papa returning. Thank you very much. Kindly to my call. Your signal is also very clear and strong 599 here in Korea. And my name is Zhang, Juliet Alpha November Golf. Zhang is my name. My QTH is 80 kilometers south of Seoul, the capital city of Korea. I have a copy Mr. Peter in Frankfurt. So back to you, Delta Lima 9, Zulu Alpha Whiskey. This is Hotel Lima 2 Bravo Oscar Papa. Back to you.
RFO.
Korea. And Seoul also, beautiful city. Yeah. I'm sitting here middle in Frankfurt. The repeater is 25 kilometers away with any tone and a 5 watts here. And I wish you a nice Sunday and have a great time in ham radio on DL9ZAW. Monitoring still. I'm waiting here for a local train. Okay, my friend. God bless you and your family. Have a great time. Bye-bye.
Over the North Atlantic, the 11-meter band, things are really starting to fly off the rails, so things might begin to open up a little bit. I noticed my transmitter here is still doing that cold early morning thing, so I'll have to tend to that shortly.
Sunday. Yes, now I am using a Droid application in my smartphone. And today we are the cloud day. Temperature is now 18 degrees Celsius. I enjoy this talking on 91. Hope this again soon in the future again. Best regard to you and your family. I send my final love. Delta Lima 9 Zulu Alpha Whiskey. This is Hotel Lima 2 Bravo Oscar Papa. Back to you for your final.
Off to a slow start, but it should start to perk up a little bit in the next half hour or so. I was talking to Calvin earlier, G4TRW, and he's hearing bits of it. Not a lot of it yet, but yeah, be like a doctor, have some patience, and you never know what will happen.
Those 73. Bye-bye. Have a good day.
True. Patience is a virtue, they say. If you don't have any, then this is the wrong hockey.
Zulu Alpha Zulu, you got a copy?
Kilo India 5 Zulu Alpha Zulu. This is Hotel Lima 2 Bravo Oscar Papa calling you.
QSL, yes, I do have a copy on you. This is Kilo India 5 Zulu Alpha Zulu calling from the United States of America. I heard you on the radio and I wanted to make contact with you, but I appreciate sounding good over here. Appreciate the call, come back to my call.
Zulu Alpha Zulu, this is Hotel Lima 2 Bravo Oscar Papa returning. Yes, you have a very beautiful sound. The 5x9 here in Korea. My name is Zhang, Juliet Alpha November Golf. Zhang is my name. My QTH is 80 kilometers south of Seoul, the capital city of Korea. KI5, Zulu Alpha Zulu. This is Hotel Lima 2 Bravo Oscar Papa. Back to you.
Nice to see when the band starts to really fly, so maybe later on this morning it will. Anyway, I got to make a quick run into St. Thomas here, so we'll get things on the go and see what happens. Beautiful sunny day out. I got to continue with some yard work here. We're going to get some work done on the driveway next weekend. Do a little bit of driveway widening here, so I got to make sure everything's cleared out so the equipment can get in here and get her done.
Log it in QRZ and Logbooks of the World. QSL?
Rotor KA5 Zulu Alpha Zulu. This is Hotel Lima to Bravo Oscar Papa returning. Yes, I'm very happy to meet you. I'm just talking from 91. Today we are the cloudy day. Temperature is now 18 degrees Celsius. Local time is now 11:25 Sunday night. So back to you, KA5 Zulu Alpha Zulu. This is Hotel Lima to Bravo Oscar Papa. Back to you.
So yeah, we got looks like we got a sunny day today and about 70 degrees, I guess. It's 9:16 a.m. Sunday morning here in the state. So but yeah, appreciate the contact and I'll say 73.
Rotor KA5 Zulu Alpha Zulu. This is Hotel Lima to Bravo Oscar Papa returning. Thank you very much for the QSO. I'm looking forward to the next contact. Best regards to you and your family. I send my final now and clear with Kilo India 5 Zulu Alpha Zulu. This is Hotel Lima to Bravo Oscar Papa 73. Bye bye. Have a good day.
Down, Eddie.
Look to the world.
Well, yeah. Pardon me, I couldn't copy. Please say again, QSL.
Oh, that. I did see that, I think yesterday or the day before that, Tesla. Yeah. I definitely applaud the software.
Yeah, you mean I will travel in the world. I will visit America several times for my business. And I will visit the Western California areas 3 years ago. KA5 Zulu Alpha Zulu, this is HL2 BOP. Back to you.
Software gets charged because somebody's in the wrong here, right?
QSL. Okay, well, have a good one, and nice talking to you, and God bless you and your family, and stay safe, stay healthy, and 73.
Cheers.
Send my final now and clear with KI5 Zulu Alpha Zulu. This is HL2BOP 73. Bye bye. Have a good day.
Somebody will die, and it knows that. So, depending on what he makes it or defensive driving type method it uses, it knows it will take a life. How does it decide which life it takes?
FCG, oh.
Golf 7 Jewett, November Mike Stroke Mobile.
Sure, do you see the owner of the car? I mean, like, in an instance like that where the car is driving itself, who is actually legally responsible in an accident?
Roger, this is KV8 FCG. Appreciate you coming back there, HL2 VOP. Name here is Dave. We're located in Michigan. We're about 10 miles from Detroit, south of Detroit. It kind of gives you a location there, but you sound real good. You got a good clear signal.
Trying to see Tesla.
It's a Foxtrot Charlie. Also, this is Hotel Lima to Bravo Oscar Papa returning. Thank you very much to call me. I will copy Mr. David in the Michigan. And your signal is very clear and strong. 519 here in Korea. My name is Zhang. Juliet Alpha November Golf. Zhang is my name. My QTH is 80 kilometers south of Seoul, the capital city of Korea. So back to you, Kilo Bravo 8, Foxtrot Charlie Golf. This is Hotel Lima 2 Bravo Oscar Papa. Back to you.
Russian insurance rates through the roof.
Roger on all that, John. Nice to meet you. I appreciate you picking up my call. You're my first contact in Korea on DMR. I've been on DMR just a few months, and I appreciate you coming back. We've got sunny skies here today. We're going to get about 70 degrees, which is above normal for Michigan. But we're looking forward to the sunshine. We love that. I'm going to thank you again, Von, and John. Maybe there's a number of people out there who want to talk to you today. And I really appreciate you coming back to my call. And hopefully we can do it sometime. Just to let you know, I'm married, have a number of children and grandchildren, retired. So take care, and we'll say 73 is old.
The cuts Millet made were doing super. At least that's what the media was telling us. And they were telling us that Argentina now is showing a profit. The government is digging itself out by making all these cuts. But if they need $20 billion, that can't be true.
Weather conditions, and also you're at the very, very beautiful days today. Yes, now I'm using Android applications in my smartphone, and I enjoy just talking from 91. Hope this again soon in your pictures again. And best regard to you and your family. I send my final now and clear with Kilo Bravo 8, Foxtrot Charlie Golf. This is Hotel Lima 2 Bravo Oscar Papa 73. Bye bye. Have a good day.
Victor G7 RPG. Hello.
There's 73s to you there and your family. Have a great day and a great year. Stay healthy there. Thanks again for the comeback. Really appreciate it. KB8FCG, Cliff.
Good morning, Papa System. This is Kilo Oscar 6, Bravo Kilo X-Ray. Evo, and I'm here for the debrief on the simplex exercise that we had this morning from 7 to 7:30 on 1460535. It was a little lighter than the last few weeks, but still good contacts. Very strong signals this morning here in Dustin. But we'll probably hear about that again later today, or later in this debrief, I would say. As always, I would like to start off with people that were unable to make contact this morning. We definitely want to hear from you. So if you are in that position, please let us know, and we'll hear what you have to say. Alrighty, I'm ready for it, so let's get it started. Please come with your call sign first name, and I'll get you in there, and then we'll hear what you experienced this morning.
Had a lot of fun out there.
959 for you. Extra UG9 M8X.
Coming to get you. G4TRW.
Yes, just testing some software that's going to lock QSOs. So let's see if it works. Thanks for the QSO. 73's G8SIB out.
You can go, is there really? So I decided to quit whilst I was ahead, get packed up and come.
To hear a lot of I don't know, there were people out there, but I couldn't pull out any actual content. I could get maybe a letter of a call sign occasionally, but it was clear that there was a lot of activity or that I could hear evidence of, but I was not able to copy any of it. But I will be back next week, and I've got to figure out how to get a better antenna up higher. It's an ongoing need. Anyway, hope everybody has a great rest of their weekend. Thanks for doing the net, Evo. KD6LLP.
Yeah, it is good. I didn't bother going out, Pete. Just like yourself, I've done it, been there, worn the T-shirt, had a lot of fun doing it over the years. Just come back from Lidl, actually, and in the middle, Lidl, for £5.99, 100 metres of 5mm paracord. Just perfect. And I spotted it, and Michelle went, "Oh, God, what are you going to do with that?" What did I say, what, Michelle? Yeah, I said, "They're going to hang you with it." So there we are. So I've got a deal this afternoon. 100 metres of a paracord, 5mm black. Go ahead.
Primo bravo del David. Buonasera. Michele. Fai 5-9 tutto il report è bene. Copiato al 100%. India Whisky 2, Charlie Whisky Papa e 4 primo bravo del David.
Spotted that stuff, and I'm thinking, do I need some more guy road stuff? So I've been having an eye about whether I should get some, Dave. I've seen I was tapping my eyes on the sort, not the quite sort of thin snow, maybe 4mm or something like that. You know, when it's not.
There's no interest. Sorry. I'll get it right in a minute. They're now introduced, or going to introduce, biometrics, where they take you have to get DNA and fingerprints and everything to get into the country. But apparently, I don't think you do. I just think you get a rubber boat and an 8-ball engine and you can get your vehicle easily. Thank you. Kilo 6, Bravo Quebec, with roll. BA3 QA, G4TLW.
Yeah. Well, there's always somebody trying to do the plot. Jeez, okay. Anyway, average ratio, best hobby in the world, and we hope to keep it that way.
Well, really, apparently there's a QSO epidemic over in Europe now at the moment where they feel obliged, it's almost like a nervous tick. After they finish speaking, rather than the course on, you just say, QSO, we're back to shoot. But I've never met this bloke, Hugh. Have you come across him, Reggie? Manuel, my Alpha November unit for Echo Lima. I am in north of Spain, Principality Asturias. My city is Aviles. Aviles is my city. It's a 500 north capital Spain, Madrid. It's a 500 kilometers north capital Spain, Madrid, and River Cantábrico. Good day, de Mazón. Good day, de Summer. Las temperaturas de 22 degrees Celsius en Guamones. The 9 Whiskey 2 Echo Sierra Romeo, Mike to you, Echo Alpha 1, Bravo, Delta Victor.
Repeat, Sierra Charlie 076. This is Mike Little Whitaker. And I have 4 check-ins, including yourself, Ellen, Gilbert, and RH, H85X, KK6YBX. K6DB and K06 PKX. A lot of X's in there. So we'll be QSY over to the Forest version. See what happens. Everybody have a great day. 23 each day.
You take your day on.
Before you go to QSY, are you going to be able to do TMR or 125?
It would be perfect for aerial guy wire. That's what I assume you got it for, Dave.
Frequency with my channel. So this issue, no problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Manuel, for the contact. I'm listening you for the last hour. This is Echo Alpha 1 Bravo Oscar Victor. This is 9 Whiskey 2 Echo Sierra Romeo 73. Bye-bye.
Anyway, there's a bit of review. I don't know if he was going to come back just to give you a quick reply, so I left a pause. I suppose now I've got a few things to do. You're quite right, Reggie. It's coming up to 20 to 4 over here at the moment, 20 to 4 in the afternoon for us. I've got things to do, and then I'm going to be cycling to Dorchester the next train on. Give it a little bit of time, so I need to jump in the shower, have a shave, and sort myself out to head to Dorchester. I wish you a very, very good evening there, Reggie. Many thanks for the short chat. If you are in your shop, Ron, love you to hear you on. Thanks for the chat as well. And Mike, I had a quick chat with Mike earlier on, MMX. So very good that afternoon as well. G40RW. When you've got people walking around outside, the road would stand very well against the commodity old whatever.
Spanish died, my friend. 9 Whiskey 2 Echo Sierra Romeo Echo Alpha 1 Bravo Delta Victor.
Yeah. You did start to drop out on your last YAVAPI. I don't know why. Normally, you wouldn't get any drop out. You'd get not a phasing, but you'd drop back on your audio and you'd get that like bit of popcorn coming in on the carrier. But I didn't get that. It's a complete drop. That's what sounds unusual for me to hear that. Don't know why that was. Maybe it's something that you've done with the network that causes that to do that instead. Maybe. I don't know. All right, I'll catch you when you get back. 73, safe drive. G7RPG Mobile, G0 OMPay.
Thank you, Gilbert, and appreciate you being a regular and trying, although your location is not the easiest to make contact with. Already, anybody else who wants to talk about their simplex experience this morning before we wrap it up and make room for the ARRL nets? Now is the time. Go with your call sign, first name.
There was a case where some young girls were sexually harassed, and it was all sort of hushed up, but it had to go to court, and it was one of the illegal immigrants being a bit too friendly. I was in Germany, so it's a similar situation in Germany. It might be legal in some countries for grown men to go out with girls under 15 or whatever, but not in the UK. So that was the case of that one. And also lots of people complaining that British citizens of whatever race or religion cannot get housing, and yet they find houses for people who come over here illegally. So it's a bit of friction, shall we say. And yes, you're also correct about they are introducing this identity thing where they scan your fingerprints, facial recognition. I thought it was DNA as well. When we're heading to Europe, now we've left Europe, or when the Europeans come in there. Slowly, if it gets too busy, they said they can skip it, but that will be introduced over the next few years for everyone traveling between. So yes, the information you have is correct there. My name is Kelvin, Kilo Echo Lima, India, November. I went down on the Safe Coast, on the middle of a seaside town called Weymouth in South Dorset there. And the call as you've got it is George 4 Tango Radio Whiskey.
44655.
I think you remember it, but I can't think who actually had that as a catchphrase. If it was a catchphrase, who was it?
I believe everything online because you got the AI, everything could be AI, you never know. And there's a lot of false news out there, so I'd rather just ask somebody and over there. Oh yeah, that's the only questions I have there. Other than if I could just get your program there again. Other than that, I guess pretty much you can go and second three, VE3, Hero and Jimmy Victor, Skyler and Panorama.
KC4 RSW, Kilo Charlie 4 Romeo Sierra Whiskey, Vero.
He's strength again. What a guy. G0 POS. Hello, mate.
A multi-million pound plane by spraying it in the jet engines. It done so much damage. They were not listed as a terrorist organisation. It's Palestine Action or something or other. And so all the people in London have been protesting. If they put up placards saying, we support Palestine Action, which is like supporting a terrorist organisation, so we'd have mass arrests and war assaults. So if you've heard that on the news, that is also correct. But hopefully things should settle down a bit now. But that is true there. And my call is Germany 4 Tango Radio Whiskey. As a promoter of Power RF transistors from years ago. OG4TRW.
On movies, I know who you're talking about now. Yeah, I do remember him saying it in a couple of movies, but I don't think he ever caught on, did he? But thanks for bringing it up, Phil. Off you go then. Go and have a siesta, as we call it, when we're on holiday. Enjoy your siesta, and have a good night tonight, Phil. Nice to hear you. Hope you're well, by the way. G0OMK, Sunny Kent.
ICT. Okay, so it's a good day. The zone of temperatures at 22 degrees Celsius. Good day, the summer. My friend, TY Whiskey Gold Papa, like to you, Echo Alpha 1, Bravo, Delta Victor.
Very good friend of mine, T8 PNA, been lifelong friends. It was him who got me into radio. He says there's been a world reset, he calls it, after COVID. Everything changed. And he's right, everything over in the UK, everything completely changed after COVID. Prices shot up, but they've been fairly stable. And right there, I don't know what it's like in Canada, but over here, some of the products we were buying have nearly doubled in price. My friend is in Sweden. He's a good character. I do like old Barry in Sweden. He's an expert. He's been over there 40 plus years. And he said over there, shrinkation, isn't it? Where you used to buy a bar of chocolate with 200 grams, now it's about 150 grams, but it's nearly double the price it was. He's one of these chaps with a very sweet tooth. He said apparently a bar of chocolate in Sweden that would have been, we would have called 8 ounces or 200 grams, is now only 6 ounces, and it's about 4 English pounds, the Swedish equivalent of 4 English pounds a bar. So he's had to curtail his chocolate addiction there. But there is nothing we can do about it, but you just got to laugh at it. But it does notice, when you go around the supermarket, that's the most expensive vehicle I drive. When I get to the checkout and have to pay for what I put in the trolley. From G4TRW.
Un problem for me, I am confirmed contact in qrz.com. My question special of Columbus Day or Spanish Day for you be QSL electronic for you via email person, my friend. Thank you very much for question. 73 for you and your family. I am Pet Cookie no. The 91. Good day, my friend. KOF WGP A1BDB.
That's correct. On the Juggle Bank one about 20 minutes ago, Alder.
That's my location here, so now I'm not mobile. I'm adding you to the logbook now. Yeah, I think we've talked once or twice before, so we'll definitely catch each other here on 91. And I forgot to give you my WX report. We're 65 degrees Fahrenheit, which should be right around 17 or 18 degrees Celsius, if I'm remembering correctly. So it's fall time, but it is not cold yet. So, and then, well, 7-3. God bless you and your family. Take care. Stay radioactive, and we'll talk again. EA1 BDV K8WGB.
Hello? Hundreds, thousands, all these people. What do you talk about? We're Depends who you're talking to. If it's David's food, if it's Peter's radio, if it's so-and-so's Kevin his printed circuit boards. I couldn't believe there were so many people you could talk to on a £70 radio. Just amazing. So I've enlightened a lot of old ladies this morning, Peter.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So that's that one. So it's not really an ID that you've got to carry around. I was referring more, he asked me about the questions, so hopefully I'll clarify. It's mainly if you want to leave the country. Before you would have shown your passport, but now that's when it all comes in with the fingerprinting and other such stuff, mainly for leaving the country. As in social media posting, I've avoided social media like the plague. I consider it a scourge. It may be brilliant, some people love it. A very good friend of mine who's also licensed loves it, but it's a double-edged sword that way. So the good it does on one hand, it sort of does a lot of bad on the other one. So again, no posting. I have no idea on all these ones. I avoided it when I was getting sort of. I was on Facebook many years ago, and I was getting information coming. I thought, well, that's a bit strange, isn't it? And so I thought, no, and I just disconnected all that, and I don't bother with that. So hopefully that helps it. And as I said, hopefully I've answered your questions. If you've got any more, only too willing to put it across on it. But as in also the other chap was on about AI and not, well, I think it's a case of everywhere. I don't think it's just our country. I think there's a lot of them. Selective, what do they call it? Selective news, I think is the correct word, isn't it? So they don't lie, but they don't necessarily tell you the whole story. That's probably a better way of describing it. From G40RW.
Yes, you were talking about Henry Ford and Greenfield Village, I believe is what you're talking about. I think you said the Ford Museum. There are a couple of museums over there, but yeah. If you were talking about Greenfield Village and the Henry Ford Museum, I have been through it, I believe, twice. And I am slacking. I haven't been there since I was a child in school. I went to school once or twice. We've talked about taking our children, as our children are getting to be 7 and 14, but no, I have not been back there recently. Yes, I explored it as a kid. Our school took we did like a 2-day trip out of it, and we even got to sleep in they turned one of the dorms into dorms for camping. Well, not really camping, but, school trips. So when I was a child, I don't know, 4th, 5th, 6th grade, something like that, yes, I went to Greenfield Village, and I got to even stay in I don't know what technical term they're calling them, but yeah, the dorms. So, alright, I don't want to hold it too long here. I don't want to wrap it. I don't got a key clock on me. Sitting in the parking lot of the grocery store. So I'll turn it back to you for one, Doug, and I'll put you in the logbook. And we'll do 1 or 2 more overs, and then I got to run into the store. So back to you, KB6RXKWGP.
Police officer over here in Canada, we've had all that for quite a number of years now. Now, plate ID and automatic reading, and it'll tell you whether you're insured or not, whether there's any arrest warrants for the registered owner, validation of the plate itself, whether it's expired. Yeah, we've had all that for a number of years. But now we're hearing a lot of chatter about going to see insertion of chips, and there's something online just the other day that Vietnam is going countrywide, and I don't know whether it's North or South Vietnam, with putting out digital IDs for every citizen, whereby you cannot conduct any financial transactions. There's no cash business anymore. Everything is recorded. So the government has their hands into everything and, tax grabbing and all of that nonsense. And they've been talking about that for a number of years here. And when we hear it happening elsewhere in the world, we're just concerned that is it indeed happening, or is this just some tasty-faced kids posting in their basements and we're all led to believe? So they seem to be going that direction here, and we're just wondering if it's happening elsewhere in the world. It's just a matter of time before it does happen here.
My wife is listening to the store every day for something, even though we have already done the most of a grocery trip and grocery shopping. But you can't forget the walnut pieces there and zucchini bread if you're a zucchini bread fan, which I am. My wife grows a little raised bed type garden. We've got a small yard, but we've got a quarter of our yards all raised beds and I don't know, the cannabis flower pot bag things. We've got tons of vegetables. She's been growing all of her stuff. So she grows zucchinis and jalapenos and tomatoes. We've even got a little string of pumpkins back there. And yeah, so. All right, Doug. Running the store. I'll be monitoring on and off all day. We'll probably catch up here around 3100 somewhere. It was good talking to you again. I did put you in the logbook. And if they 73, God bless to you and yours. And we'll catch you later. KB6RX, this is K8WGP, and I am QRT.
Honey, for a cup of coffee and a cake. But if you had to take that money out your wallet and hand it over, you would have thought twice about it. But I'm afraid we're classed as a first generation. We obviously think too much. You just pay. If you're not careful, when we were children and, my siblings and that, we were playing Monopoly. Parents cause family arguments. It didn't seem to you had all this money in your hand, which it wasn't real, was it? And that's how I feel it's become nowadays. It's almost like Monopoly type money. It doesn't appear to be real until you owe someone money. And then the debts really start to mount up for some people. But because I was brought up of a generation, if you didn't have it, and you couldn't afford it, you didn't buy it, it's never been a problem for me. Thank you for TRW.
Cash is king. I was out with a bunch of buddies for wings and beer not too long ago, and one of the conversations around the table was, cash is king, cash is king. When it came time to pay, these guys will pull out their phones and their credit cards and, ding and ding, and, they paid. I laid down cash because cash is indeed king. Now, I'm sorry I've got to go. I just arrived at church, and I've got to head in there and get down to business. Thank you for your time. I appreciate the clarification. My friend from UK, and I forget your call signal now, but PA3, EIO 73, and I am out of here.
Try it again next time or so. KB6RRX, I'll stand by. Try it again.
You get used to it. As I said, sometimes now over here, though, when I'm out with my partner, Mandy, she's embraced it more than me, this one. So you go to some of the car parks when we visit different places, and you have to pay with your phone. It's all sort of, you tapped in. Years ago, we used to collect you put your parking thing, put your money in the machine, and so as we were leaving the car park, if you saw a young couple or someone else coming in, you'd roll your window down and said, how long are you planning to stop? And they might say, oh, we only want to pop in half an hour. I said, oh, there's an hour left on this ticket, and just hand them over your parking ticket so they didn't have to pay. It's just a neighbourly thing to do, but that's all gone now. You have to, each ticket is only registered to that car park and that car registration. Right, good afternoon. Thanks for the chat. Much appreciated. Where's it? There's my scribble pad. P3, P83, EIO. Very good afternoon. C4TRW.
Form number 2 Eco Hotel Bravo. Thank you for the nice short QSO. Greetings to you and your family from Ahmedabad, India. 73, bye-bye and good luck to you.
No, thanks for the chat. Always appreciate a good chat. Within your fight line, and eventually do it and I clear off. So it's next to my earlier on. I like people who actually want to chat and have a talk about stuff. That's how we make space stations. You've heard about things you share in common. I'm very busy. Let you disappear. Thanks very much for the use of the repeater mic, and I'll chat to you boys soon. From T4TRW.
Eco Hotel Bravo, VU2EHB, Nikhilesh from Ahmedabad, India. Ahmedabad, my QTH is 450 kilometers north of Bombay. Mike, back to you. KB6 RRX to transmit, VU2EHB listening.
At least those who are not up at Pacific on today. And we'll hear their reports, and then following that, we'll close the repeater portion of this step. After that, time permitting, on HF, we'll take visitor check-ins. When you check in either as an official or as a visitor, we encourage you to share your group's news and activities with us. We'll start with elected and appointed officials from the San Diego section.
D, KB6, RRX, 73.
Thank you, KB6 RRX. It was not me. It was some another station, KF0, some station, HQN, which was blocking the 91 channel. Anyway, greetings to you from Ahmedabad, India. 73 is bye-bye and good luck to you.
'73.
Zero, okay, thanks very much, Phil, for whatever I was getting in. Well, here HF is pretty good at the moment, so I'm on the way back and I'll be having a fill around on the 20 and 40, see what's happening. Thanks very much, 73s in 7WTO.
Quick comment. Okay, let's go up to the Nevada section. WRO, good morning, Jim, section traffic manager.
Good morning, buddy. Just a reminder, you will be the frequency 15 today. It's not so far. It's not up. So the Nevada traffic, I had myself there. That control state will be going to fix it up as our traffic manager is over at Pacificon. Yeah, it is just starting so far. It's super great traffic up there. Putting my hat around to the sheriff's station. Sheriff Lacey interoperability is growing. We were in some voice training this year, which questions by email after the event. They just didn't want to ask the questions after that. And we'll see anyway we can get everything going well. And it's not a great place for anybody.
Okay, thanks, Jim. And let's look at your log. You can count me as number 1, 59 Los Angeles.
Very good. I think what's not in Nevada, the county is the kingdom of nine November Yankee.
Gotcha, and right, thank you. All right, any questions for Jim?
So when you get back, just put a quick call through. You can, of course, check it if you want to using the up-down monitors, but it's best coming from somebody who's out there on the analog network as opposed to the digital side of the network. Cheers, Duncan. M7WJO G0OMK. Cheers for now.
Thank you so far. I think like I did more contact with Arizona. There is rain here as well, so just propagation into Arizona 20 meters for that. Yeah, so fair rain with the hurricane, I'm sure we all did. I had about a quarter-inch here. What was interesting as on a related note, or unrelated, I guess, M3 on my business, I'm a civil engineer, and they're a company based out of Anaheim, but looking for a team. I've already have offices everywhere, Phoenix too. Looking for a team of people who want to explore Arizona for a damage assessment. I was really wanting to do that. I was kind of a surprise. It wasn't much advance notice on it. I said, no, I've already got a pre-spent medical appointment, so I couldn't do it. But sure has been interesting. There's a lot of that. From the early years, being out in the field, looking at floods and drainage channels and all that type of stuff. And I do a lot of hydrology type work, so it's been interesting. But whatever, I think I worked out that pretty well. I know there was this hurricane, this recent one, certainly bringing in moisture and impacting that area at the same time that the whole team has gone out there. So anyway, kind of an exciting thing. Busy seminar.
Hello, James. Calling into GB3CR. All well at the moment. Don't know how well I'm getting it. Receiving it not back to 4. Over.
Whiskey 6 Delta Quebec. W6DQ, Dennis and Inyo Kern, and Assistant SEC. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Marty, and Annette from Inyo Kern up here in High Desert. And chilly morning this morning, down to 47 overnight. But we're getting ready for shakeout. We plan on doing a little demo at our Emergency Services Committee meeting this week, which is our group that gathers every month of all the volunteer organizations as well as our first responders and all support of the EOC here in Indian Wells Valley. And we're going to be setting up before the meeting and do a little demo with the shakeout. So that should be fun. That'll be this week. On another note, I just got buzzed by Doc. If you know, if you're familiar with Doc, the one of 2 flying B-29 bombers, it just flew over the house here a minute ago. It's up here at Inyo Kern Airport for a few days. They're doing flights, and looks like they're back on the ground right now. But that was very incredible sound when they fly over. I just love that. And Doc was rescued from here in our valley at the Naval Air Warfare Station here at CHINO Lake. Was being used as a target and was recovered and returned to flight. So that's pretty cool. Both Doc and Fifi, the other flying B-29, came out of CHINO Lake as well. So both flying. Anyway, that's about it from Inyo Kern in the High Desert. Marty, back over to you at 6VI for W.
No difficulty in copying you. Nikhilesh from Ahmedabad, India. Greetings to you and your family from Ahmedabad, and hope to meet you down the log again. 73s, bye-bye and good luck to you. Mike, back to you for the final.
Test F0, test 1.
Family, all the best and the health.
Yeah, please go ahead. Okay, 62Q.
Test.
Thank you, Sierra. Good morning to you. 73 is bye bye and good luck to you. This is Victor, uniform number 2 Eco Hotel Bravo. 73 is to Victor Eco 2 Papa Bravo Sierra. Kilo 8 Whiskey Golf Papa. This is Victor, uniform number 2 Eco Hotel Bravo.
Good morning from my side, Nicholas. You gave me enough time to come back out of that store. Oh, that's right, I made the excellent cheap quick. How's everything going today in India? Here, the sun's shining, and it's fall time. We're about 18 degrees Celsius, and just heading back to home QTH to do a couple things. And we'll pass it back to you, VU2EHP, K8WGP.
Thank you, Randall. Good morning to you. And happy Sunday to you. Greetings to you and your family from Ahmedabad, India. This is Victor, uniform number 2 Eco Hotel Bravo. Nice copy, you are 5x9. Greetings to you and your family from Ahmedabad. And hope to meet you down the log again. 73 is bye bye and good luck to you.
Good evening. I'm UK622. I'm not sure about you, but you're in the evening hours. I don't know, 9, 10 o'clock or something like that. So yours probably winding down. But yeah, definitely have a great week ahead. I hope everything's on the up and up and very prosperous for you. God bless you, Nick. Thanks for calling out. We'll do it again. 7-3 to you and yours. Have a great rest of the night and awesome week coming up. VU2EHPK WGP 7 I'm be clear.
You might have been on the 10 meters. I mean, it's okay if you're on echo link. Mike's got them all linked together. There's quite a bit of traffic on here. But how are you down there, sir? I do believe it should be ending quite now, right? The A3 video.
This is VU2EHP clear. 73 is 2 Kilo 8 Whiskey Golf Papa.
We're of course we're encouraging people to send in did you feel it reports and include the address that Oliver Gully is promoting so that we can get on the intensity map that they have going. And of course here in Ventura County we're encouraged to do DYFI reports every week anyway, but so it's not that it's pretty fresh it's pretty normal for us to do those, but it's good to do it along with everyone else. Especially it'll be interesting to see that intensity map. That's what's going on.
I am in from Stony Creek, Ontario, Canada, and now over here about 20 years into Western Australia here. So it's been rather exciting to do a little travel and go around the world. But yeah, we're trying it now with the WA Police Radio Engineering Section. So we're still kicking, as they say. The old man's still kicking.
November Papa 4 Delta. This is Victor, uniform number 2 Eco Hotel Bravo. Good morning to you and happy Sunday to you. This is Nikhilesh is the handle, and my QTH Ahmedabad is 450 kilometers north of Bombay. Greetings to you and your family from Ahmedabad, India. This is Victor, uniform number 2 Eco Hotel Bravo listening. Over to November Papa 4 Delta.
Victor Uniform 2 Echo Hotel Bravo. Currently solid portable around the island. Nice meeting you here at this frequency. Appreciate the contact. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you, Emmanuel. November Papa 4 Delta. Greetings to you and your family from Ahmedabad, India. 73 is bye-bye and good luck to you.
Echo Hotel Bravo, Alpha Bravo 2 Zulu Tango. Good evening, Nicholas. Bye. How are you?
Good morning or good afternoon, Venkatji. This is Victor, uniform number 2 Eco Hotel Bravo. Thank you for calling me. Greetings to you, good morning to you, and greetings to you and your family from Ahmedabad, India. Mike, back to you, Venkatji. Alpha Bravo 2 Zulu Tango to transmit you to EHB listening.
You too, Echo Hotel Bravo, Alpha Bravo 2 Zulu Tango. Nicholas, bye. Very good, very good. You are my first contact today, this morning. It is 11:16 a.m. in the morning. Cloudy day. We are expecting a major storm today. A lot of rain, lot of wind, and high tide and everything coming at the same time. I hope it is not too bad. Right now it is 16 degrees outside and windy. Back to you, VU2 EHB AB2 ZT.
That's fantastic. So it's Delta Echo Lima. Sounds good, sir. Well, great for that information. And, yeah, talking about the OPP, my stationed at Waterdown, Ontario. And then, of course, the main office was over in Burlington at the time. So I was very familiar with Waterdown and Burlington.
Victor Uniform 2 Echo Hotel Bravo. Nicholas, very good evening to you, sir, from Victor Echo 6 Delta India Lima. I tried to make contact with you a few hours ago, but it doesn't appear that it was working for you all that well. Good evening, Nicholas.
And I'll remember it, so I don't.
Good morning, Mario. This is Victor, uniform number 2 Eco Hotel Bravo. Greetings to you and your family from Ahmedabad, India, and hope to meet you down the log again. Mike, back to you.
Crap going on, and you know it's never-ending battle nowadays for memory. Roger.
From Victor Echo 6 Delta India Lima. And I'm going to say hello to and Cat when we're done here. -3 this morning. Snow and wind chill factor of minus 21. I don't think people understand what that means. But in any case, 70 degrees to you, Nicholas, and I'm sure we'll do this again tomorrow. Victor Uniform 2 Echo Hotel Bravo from Victor Echo 6 Delta India Lima. 73, sir, and goodbye.
To make it go better, make it go faster, so people will go and buy more computers because my computer is not compatible with Windows 11, so, they want me to buy a new computer. It's all about profit, money going forward. Roger.
Victor Uniform 2 Juliet Foxtrot Alpha. Victor Uniform 2 Juliet Foxtrot Alpha. Alpha Bravo 2 Zulu Tango. Alpha Bravo 2 Zulu Tango. Good evening, Ambrish.
Oh, Reverend Pierre, good evening from India, Venkatji. Nice to talk with you. What, please?
Yes.
Victor Uniform 2 Juliet Foxtrot Alpha. Alpha Bravo 2 Zulu Tango. Very good, Ambrish. Very nice to meet you. You are 519 here in Edison, New Jersey. The name here is Venkat, as you found out. I'm using a Bofeng BM1801 radio with a 5-star hotspot. It's a cloudy day here. We're expecting major storm today. Back to you. U2 JFA AB2 ZT.
I saw it come from green screen with green and dial-up modems, and if it comes through the next minute sort of thing to what we got now, and it's all great, but everything's on fiber and everything needs power and nothing's connected to the battery in the building and nothing's a direct connection anymore, and everything's got stuff in between, even the cell towers and all the links, and all standby powered for about 4 hours, and then the whole world goes to crap.
Okay, Amrita. Namaskar. I already logged it in QRZ. All the best to you, and I hope to catch you again. U2 JFA AB2 ZD. Bye-bye.
I remember going down in the basement of the building, and we had 52 batteries in a row at 1.5 volts, all wired in series to get you the 50 volts, leaving the building, or the 55 volts rather leaving the building. And by the time I got to your house, it was usually about 50, and the batteries would be good for months, and the diesel generator out back was there, so if the whole world went to an end, and the power went out, and, everything was down, you could still call 911 or call the police department or call the hospital or call your doctor because the phones would still work.
Good evening, sir. 599 from your station, too, sir. No problem whatsoever from your station. Victor Uniform 2 Juliet Foxtrot Alpha from Victor Echo 6 Delta India Lima at 9:22 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. With minus 3 degrees at Charlie currently, and wind chill factor of minus 21. Cold here in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Good evening, sir, and thank you for the contact. It's a Uniform 2 Juliet Foxtrot Alpha from Victor Echo 6 Delta India Lima. 73, sir.
This is Whiskey Bravo 4 Echo Mike monitoring 3100.
Well, as they say, the days of the old.
No, we're still moving. Things are quite coming along here. I'm going down to the local meeting there for the South Hall Amateur Radio Emergency Services Group there, or shares, but yeah, I'm going down there and listen to the forecast of the future, or look at things that we may or may not be involved in the future. Roger.
Victor Echo 6 Delta India Lima Alpha Bravo 2 Zulu Tango. Good morning, buongiorno, Mario. How are you? Yeah, I got your -3 to -20. Who goes and lives in a place like Alberta? Hey, but you never know. We are expecting a major nor'easter today. So by evening, let's see who is left standing laughing. But in any case, just protect your important parts from freezing. You are coming 5 and 9 here today. Hey, by the way, I entered a whole lot of QSOs in QRZ.com and see if you can confirm them when you get a chance. So with this QSO, we will have 20 over there between us. Back to you, E6 DR.
We've got antennas and radios there, hopefully, so things will continue to go on as usual, and, we're all volunteers, and that's the thing, it's like everywhere else, it's a volunteer service, but 50 begins. I guess I better drop it from 80 kilometers an hour to 50. The boys might be looking to make some money.
And then they'll get confirmed. Yes, you remain standing after your storm for sure. Who goes and lives in places like this? Well, obviously, idiots like myself. Who else would go? It's not so bad, it's predictable. And we can cope with it pretty well. Been here long enough to be able to deal with it. We know what to do. I did manage to get my winter tires swapped out on Friday, and it went a lot smoother than they normally do. I don't know. I must have done it a little differently this time. Well, I know what happened this time. I bought myself one of those battery-operated torque wrenches or hammer wrenches, and that made the job awfully easy to get the nuts off and back on again. So it went very, very quickly, and it got done while it was plus 19. See, we go from plus 19 on Friday and to minus 3 windshield factor 21 on the next day. See what kind of crazy weather we have. Anyway, Venkat, have yourself a good day if that's possible with the storm that's coming your way. Alpha Bravo 2 Zulu Tango from Victor Echo 6 Delta India Lima. 73, have a good day there, or try to have a good day.
All right, 73 is Mario. Yeah, let's all try to have a good day. And I hope we'll still be yapping tomorrow. VU6DIL AB2ZT. Bye-bye.
A bunch of them all together. MMX here in London, Ontario has Woodstock, London, Hamilton, and a few of the other zones linked together. So there's about 5 machines on here, including a 10-meter machine and a 6-meter machine.
Yeah, Charlie, coming in on 29,640. That's the last something off over.
very much for the info. I'll fly with my bike in a moment. Cheers now. Thank you very much.
Alpha calling CQ1 standing by.
Okay, just the gentleman down there in the U.S. was trying to receive that. He wanted to know where it was, so I gave it to him. Radio, he's in the UK at Gulf Force Station, so no worries. He was that low on audio, but yeah, he said he was on the 10-meter side of it. Yeah, to Europe in the afternoon, and it is 11:29 a.m. So it's going to start to open up later on in the morning. Some mornings it's open at 8 to 9 a.m. Some mornings it takes a while, but either way, gets the mail through. On 2400, but not too much. I got it on there. I actually should probably try and put your machine in my mobile there, reprogram my mobile for your machine, but I don't think I need it when I've got this one here. You can access the system any way you want. I know the 6-meter makes it to Cambridge. I hear it there all the time, so that's pretty cool. Anyway, no worries. Okay, I'll jump out in about 30 seconds. I'm backing in the driveway here, so I'll be listening, Derek. Have a good day. The 3MMX. Just go on down to a meeting, behave, and don't cause any trouble, and make sure your wife's happy, and better have the right cranberry sauce here. You know what you're going to be in for, Roger?
This is Mike 7, Oscar Mike Hotel. Mike 7, Oscar Mike Hotel. Listening via GB 3 PM for any calls.
The station mobile, good audio and very strong signal. The repeater 50 dBs in Mexico. Bonito Domingo, good day, Mike. Victor Echo 3 MMX, XC2 ARP in Mexico. Good audio, good station mobile.
Hey, good morning, Armando. Yeah, very good. Okay, I've got to jump out. I've got to go. But good morning, and have fun on the repeater. Enjoy the DX. Good DX to you, Armando. 73, XE2 ARP, AE3 MMX.
XE2 ARP in Mexico. Bye-bye. Thank you. E73.
Hi, sir. You're sounding beautiful coming in on 10 meters. The E3 Delta Lima mobile.
Do I coming out well? How is my modulation?
Here is the North Rail in the
Uniform 2 Sierra Victor India. Riccardo is my name, and in the area of Milan, North Italy. Your modulation is fine, and about six signal here. I'm looking on the PC now. Okay, and yes, I'm using a repeater here to Bayonne, about 10 kilometers. So what about your condition? To you, Delta November 9, Alpha India Zulu. This is India, Uniform 2 Sierra Victor India.
I know you got to add another D.
It's Victor Echo 3, Delta, Lima. Echo Little.
With a Diamond SRJ77, I work with 0.2 watts, and a repeater is around about 10 kilometers from my perspective. Yeah, this is basically my condition. I walk in the forest. It's a pretty nice evening now, with fire and so on. And I can hear you really clear. Radio 9 S7 to 9. Basically, absolutely perfect. You're from Italy, right?
Okay, Delta November 9, Alpha India Zulu, this is India, Uniform 2, Sarah Victor India. Yes, correct. I'm located in north of Italy, in the area, yes, Milan, the area of Milan. And the repeater is in the town. It's about 10 kilometers from here. I'm just using now a new radio. It's a Radio Oddity DB25. It's about 6 watts exit. Okay. So back to you, Hannes. My name is Riccardo, Delta November 9, Alpha India Zulu. This is India Uniform 2, Sarah Victor India. Over.
Hello, M0 JV34. English, so 73 on all past yes, sir. You have a good day.
Yeah, Delta November 9, Alpha India Zulu for India Sierra 2 Victor India. I hope this is right. Okay, perfect. Yeah, my first contact to Italy. Well, okay. Basically, my test is over. I know you can hear me. I know I come out fairly well, so there should be no problem. From this perspective, I want to thank you to answer my call, and I give best wishes to Italy. I wish you 79, and I hope you have a great day. Your setup works really fine. You are clear, you are loud, all well, and perhaps we can hear each other one day after. So, this was Delta November 9 Alpha India Zulu, and you are India Sierra 2 Victor India, I hope.
Be audible. Yeah, it sounds really nice, Gordon.
Okay, Hannes, Delta November 9, Alpha India Zulu. This is India, Uniform 2, Sierra Victor India. Yeah, it was nice to hear you for the first time. And even for me, it's the first time I did contact a colleague in Germany. Since it's not a long time at that time using DMR, it's about 2 months. Especially 91 toll group and not so frequent, but it's nice. So, have a good day, Hannes. So, Delta November 9, Alpha India Zulu. This is India Uniform 2, Sierra Victor India. Over.
Sierra Victor India. Okay, now it's right. Great, 73, and have a nice day. Bye-bye.
November 9 Alpha India Zulu, Delta November 9 Mike Alpha X-Ray 5.9 for you here in Berlin, eastern part of the city, also Germany. Hey, this was a little fast for me. Can you repeat your call sign? Okay. Deutschland, Delta November 9, Mike Alpha X-Ray. Der Max spricht direkt aus Berlin, östlicher Stadtteil, Treptow-Köpenick. Und ja, kommst Laut and clear, 5 by 9 hier in Berlin rein. Ich bin verbunden über ein Relais östlich von Berlin. Ja, funktioniert scheinbar ganz wunderbar. Grüße aus Berlin. Nummer 9, Mike Alpha X-Ray. Grüße an den Max nach Berlin. Yeah, loud and clear. I can repeat this. Great connection. It's 5 by 9. Perfect. Nice to hear you. Bist du in der Deutschland Group vorhanden? Dann könnten wir auf dem R Deutschland probieren. Ja, natürlich. Ich wechsle mal auf die 262. Talk Group 262. Dauert 30 Sekunden. Bis gleich. Delta November 9 Mike Alpha X-Ray.
Delta November 9 Alpha India Zulu. This is Kilo Oscar 6 Juliet Golf Echo from Los Angeles, California. You're coming in 5 by 9. Your unit is working very, very well. Just thought I would check in with you. 73 to you.
KO6 JGE, this is Whiskey 9 Tango Romeo Oscar. I was wondering if you could give me a radio check as well. I switched hotspots and just wanted to make sure I was still getting out there okay on DMR. Back to you, KO6 JGE, this is W9 Europe.
Whiskey 9 Tango Romeo Oscar. You're coming in 5 by 9, loud and clear. Yeah, my name's Randy. I'm in Los Angeles. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Randy. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was just, I'm on a Pi Star now. I was on an open spot, but the Pi Star seems to be working as well, so thank you very much. And the name here is Arturo, Alpha Romeo Tango Uniform Radio Oscar, and I'm in Chicago. Thanks again, 73s, and happy Sunday. KO6 JGE, this is W9 TRO.
Yeah, W9TRO, this is KO6JGE, 73 to you. Have a great Sunday, I'll be clear.
K2UOZ, I'm on SAX. Come on, Pete.
This is Mike 7, Oscar Mike Hotel. Mike 7, Oscar Mike Hotel. This is for any call. I'm 52, almost at the 403, so just keep it up.
So 780 minutes.
Sir, try adjusting the antenna or something. You're just breaking the squelch and you're crackling. PE3 Delta, Delta Lima, Volvo. A little bit of static and you're breaking up quite a bit, so it's hard to copy, but try adjusting the antenna or wait a few minutes and things may change. It's 10 meters. PE3 deal.
On 91.
KC3 VTF, this is Radio T, Italy, Bravo, Zulu. Romeo 3, Italy, Bravo, Zulu, do you copy?
R3 IDZ, KC3 VTF. Hello, sir. I thought Andre. I think I got. If I I apologize if I got it wrong. My name is Mike India, Kilo Echo, and I am mobile in my car right now using a hotspot near Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Good day to you.
Going back to my call. Yeah, I looked at my call book you saw before, my friend. No problem. How are you, my friend? Yeah, name is Andy. It's correct. Your signal 5.9 and the Q5. It's very, very, very beautiful signal, my friend. Okay, how you copy KC3 VTF? This is RT IBZ. Mike, back to you, my friend. Over.
KC2 RXV, listen. 7 Oscar Micro Tel. Mike 7 Oscar Micro Tel. Monitoring for any calls.
10 meter, 12 meter portable radio and making some HF calls. So right now heading back home and taking care of some stuff at the house. But it's a pleasure to talk to you today. We got a storm coming here. I think we got a big major rainstorm coming this afternoon. So I'm getting home and batting down the hatches before the rain hits.
KC3 VTF from RT. I deserve returning. Yeah, Mr. Mike, copy, my friend. Oh, yeah, very good job. You're working HF frequency. Yeah, I like it. HF frequency. I like it 10 meter, 15 meter, and 20 meter. It's I like it free diapasons, free band. Okay. Thank you so much for the nice call, my friend. Okay, little information, my local weather now. Temperature, I don't know, maybe +6, maybe +8 degrees for Celsius. Cold, very, very, very cold, my friend. Okay, local time 6:53 p.m. Okay, thank you so much, my friend, Mr. Mike, for the nice call. Good EX to you. Yeah, 73 for you and your family. Good bless. Bye bye. Пока-пока. Kilo Charlie 3 Victor Tango Florida from Radio T, Italy, Bravo, Zulu. Mike, back to you, my dear friend, Mr. Mike. Over.
KC3VTF. Thank you, Andy, for the nice QSO. Pleasure to talk to you for the second or third time. I have to look myself. But take care of yourself. Blessings to you and your family. Enjoy what's left of Sunday, and I will hopefully catch you down the log, not only on DMR but also on HF if you're on 10, 15, or 20. So 73, my friend, and best wishes.
Thank you so much, my friend. 73. Bye bye.
WA6 QHD Mobile listening on Papa 1.
This is Mike India 7, Tango Victor Alpha. YAVAPAI Worldwide 91.
Listening to Golf Charlie Foxtrot.
MI7 TVA TE8WOJ.
Kilo 6 Tango Whiskey Alpha, Alpha 4 Hotel. Good morning. Good morning, Cliff. WA6 QHD. How are you today? Doing fine, Clay. How you doing? Haven't heard you for a while. Maybe we just missed each other. What's new? Some troubles on the home front. But otherwise, got good news yesterday. My daughter's current boyfriend, wonderful guy, gave her a ring last night. So it looks like I'm going to have another son-in-law.
No, not so long, but they've known each other since high school days, and then just kind of got back together. His wife passed away at a young age a few years ago. I guess they reconnected through one of the social medias, and she's living at his place now and all set up, so it looks like this is going to be a perfect one. I certainly hope so.
Have they picked a date yet, or are they still in the planning stage?
G4 BFS, Golf 4, Bravo, Foxtrot Sierra. I wonder if you're monitoring carriages over St. Michael.
It should be planned after that event, so it's not to detract from that one. And his comment was, you know how hard it is to get a venue in Los Angeles.
I'm married. Cecilia and I got married 47 years ago up at the Levante Inn in California. I don't know if it's still there or not.
F0C90.
Chris?
This month, my wife and I have been married for 57 years, and I know the place is still there. We got married at, yeah, certainly, I know where. I'll think of the name of the temple in Beverly Hills, but it's still there. So, but we'll see what happens. But so far, all is good. My wife was very happy with the decision.
Mike 7, Oscar Mike Hotel. Mike 7, Oscar Mike Hotel, monitoring.
Married. More so in Europe than here in the United States. They don't get married, they have kids, so.
It might fall apart.
It's Rangers. So what's new ham radio wise?
Been on, why is everybody slowing down? I would have been on a 17-meter group this morning, but I am on my way to qualify, so I wanted to get everything done and be totally packed up to be on my way. Five-year and things like that. I don't know. I like Washington's law the most. But, yeah. All pistols.
on everything for getting a pistol qualification of CCW.
Kilo Alpha 2, uniform Oscar Zulu. Good afternoon, everyone. From you know who.
Hey, 6-2 wave. Standing by.
J6TW8RA623. Yeah, I just don't like talking about 70 miles an hour when going on an overpass with the curb and everything. Just one of those things that gets me nervous. Yeah, I heard, well, there's a couple of lawsuits. One is against LA. Yeah, it's taken them forever, especially on the new ones. I know mine is probably going to take, I'll do it today, we'll get everything in tomorrow, uploaded, and then it's probably going to take another 3-4 weeks before anything's done. But the new ones, they're back, I don't know how many months.
From you know who.
Fast lady, if you wanted to go somewhere, you had to put your request in. Her name was Peggy Cardy. How can I remember that name 40 years, almost 50 years later? She was a real bitch. I shouldn't say that, but we finally found out that she said, well, it takes a week. Oh, okay, well, wait, front of my foot and pants. No, just put it in the file. I'll do it. Right, I get the same day, but she does it. Had a hard on for the pilots. So now classes are really easy. You just go online and you bring your got it, and it's a big improvement. But the thing with the CCW, I think it's the sheriff that they're suing. It's just the rules. I mean, the rules are terrible, and there's no reason for it.
Very, very good, I might say. And you're a busy bee. You're a multi-purpose busy bee there.
And the mobile station. And zero, I say mobile.
For your first shot, you've got to spend 16 hours, supposedly, class time in shooting. And so that means 2 Sundays. Well, there's a lot of people who don't have that time to be able to do 2 Sundays. And then you've got all the waiting. LA has done something with their, they've really streamlined their, but it's not real fast, they streamlined their renewal. Everything goes up on a portal that is used. I mean, this is some private group. And everything is processed through there until you do all your qualifying. And they determine whether you need to come in for a re-interview before they clear you for qualifying. But for the most part, if you haven't done anything, you don't have any increase in a record or anything, arrests, you immediately qualify. You immediately are told within a week to go qualify.
A pretty long day myself.
All the best. Take care. Have a great. Enjoy watching mobile.
Not answering. They're ignoring me now, man. I'm a little upset there. Because I asked them, did you replace the battery twice already? I'm sure that means a no, but they're not even answering me. I'm like, no. I don't know. Well, if there's an issue, I'm just going to send it right back home. I don't care. I'm like, take your, device and, you better take another closer look with a magnifying glass in there.
Our process took just about a month and a half. Yeah. I've got a friend who, his primary residence is in San Bernardino. That was lickety split. And then if you go to Benton County, theirs is a 5-year period, and theirs is very short. So it's just a luck of the draw as to where you live. And Cliff, I just saw something that I'm sure you'll remember. I haven't seen it for a long, long time. It was an older pickup, and it looked like it was driving at a cant where it was going to make a left turn. But then I looked at the wheels, and I realized it had been in an accident, and the frame had been tweaked, and they never had it straightened back out. Now, that's something I haven't seen for ages because of the way the new cars are built. K6TWA, WA6QHD, and then you can pass it over to GSM.
Yeah. I've been losing you there. I know you're out in the patio there, I guess. Yeah, you've been breaking up, man. I'm losing you because we got to jack the power up and maximize. Now, I want to do a little experiment with you since you're on the patio. Hold on a second there, Ralph.
Thank you, Echo Sierra Golf. Listening for any call on top 91. This is Sierra Yankee Echo Sierra Golf monitoring.
And that's never been challenged. And one reason they did that was people living in like Los Angeles County that had a vacation home up in Mono, they get their permits in Mono. So that's been established law for many years, and it's never been challenged. K6TWA, WA6QHD. And it looks like the map program was accurate as to how long it was going to take me to get here. I'll go ahead, Cliff.
And I'm on the other end, so I just did a complete 360. And let's see. Hopefully you didn't lose me. Back to you.
So, buying a barrel, getting a new barrel. And I never heard of that one before, where you had to get a permit for a new barrel. That's how many people get barrels? What they try to do? Over to GSM. 100 kilometers north of Stockholm, Sweden, you're coming in 5x9, as we say on the other band. Back to you.
I guess he was able to work the satellites with it, or the International Space Station, I think he said. So I don't know, I figured I'd give it a try. Might give me some more gain when I'm helping behind the house here, get through the walls. So it's a shorty, it's a shorty antenna, about half the length of a regular 2-meter pool. Like would be 18 inches. This is probably 9 or so.
And then changing out the barrel, and if they're smart, the extractor, which then makes it very difficult to show that that firearm was used in a crime. And I'm just backing into the parking space, so I will wish you both a good day. K6TWA to go. WA6QHD, 73 guys.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna, I'll snap you a picture when you get back to me. K1CBM.
KO6GXM, mobile monitoring.
Radio and yeah, and so on. Back to you. Yeah, nice, easy. GXM, I don't think I've ever talked to you before. What's your name? My name is Cluster.
Used to I love 20 meters, but I also know that the DMR is a very helpful and very useful technology. We can speak with the other side of the world from our office without the big antennas, so it can be useful. Anyway, thank you very much for the QSO. I will log it on QRZ, and I hope to catch up again with you in the future, Svante, and speak to you again. Until then, 73 to you and your family. Have a good evening, and I will declare after your final from Sierra Yankee Monaco Sierra Golf, Sierra Hotel Zero, Kilo Lima Romeo, 73 my friend. Bye-bye.
Outside of the city limits within there is the postal zone. We were walking around a lake here on and it's really nice. Sun just come out and came over the hill. It was nice and warm. I think I did talk to you before when I think I asked you where Manatee was. Bye, ciao, ciao.
Yeah, I figured what the heck, short money. It was like $8, $8.50 or something from Amazon. Didn't hurt to try. Seems to be working all right.
Manatee is just for we're just north of Marietta, and south of things like Moreno Valley and such like that, back on the 215.
I'm using the open spot right now, and like I said, you know, I'm on the back, whatever, and it's working pretty good with the open spot. But if I could give it a little more game, by all means, I will. And oh, that'd be nice. So, and that's the deal. How's your weather up there, Ralph?
It's about 70 here in the park. Anyway, Greg, I'll let you go. I'm running out of steam here. I can't walk and talk at the same time. K6 TWA 73.
It was like 68 degrees. I was freezing my butt off. But today's not too bad. Right now, I think it's 76. But last night it got chilly. I was under the blankets.
But he's up a bit in altitude. Anyway, I hope your weather's treating you fine. It's just a little brisk up here. But like we kid around, it's a dry cold. Like I used to say down in Arizona where it was a dry heat over. Yeah, the weather's not too bad here. I was hoping we'd get some of this rain that was coming from this hurricane or tropical depression or whatever it is. We got a drought down here. It's ridiculous. But maybe next time.
What's going on? Like, I'm freezing. Yeah, I got home, took off those shorts and put on my sweats, socks, t-shirt, get under the blanket. I said, oh my God. I said, my wife went outside. I said, I'm not going out there. I'm staying in the house.
The 30s and 20s. But winter's coming. You know how that goes. If you don't like the weather, wait a day.
Got your knees buckled there, man. Come on. No, anyway, I'll tell you later. But yeah, that's cool, man.
All good though. All good. Very good. Enjoying everything, Ralph. That's about it.
Sunny skies, and every now and then we keep thinking we're going to get a little bit of rain, but he just goes south of us.
Although I did go in the pool yesterday, so it wasn't that cold in the afternoon. I was able to jump in the pool for a few, and I was good. So it wasn't too bad, but it got cooler once the sun went down, which kind of blows now. It's getting dark early. I don't like that, but it was chilly. Oh my God, 68 degrees, and I can't take it. What has happened? Has my blood thinned out that much? I don't know.
I'm $75 for it. I'm gonna clean it up today, hook it up to a dummy load, and see what she does.
I don't know, man. You gotta get that cardio moving again or something. Oh man. But yeah. That's cool, man. So very good. Very, very good day. Oh yeah. Did you ever get your Mac Pro fixed?
And whatnot, but heck, the closest swap meet or anything I can get to is probably 100 miles or more.
Haven't played with it. I got so many things going on. I'll get back to it. But I got so many freaking things happening at the same time here. I'm doing this the groundwork over here for the shed, and then I was playing with the hotspot, and then driving my ICOM down, and then dealing with my dog for last week for a few days, and it's just so many things happening. And then I took the floor machine, I went around out here with it, scrubbed the concrete pad out here, and get that all nice and white again. And I've been doing so much other stuff, Pete. I just haven't had time to play with it. But I bet you're enjoying your new one, right? K1 CVM.
7HET returning. Yours is nice and loud and clear as well. I'm just testing out a new hotspot, so I'm glad to know it's working okay. Thank you very much. Come on.
It's all good. Take care of everything, slowly but surely. But yeah, no, it's definitely loving it. So, and the weather, it's without question. So, that being said, what else, Coach?
Eric Golf, M7 HET. Yeah, it all seems to be working okay. There's a few teething troubles on it, but I'll sort it out. But thank you for the QSO, and it's nice to speak to you. I'll say 73, so I don't hold the worldwide channel.
77.
Roger that, QSO. Thank you very much for the good QSO, and I hope we can talk to you again in the future. Until then, 73 from Sierra Yankee 1 and Sierra Golf. Bye-bye.
So I want to herd you out here, and I want to set some more pavers down and see how I'm going to make the cuts for the radius. And so I'd like to get a few down. At least feel like I did something today. So I'm going to be back, but I'm going to go play out in the corner here and see if I can put some more pavers down. So I'll get back to you a little bit later there, Pete. K1 CVM.
Sierra 4, you can get the rest of Echo 3, Mike Mike X-ray. That's fantastic. So we're getting to South Africa on 29.54. You can get back into the machine if you try.
New in the box, the original box. Lafayette VFO, brand new in the box. And an ICO transmitter, brand new in the box. That station's sitting on shelves out in my cabin, still in the boxes.
So I'll catch you later. K1CBN play with KA2UOZ.
And E3 Mike 6 race from Zulu Sierra 4 Zulu Oscar.
Yeah, I got so much stuff, I don't know what to do with it. But I live out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, heck, it's 30 miles just to get up to the interstate, another 15 miles to get to Lordsburg. So I figured that if I'm going to live out here, I'm going to need some way to contact the world in case the internet or cell phones or whatever go out. Roger? Yeah, Roger. I just bought an updated, upgraded Skybridge hotspot from Bridgecom, plug and play, and then I sent them a couple Anytones, and they programmed up for me. Anyhow, I got 3 or 4 hotspots that I need to reprogram. I don't know. Like I say, the Kenwood 520, 520S, 520SE. I got those stations. I got an 820. I've got a Drake. I think it's a Drake twin station. I got a pristine Allied shortwave receiver, Woods Book. I don't know, like I say, a Mohican, Globe Scout, Globe Chief. I got a FL 2100 Foxtrot. It's like brand new. 2 572Bs I was trying to sell at the Amfest. Then I got the 811H in real good condition I was trying to sell. I got 3 more FL 2100s in disarray. I need finals on a couple of them. I don't know. Just need to work on them. Get them out there and sell them. I got a bunch of, I got the 20 meter MFJ CW QRP. I got an LNR LN5 QRP 5 watt CW or CW sideband. I got the Russian 500, that portable. I just got too many radios.
Driving, so. Yeah, we stuffed a 66-foot wire in his attic, and then a dual bander, and I put a choke on his long wire and a decent ground at the transformer.
I just logged on this morning to see what was going on, and nice talking with you, Dennis, and hope you have a good time up there in Alaska. And, I'm going to make it up there one of these days. I don't know when, but one of these days, hopefully before I kick the bucket. We'll catch you next time around. This is KI5YYH. We're clear.
Ed Smith will be 29.5 for it, and his receive should be 29.6 for the repeater. So, yeah, the station in South Africa, put your shift in to be able to get into the repeater.
About 5 or 6 of us going to be running the lines for him with his tower. So anyhow, if somebody needs help, everybody goes. Catch you later, 7-3 KL7HRO 2 Rivers, Alaska. 7-3.
Restrictions on my antennas, but I guess I got around that. Okay. Over to Zulu Sierra. Okay, the name of the site is Beyond Whiskey, Echo, Oscar, November. Zulu Sierra 4 Zulu Oscar.
About 11 months now with the postal contract station up there. I should quit this stuff. I'll be 76 on the 20th. Getting too old for this stuff. I used to say I'm retarded. I mean retired, but now I'm back to work. I got a 2018 pickup I bought, so it pays the truck payment and pays the insurance. 20 hours a week. Can't beat that. See you later, 7-3.
It's critical for both sides. There's a lot of money too. It's crazy.
cookie cutter complex here. But I've arrived. Let's see if I can. Yeah, I think he's expecting because he's got a spot blocked with his car. This is what I call a thing. Mike, if you go, enjoy your walk there, K6KHO. Take it easy. Hopefully it works all right. K6KHO. Station. You can't get the rest of it. Your transmission's been chopped up. Yes, now. It's free. It's here for me. It's free. 4 November, Mike, Kilo over. Yeah, November, Mike, Kilo. Your transmission is being chopped up. It sounds perhaps like an internet feed is dropping out and cutting your signal.
Kirk, it sounds like you're either off frequency or out of range. You're just cycling the machine.
7 station, Mike 7 station. I am not coming via a gateway. I am not coming via a gateway or a hot. I'm coming RF in only. Over.
Yeah, that's good. Well, point it towards Ontario, Canada. That's where the repeater's located.
That's an RF dropout. It just cuts completely for a second or so. Every few seconds. It's not like you're fading in and out here, otherwise you're quite clear. M7 XJN. Mike 7 XJN. 7 XJN. If we get to Silendale, if we get to our Silendale, which is approximately 40 miles away from me, and they have increased their power there.
Yeah, question is your location. Are you near Cape Town in South Africa?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for you to have a conversation, I think, by the way it sounds at the moment. Well, certainly leave you to it. Good luck with that.
This is Kilo Juliet 5 Hotel Romeo Yankee Mark in New Mexico. Copy. Lima Charlie.
In the past. So for Central South Africa, you'll be the first to contact on the repeater. Over.
This is Victor Alpha 2 Echo Juliet Bravo in Quebec, Canada. Thank you for the feedback.
The postal service doesn't exist anymore. And on a small little farm,
this is, yeah, I can't get my hotspot on my phone to hook up to my Sky Bridge outdoors. So. Well, we'll keep at it. Good luck. This is Kilo Juliet 5 Hotel Romeo Yankee back to Victor Alpha 2 Echo Juliet Bravo.
Contact me via email. Fantastic signal, Juan. Good to hear you come in the machine from Central South Africa today. Beautiful propagation.
And 73s, good luck with your setup.
Sierra 4, Zulu Oscar, Victor Echo 3, Mike X-Ray 1. Pleasure meeting you. And your signal is making it into Ontario, Canada. You have a fantastic day and the rest of the weekend, and hope to hear you again on the repeater. 7-3, my friend. Victor Echo 3, Mike X-Ray.
DKQ from Sierra Yankee 1 Echo Sierra Gold, you're coming loud and clear, 5-9.
I guess the programming didn't match. I changed hotspots and finally got it working again. I'm still not quite sure what I did. It's TYT 2017, and it's programming is not, let's just say it's not very straightforward.
Pretty impressive contact in South Africa. That's a nice contact for sure.
I'm using a Minitone 878 with a handmade hotspot by 0. But I guess, it takes a little bit of luck and a little bit of resilience to take it work. Anyway, I hope it works out for you. Back to you.
Well, since you fixed that issue, you'd be hard pressed to tell which receiver they're getting into. So I often wondered about that, where if there was either QSB, is it, what's the, how does that work when you got multiple receivers? Is it paid out at the same time? And I guess it all depends on the path it's taken, the distance it's taken.
On the keypad on the radio, and that's where it starts to get too confusing. When I can do it on the computer where I've got everything all laid out neatly and it makes sense, that's a little bit easier to do. So I'm going to have to eventually do that. I just have to drag out a laptop at this hour. KD7 TKQ.
You can imagine when you see how quickly it shifts between the antennas and maintains almost a full quieting signal. It's just a strange phenomenon to understand where these things are located and how the signals come and go into each antenna. It's really fascinating to watch it.
From Sierra Yankee 1 Echo Sierra Gold, KD7 TKU, clear.
73U as well, and I think I'm going to shut this down for the night. KD7 TKQ clear and QRT.
You could achieve some pretty cool coverage with it, because a lot of the time your fade is your polarization shifting up and down in the upper atmosphere.
I heard another station there. Go ahead. I'm going to bow out here in a minute, but another station picking up here.
K4BNS. K4YFW calling. 3100.
You were in the noise. Try again. You were very, very weak.
Anyways, try to throw that in there for the peanut gallery. So we'll fire up the rig and see what's in the ears is doing. We'll catch you later. 3 on X, 3 NSC.
KQ4 ULP monitoring 3100.
Actually, I just listening along there. I assume that the last contact was through Echolink. How is it coming into the repeater? Back to you.
KQ4 ULT. This is K4 Yankee Foxtrot Whiskey, Tallahassee. Got your copy. K4 YFW, KQ4 ULT. Here, go ahead.
So I'm actually just inbound on the 401 to London, so I'm hitting one of the local repeaters in London. But yeah, I was just curious because I was hearing you, I think yesterday afternoon, but I was in Toronto. I was on, I think the Stony Creek repeater at the time. So that explains the both today and yesterday. Back to you.
The sun's out, a lot of clouds, but it's not raining, which is a change. I'm in Lake Worth, by the way, southeast.
And on echoing to tell us that he's hearing this repeater, but he couldn't get into it. But once he switched to his beam and pointed his beam in Canada, all of a sudden he got in just fine. So it sounds like he just needed to know the direction of his antenna, where it had to be.
I'm going to grab a bite to eat. Good talking to you. This is K4 YFW, 73 Steven.
Because I'm in London from time to time, and I do hear the repeaters, but that's the first time that explains it. Anyways, I don't want to say something to you, so I'm almost up to my destination, but good to meet you, and I'm sure we'll catch you on the repeater down the line, the A3SXP. Back to you.
Sure. Use it all you like, and yeah, there you go, the A3SXP, the 3MMX. Drives it.
See the A3SXP clear.
This is KR4DSP, KR4DSP monitoring.
Mike 7, Yankee Foxtrot Charlie, checking access.
This is KCSOCM mobile listening on Papa 4.
Kilo Romeo 4 Delta Sierra Papa. Are you on the air today? Mike 3 Tango Whiskey Alpha, no contact. This is Kilo Romeo 4 Delta Sierra Papa listening.
Hello, c'è qualcuno? Portanti tra Italia Uniform 6 Sierra Uniform Golf is coming. Hello. India Uniform 6 Sierra Uniform Golf is calling for transit test. Hello?
Yeah, Uniform 6, Sierra Uniform Golf from Sierra Yankee 1 Echo Sierra Golf. Your message, your sound is coming loud and clear. 5-9. Back to you.
Says KN4 PTV.
Over.
Mike 4 Papa Victor on Sierra Yankee 1 Echo Sierra Golf.
Or new to a sergeant already on. Attenzione, se ci sei ancora, Italia Uniform 6 Sierra Uniform Golf ti richiama, se ci sei ancora. Uno José México, saludando por Veracruz, México. Buenos días.
JB, how's everybody doing today?
J2AJB, this is KF0UDT.
Pues, Ángel, por Arizona, estás en sintonía. Buenos días.
Echo Juliet Bravo. How are you doing today?
Mike 4 Papa Victor. Audio check over on Talk Group 3100.
Hello, Eric. Do you read me? This is JP. I am in Minnesota. Weather is nice today, and I'm just taking it easy on a Sunday.
Now, TL78 Taco.
WTO, Oscar Foster, VCC 1 BD equal to 1, Bravo Delta, you copy, over?
Afternoon. It cuts in and out. But I'm in Quebec, and
0850. Still dark outside, I think. No, it's starting to get light. About an hour ago, it was pitch black. And it's about 16 degrees above
according to my buddy's post on Facebook.
Hotspot. And I just got it a couple days ago, so you are my very first international contact.
Talking to me, Kilo Mike 4, Papa Victor, say something about being dark out. What part of the country are you talking?
KC7BWK on Oregon Line.
Started up the SD card, I guess I failed in it. I think I left it plugged in for a very long time. And so I had to reformat it and reload Hi-Star on it. It seems to be working good now.
To figure out this DMR, and I just bought the hotspot from Bridgecom, and I don't know, everything's working fine. I've been on this worldwide talk group where there seems to be a lot of people listening and not very many people talking. And I just thought I'd try this North American talk group. And so you're the only other person on here as far as I know.
WK, good morning, sir. Name Eric John.
X3X3 Good morning to you. KC7 Bravo Whiskey Kilo had a Delta initially, so corrected that just now. This is K7 Victor Kilo Tango. The name here is Venkat, I spell. Victor Echo November Kilo Alpha Tango. And I'm located in Hillsborough, just out for a walk in the neighborhood. And heard you give a call, so I thought I'd come by and say hello. Apologies for the background noise. There's a plane flying overhead, and we're having some rain right now. Back over to you, KC7BWK from K7VKT on Oregon.
Our contract. Today, from 0 Lima Hold on.
Yeah, Bridgecom. That's the name I was looking for. Actually, that's how I got started too. It was Bridgecom. I watched a few videos and I ended up buying an Anytone. I think it's called an 878 UV2 Plus. I think, if I remember.
Say hi, sir. I'm you on the QRZ. Sir.
Done any work yet trying to connect to repeaters with your Anytone radio, DMR repeaters?
It's a new call sign for me, and not sure if I've run into you on the happy hour net, but usually on weekdays around 5 p.m. I try to check in if I'm not doing much, but hope to hear you there. 73, and have a good rest of your Sunday, John. KC7BWK, K7BKT, standing by for any final.
Today, just playing radio and doing some other stuff. How's your weather doing, sir?
Maybe you were talking about the equipment, and I have a DV Mega Stick at home anyway. I'm mobile right now, but anyway, off this app, Droid Store. All right, well, anyways, I'm not going to hold this talk with maybe someone else wants to speak. Talk.
Great rest of your walk there, and we'll chat with you again. And it has been the first time. So, K7VKT, KC7BWK. Be clear. All right, y'all. Have a great day. Catch you later. KL7HRO.
Okay, Romeo 0 Lima Foxtrot X-Ray. This is KM6 MTV. I don't want to tie up your day too much longer. There's a lot of people on 91. Anyway, sir, I'm logging you onto QRZ. If you would confirm my contact, sir, I would appreciate it. And I know I want to get a hold of you. So with that, this is KM6 MTV. I'm clear on your file. Thank you again, sir. Appreciate it.
Well, you're cutting out on me, I guess. I was wondering, setting up station to station, is that just a simplex where you pick a frequency and you communicate directly with the other radio?
V is R0 straight over.
Yeah, like I missed another transmission there. Like I said, my hotspot is going through a Starlink satellite receiver because I'm up at my cottage right now, and it there's like dead spots that it cuts in and out. You don't notice it when you're watching TV, but when you're doing phone calls or using a DMR, it cuts in and out a little bit.
Okay, very good. I guess I'll 73, and I got some things to do with my wife today, so good talking to you, Eric. Pro UDT signing off.
'73s, take care, Stefan. Have a good day.
Posto 4 India Victor Whiskey, Posto 4 India Victor Whiskey, llama Echo Alpha 1 Bravo Delta Victor, E1 BDB. You're talking with one. Hola, 3 probando, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 probando, la. Venga, adelante con la prueba. Adelante con el indicativo. Este es el Alpha 1 Bravo Delta Victor. Charlie Echo 2, UD. Charlie Echo 2, PQD. Charlie Echo 2, interrogación 16-1 BDB, 4-1 Bravo Delta Victor. Adelante, va el pasaje más nuevo, por favor. Alberto, City La Serena. City La Serena. Alberto, en la ciudad de La Serena. Ok, Alberto, te recibo ahí un poco entrecortado, aguanta un poco más el PTT, a ver si es problema del PTT o si no tendrás que revisar ahí la configuración. Charlie Eco 2, interrogación, entrega Eco Alpha 1 Bravo Delta Victor.
A usted, negativo. Adelante, Hugo, buenos días. ¿Me estás escuchando bien?
Ahora le puse la alta. Estoy con alta. Estoy con alta, te escucho muy bien, estoy con Motorola R7. Con Motorola R7 que lo acabo de prender por acá. Quise ver cuánto me abarca la distancia donde está el repetidor. El enlace de DMR. Adelante, Alberto. C2 Víctor Quebec Delta. Móvil por acá. La Serena.
Estoy transmitiendo actualmente con solamente 10 watts. 10 watts. Con un rollo DEPT'S UT60. Quebec, Tango, texto negativo. Un punto 60.
Víctor Quebec Delta, entrega el Alpha 1 Bravo Delta Victor. Muy bien, Manuel, perfecto. Te escucho muy bien, Manuel, con gusto. Ahí no tomé bien tu indicativo Eco Alfa 4. Bravo, Víctor, Bravo Delta Víctor. El amigo Manuel. Ya te dejo porque estoy probando, voy móvil.
Te agradezco mucho el reportaje, Manuel. 73.
Pero conmigo, por eso estaba comenzando en pilotarlo, pero parece que abandonan de repente las condiciones al antiguo.
Brasil, Dinamarca, Venezuela. Ok, Alberto, venga. Eso estupendamente. Buenísimas tardes, 7-3. Y nos escuchamos en cualquier otro momento. Buen domingo. Charlie Eco 2, Víctor Quebec Delta, Eco Alfa 1, Bravo Delta Víctor.
Perfecto, muy bien escuchado ahora, Manuel. Muy bien escuchado ahora acá por la Serena, Chile. Alfa 1, Bravo, Delta, Víctor, Venezuela, como dices tú. ¿Ah? Yo voy a hablar del sistema de la Motorola y la verdad que anda muy bien, el audio muy exquisito. Saludos, Manuel, que ande todo bien este domingo, 7-3.
Ok, Alberto, 7-3, buen domingo, nos escuchamos. Charlie Eco 8, Charlie Eco 2, Víctor Delta, Alfa 1, Bravo Delta Víctor.
This is NCOS, so is there any BS this morning or what?
Foster 4 India Victor Whiskey, Foster 4 India Victor Whiskey, llama Eco Alfa 1, Bravo Delta Victor. Eco Alfa 1, Bravo Delta Victor, llama y pasa la escucha.
Radio check. Yeah, I'm looking at mine right now. I'm okay. So, good to hear you today. Yeah, this is Steve in Nevada on Sunday. This is NC9N. Good copy. Over. MX system here, as you know, so I heard you on yesterday, I think. All right, man, have fun and enjoy your day today and enjoy Sunday. And I'll listen out. I gotta get some more one more coffee. This is NC9N in Nevada.
Brandon, come on.
Z9N, Steve. Are you still by the rig or are you pouring coffee? WHXL.
Trying to warm up here. I got the heater on and put the dish out for the cat, and the plate is ice cold. Guess I gotta get a wooden plate or something. But yeah, I heard you there. No, I gotta go to the stove now, but I'll listen out. Good morning from NC9N. It's still early yet for here.
Seven Lima Quebec Oscar, this is Yankee 1 Sierra Gold.
exciting, interesting. Yeah, wow. Bet you won't do that again for a while. All right, yeah, let me get going here. I'll be back in a little bit. There's other stations anyway. All right, energy on it.
Golf. Returning.
Tango Alpha 1, Oscar Normal, Tango Alpha 1, Oscar Normal,
CQ, Sugar, Mike 7, Lima, Queen, Oscar calling CQ and standing by Panico.
Oscar, this is Sierra Yankee 1, Echo Sierra Golf.
Yeah, one Sierra Echo Golf. Thank you for coming back to my call. Handler was Eric Echo Radio India Kilo. Back to you, Sierra Yankee 1 and Sierra Echo Golf. Sugar Mike 7, Lima, Queen, Oscar Gat.
7 Lima Queen Oscar, this is Sierra Yankee 1 Echo Sierra Golf. Hello Eric, my name is Timon, Kilo India Mike Oscar November. My QTH is Athens, Greece. My local time is 8:12 in the evening, and my weather is a little bit hazy. Your signal is coming loud and clear, Eric, so microphone back to you, my friend. From Sierra Yankee 1 Echo Sierra Golf.
Roger. Prime Business, yeah, Sierra Yankee 1, Echo Sierra Golf, Sugar Mike 7, Lima, Queen, Oscar, returning Prime Business, thank you for coming. And was Eric Echo Radio India Kilo and our station any town and a little hot spot on the side. Thank you, and the weather was very good for a season. 17 degrees centigrade and sunny weather. Sierra Yankee 1, Echo Sierra Golf, Sugar Mike 7, Lima Queen Oscar.
7 Lima Queen Oscar from Sierra Yankee 1 Echo Sierra Golf. QSL, thank you very much. For this, our temperature is around the same, is around 20 degrees. Anyway, thank you very much for this short QSO. Eric, I hope to catch up with you again in the future. I don't want to hold up the from Group 91 anymore. So, all the best to you, 73s, to you and your family, and I hope I catch up with you again in the future. From Sierra Yankee 1 Echo Sierra Golf to Sierra Mike 7 Lima Queen Oscar, I will be there after your final. 73 and bye-bye.
Queen Oscar calling Alaska, standing by for any call. Calling CQ, CQ, CQ. Sugar, Mike 7, Lima, Queen, Oscar calling CQ and standing by for any call.
Seven Lima Queen Oscar Sierra Hotel Zero Kilo Lima Romeo.
Hotel something, I missed the rest there. Please repeat the call sign, my friend. Sierra Hotel question mark. Sugar, Mike 7, Lima, Queen Oscar, listen to you.
Yes, copy. I am Sierra Hotel Zero Kilo Lima Romeo. Mitt namn är Svante. 100 kilometers north of Stockholm. Back to.
You're ready, I'm business there. Sierra Hotel, Sierra Kilo Lima Radio. Mr. Thank you for coming. And I was Eric Echo Radio India Kilo. QDH on this side is 10 miles from Malmö. Sierra Hotel, Sierra Kilo Lima Radio. Sugar Mike 7, Lima Queen Oscar Gap.
Testing my new DMR radio. So I wish you very well. Have good luck in the future and have a nice day to you and your family. Sierra Mike 7, Lima Queen Oscar, Sierra Hotel Zero Kilo Lima Romeo. Bye bye. Ciao ciao.
Take care and hope to hear you some other time and good luck with the radio. Sierra Hotel, Sierra Kilo Lima Radio. Sugar Mike 7, Lima Queen Oscar. Bye-bye.
Sierra Hotel Zero Kilo Lima Radio. Svante. This is Romeo 6 X-ray Whiskey. Romeo 6 X-ray Whiskey calling you.
Yes, good evening, Romeo 6 X-ray Whiskey, Sierra Hotel Zero Kilo Lima Romeo.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for your answer. Thank you. Svante, I think that's your name. Unfortunately, my logbook is still closed, so I can't check if you've got QSO before. That's why my name, and first of all, my name is Leonid, I spell to you, London, Echo, Ontario, Nancy, Italy, Denmark. Leonid is my name, and my region is North Caucasus. It's very south part of Russia. Local time now, 2019. Temperature outside, I didn't check. Now, but about plus 13 degrees Celsius. Plus 13 degrees Celsius. That's it. So you can open page with my call sign and QZ.com. There is full information about me, about my equipment. I put pictures there, so a lot of information. How do you copy? Sugar Hotel 0 Kilo Lima Romeo Swenter. If I you correct your name, pronounce your name, Swenter. Romeo 6X Whiskey, or please.
Yes, Mr. Leonid, pronounce is very good. Svante, it's correct. It's no problem with that. I have been ham operator since May this spring, and I have not a lot of experiments on the radio. I have do little 20 meters and DMR QSO. And yeah, it's a really good hobby, but the radio is expensive, so I have not a big antenna. I have a little antenna on my balcony. Yeah, let me see. Radio 6, X-ray Victor, Sierra Hotel 0, Kilo Lima, Romeo, back to you.
Okay, Santa. Okay, thank you very much indeed for your information. By the way, you see, I opened my logbook, and so logbook showed me that we didn't have QSO before. This is the first QSO between us. That's why I very ask you, send please, if it's possible, send please confirmation about this QSO in QZ.com. I will send confirmation right now. Just 1 second, and I will. Oh, yes, I've done it already. So my confirmation already about our QSO already in QZ.com. It's done already, Swenter. Thank you very much, Reed, for this QSO. If you don't have any question, I wish to you all the best. Stay healthy and well. Be happy, you and your family. But first of all, I wish to you stay healthy and well. It's very important. Healthy is healthy. 73 and take care. And send please confirmation if it's possible in QZ.com. Bye for now. 73 Sierra Hotel 0 Kilo Lima Romeo 6X Whiskey for final maybe, or please.
Yes, Mr. Louis. I confirm on the QSL.com. I have already put it in there. And it was a really nice QSO, my friend. I wish you very well. Good luck in the future to you and your family and all the radio friends there. And see you later. Romeo 6, X-ray Whiskey, Sierra Hotel 0, Kilo Lima Romeo. Bye-bye, oh, ciao.
Bye-bye, ciao. Bye for now.
November 6, Charlie Yankee, mobile, Alpha 10.
Brasil, aqui é só português, não sei falar inglês, viu? Se tem alguém em contato português aqui, estou à disposição.
Good morning to the DCI bridge. This is Kilo Bravo 5 Zulu Mike Yankee, Fort Worth, Texas.
0 LBE returning. How's things?
Alaska.
Just got finished talking to Alaska on another channel on this radio. He lives in, what's the big city by the ocean that's a big major city in Alaska?
Mike 0 Lima Bravo Echo. Living in Boston near Chester, UK.
CQ, Sugar, Mike 7, Lima, Queen, Oscar calling CQ and sending my panic.
Name is Lee. I'm not sure if you've got the QTH here. It's I believe it's from the south coast. Thanks for coming back to my call. Back to you.
I'm making a little money on it. But he lives up there in a condo, and she works for the federal government. She's on vacation. She does something for the federal government, but she has a degree in law. But she works for the federal government doing something, and she's on vacation right now. And he's semi-retired, ex-computer technician and ex-cop, good friend. He just moved up there about 2 years ago. We talk every day.
Five. Yeah, okay, Ricky. You got Dennis up in the Fairbanks area. I'm northeast of Fairbanks, about 25 miles. I'm in Two Rivers, running the Sky Bridge hotspot with a Anytone 878. I'm just sitting here watching a video on YouTube. And had a ham swap in Fairbanks yesterday. Sold a little bit of equipment, bought another piece of green equipment. Got an HW16 and a VFO. Won a prize coupon for $50 to the ARRL for books or whatever. Anyhow, sold a little bit of stuff, bought a little bit of stuff. Took a couple hours, bring it home, put it all away. Now, it took me a half hour just to repack it in my truck after it was over.
That's changed now. It's going to be pretty gruesome all week by the looks of it. I fly little airplanes and drones and things when I get a chance to go down with the guys to the field, and I was hoping to get a few blue skies in this week, but I don't think that's going to happen. Not much happening today, really. Took my wifey out for a Sunday lunch, very nice, at a local pub. And now she's on the computer doing something, probably spending money on Amazon. And I just switched the radio on just to see what was going down, and you popped out.
Nasty Democrat libtards. I got some people on there who like to talk about them, and I love it. This one lady, Squirrel Tribe talks. She's a blast. She talks about them, and I giggle because she thinks the same way I do. I love her. Then there's this grandma, African American grandma, who talks about the libtards and the weirdos and high prices at Goodwill nowadays and other things that cheats who cheat on the federal government to get their freebies and stuff. She calls them out. It's great. Plus there's other videos that I like on there. That's what I like. When there's nothing on regular TV, I'm usually on YouTube watching something.
Cauliflowers and stuff like that. Come up, and essentially in the summer, We'll get some winter stuff, but generally the summer. But that's when we want salads and things. So we stopped growing cabbage and cauliflower for that reason. Yeah, we don't go out that often, but today we normally on Sunday we get our daughter down. She comes to see her daughter. So we get 4 of us get together. But she's not very well today, so she cancelled. So we were on our own. Our granddaughter hasn't turned up either, so we thought, what the hell, we'll go out for one. Not sure what we're doing tonight yet. I shall probably stay here in the shack and just be monitoring, see what's going on. What are you up to? What are your plans for the week?
The only one I haven't got yet is the 905 over.
Well, we're tired, so we tend to make plans as we go along, you know, like, do we feel like doing this? Is the weather good enough? And all that sort of stuff. And as we got a firm commitment, but I have got an idea for tomorrow. Photography is one of my main interests, so went to a place called Halnacker, that's Hotel Alpha Lima, Kilo November Alpha Charlie Kilo Echo. I think I did that right. Halnacker. It's in Sussex here, like ourselves. It's a 2-bus ride, or 3-bus ride if you do it the quickest way, each way. We got there last time. Oh, it's beautiful. I've seen pictures of it. I really wanted to get it. We got off the bus, walked right way down this road. We found there was no way to cross it. Actually, no way, there was no birds, no pavements, nothing, so we couldn't get to it. But since I've discovered there is another way, you cross over and go around a circumference sort of path or track, which brings you out somewhere near it, so I'm going to give that another go tomorrow. Weather permitting, but it is beautiful. It's one of these tree tunnels where, you know, you come down either side of the road. I love it. A main road, it's just a side road. This time of year, one of my favourites, photographic in the autumn, with the colours of the leaves in the trees back here.
2 4-wheelers. Wife's got a Spider. I got 3 Connexes, a 40 and 2 20s, and they're full. I've been trying to get up a 70-foot crank up for a couple of years now. I'm building a scaffold in front of it because I fell off a tower. If you read my QRZ bio, you can read about that. But I'm putting up a 20-foot scaffold, building it, so I can work at 21 feet on the other tower on the crank up. Anyhow, it's a long, pushed out time frame. So I'm going to get back to my video. I'll catch you later, Ricky. I'd like to send you my 16 degrees. Don't have any snow where I'm at, but my buddy does about 30-some miles northeast of me. Catch you later, KL78RO. Don't want to time it out.
I haven't really got very far with it. I'm still learning what all the buttons and knobs do on the front of this transceiver. Thinking about getting one of those power stations as well. We do get 1 or 2 power cuts here. We had one a couple of days ago. I'm not quite sure what went wrong. It was in the day when we got high winds. I was thinking about buying one of those power stations that have got USB power and also a couple of 240-volt sockets on the side. It could be quite useful down the field as well. You know, maybe boil a small camping kettle or something.
Yeah, Coast Atlantic USA. Okay, Ivo, it's a pleasure for me to speak with your country. It is important.
And it's a ICOM 718. I got it for a song and a dance. Looks like it came right out of the box for $300. And another DMR handy talkie for $60 with an extra battery and programming cable. A drop-in charger. Looked like it was brand spanking new. It was a Hytera or PYT. I like that brand. KB5ZMY.
Bulgaria. It's about 100 kilometers west from the Black Sea coast here. If you have questions, then I will answer.
In the evening here, when the neighbours were all in bed or whatever, as we ended up doing, we did not even know. We need to go straight to the freezer and got something out and ate it, you know. Chances are we'd have been alright, but you don't want to take a risk then. It would be somewhat ironic if we come back from a holiday abroad and got food poisoning here, HI. Anyway, yeah, we take your pack up here. Right on the transceiver there, I've got a very modest setup there. It's a little anytone, what they call a micro mobile. It's very small. Just running 5 watts into a hefty minus 25 dB attenuated dummy load into the node. So that's how it's all operating here. Keep things simple, P7BHH.
When I lived in Vegas, I bought an HQ110 Alpha with the clock, brand new in the box, a Lafayette VFO, brand new in the box, and an ICO transmitter, brand new in the box. All the boxes have matching serial numbers to the radios. That station's sitting out in my cabin. I got too many amplifiers. I got a Swan Mark II out there. I got a Swan Singet. I got too much, you know. I'm addicted of it.
Yeah, going back to the power supply and whatever, I'm looking at there's exactly Explorer 1000 is the one that I'm looking at. It's coming down in price all the time, seems to be. It's 404 on Amazon. A bit more than I wanted to pay. You can get one for half that price and half the power output. But it's only got one socket on it. And I wanted something with a couple of sockets so, you know, we can run at least a couple of things together without putting adapters in and whatever. Never really thought about keeping the freezer going either. As you say, you know, 13 hours is a long power cut. I mean, hours normally don't exceed more than a couple of hours, which isn't too bad, but I suppose it just depends on the severity of whatever's caused the power cut. I think in our case, it was the wind was so strong, it was blowing the branches of trees into their live power cables and shorting out. Our system seems to try and reset 3 times. So, you know, we'll get a power cable, drop out, then a few seconds later it comes back in. Then if the fault's still there, it drops back out again. And that will reset or attempt to automatically reset 3 times. And you can count them. And then you get to number 3. If it happens again, then good night. You know, you're off and you're going to stay off. And you just have to wait. So that's what happened to us, I think. But someone just did a bit of tree pruning and we were okay. But a few years back before that, someone had gone through a power cable with JCB and it took nearly 24 hours to get the power back on that time.
Some good PV voicing. Okay, it's returning. Yeah, if you're here, at least you can keep an eye on things, can't you? But when you're away, there's absolutely nothing you can do. At least we knew about it. That was the main thing. So on that register, you know, you can register for if you've got any form of disability or anything like that, or you need medical equipment and anything like that. And I got his text while we were away talking about the power cut, and then subsequently, you know, saying it's still going on. And I thought, oh, here we go. But and in the end, as I say, I think it's about 12, 13 hours. But I think you're generally all right with freezers, aren't you? For as long as you keep your door shut and what have you, or your fridge and particularly your freezer for a few hours. But I think 13 hours is a bit over. The top might be all right. We weren't going to take the chance, you know what I mean? That sounds nice, that power station thing. Unfortunately, the bit that doesn't sound so nice is the 404 quid. Beyond my means at the moment. But we have got, because we've had some quite heavy storms in the last few years here with sort of up to 80 mile an hour winds, and it can get a bit, we're about a mile and a half from the seafront, and it can get a bit rough here. I know other parts of the country can get even worse, so I'm not complaining, but we're trying to dash out in the garden and bungee cord stuff down, because I've seen all sorts of things flying down here that haven't been. And by the same token, I've got some company's emergency lights, you know, the USB rechargeable ones. I've got 3 of them, the lantern type ones that will give us some light. One of those little things, you know, gas spark things for because we've got a gas hog and a gas old style kettle, so at least we'll make ourselves a cup of tea or, I don't know, do a pot noodle or something. And most importantly, we had some flooding, which stopped a few hundred yards from us, unfortunately close. So I bought some of those flood barrier things that you can, they're activated by water, so as water hits them, they pump themselves up. They'll have, of course, to use them, so I don't, but, you know, better something there than nothing, G78 action.
Mohican and the other matching. And I got Heathkit 2er, Heathkit 6er up on the shelf. I got an Amico AC1. If you go to QRZ, there's a picture of my station before I got to 7760. I'm trying to sell a 7610. I'm trying to sell the 811H. And I'm trying to sell an FL 2100 Foxtrot. It's like brand new. 572Bs. I got the Swan Mark II. And like I say, if you email me, my call at awrl.net, I can kind of sit there and put it down and let you know what all I got. Shoot, I just bought an HW16 with a VFO at the Ampest. A lot of green equipment, a lot of gray equipment, just plain lot of equipment. I used to be a gun dealer, so I got a lot of guns. Hey, I'm going to get back to my video. I'll catch you later. We're kind of hogging this channel. 730 Ricky KL, 7HRO Alaska. See you later.
Queen Oscar calling CQ and standing by final call.
This is Oscar Zulu. I'm reading photos on worldwide.
It can get quite interesting sometimes if I've got the outside lights running, and I transmit on certain HF frequencies, all hell breaks loose. But the problem we get, you know, it's very nice having a smart home that, you know, you can ask Alexa to do this, that and the other for you, and open the carriage door and do sort of wonders, switching the lights and the heating and whatever on. But when we had that power cut, it took me about 2 or 3 hours to get everything talking again. Everything seemed to get confused, so it's not all it's cracked up to be, I'm afraid.
God bless. This is Kilo Bravo 5 Zulu Mike Yankee, Fort Worth, Texas, and we're gone.
So the owner of the repeater is PE3MMX, which is also the call sign of the repeater. The name is Mike. My name's Greg. I do know Mike, but only in my dreams do I own a repeater system like this. It's fantastic.
I don't go to the good old-fashioned manual on-off wall switch to turn it off there while we're away. Yeah, the plug barrier things, well, I don't know if that's exactly the right term, but basically it's like a large pillow, for lack of a better word, right carrot orange, and I can always send you, if you are set up, I can always send you an email with the description if I can find where I got them from. I got them online. But no, it was a concern because we've got a local river here. It's not, you know, we're not talking about the Thames here, but we're talking about no flood defences. It burst its banks and had 4 foot of water in a caravan parked down the road. It closed the main road, so no buses could get in, so we couldn't get in to get any food for 10 days. Unfortunately, we had a remote muddle through. That's what prompted me to get the barrier things. just in case. I mean, we're on a park home, we're actually lifting up on a chassis, so, you know, but it's uncomfortably close. I don't want to take any chances. So, yeah, they hopefully, something like, or even if you can put a washing machine burst, you know, burst like that, you could put it around it, and that would at least form some sort of barrier. So I think they're worth having. But when we had that flooding, we got an electricity substation right, what a great place to put it, right by a river without any flood defences. And the fire brigade were up all night for 2 nights trying to frantically pump the water and keep it away from taking out the substation and all the homes, including ours, that it supplies. So there you go. Better safe than sorry, as they say. 7BHH.
So, yeah, we've all been there. Started out small and, you know, any spare money, for me anyway, goes to amateur radio. Either that or my pickup. But, yeah, it's working for you. Excellent. God, I got you 30 plus coming in here right at the moment.
The wind blows in one side, so that not all the waterfall falls back into the bottom of the sump. So I think it's blown to one side, and if we get windy days, then, you know, within a day or two, it's empty and the pump's running dry. Not easy to bother the pump much, because it's sort of magnetically coupled to the impeller. But we switch that off when we go away, because it's almost certainly, if we wait for more than a week, it's certainly going to be running dry. Going back to the floods, I watch the TV and see these floods, as I say, and I think to myself, what kind of mechanics of exactly what's happening with these floods? We need to give the water away back to the sea. Because at the end of the day, the water is picked up from the sea up into the sky. The clouds carry it over the land, and it drops the water onto the land. So all the water's trying to do is get back to the sea. So to me, I know it's oversimplification, but we're going to get more and more of these floods. I think rather than making roads and that for the people, what we really need to do is start giving ditches and things, giving the water an easy way back, because the water doesn't care which way it goes. It will always take the bufferless resistance. So maybe I'm oversimplifying, but that's what's coming out of my little brain at the moment.
I believe it's 100 feet off the ground, something like that. It's up there anyway. The repeater is located in Chin, which is just outside of London. But it's got receiver sites almost like halfway between London and Toronto, and another one down towards Windsor, which is the one I'm getting into. So it's got an incredible coverage area.
About that to the council, and they told me, quote, we don't dredge that anymore. That's what I could have told them that. But the problem with that is that they built a car park right where it comes out on the sea, a big multi-storey car park, more or less sort of blocking a lot of the exits. That was smart, wasn't it? But I think your point is generally a good one. I can understand where you're coming from on that one. But I think they also say that a lot of these in the urban areas, a lot of water runs up in the ground and goes to run off, which is what it does when people tarmac over all their drives and everything. There's nowhere for it to soak in. So I think there's a lot of factors in play here, but as I say, it was uncomfortably close. It did hit the road behind us, which is even closer. They didn't get quite so much as the 4 foot they got down there. And the other thing, of course, is they build on all these historic floodplains. Not here. This is not the case. I did that check before we bought the place. It's one thing I would always do. But building on a floodplain, because it hasn't flooded for 100 years, doesn't mean it won't flood again, does it? I don't understand some of the logic in that. G7BHH.
Out here in the sticks, where you got practically zero noise. I think the only noise I have is pretty much generated by what I have here. I currently have a heater going right now, and I got power lines across the road, but they're pretty much quiet. So I'm blessed the location I have.
And then, as you say, all of a sudden someone comes along with a few diggers, and the next week you've got a housing estate on there, and you think to yourself, oh, that doesn't feel like a really good idea, but as you say, there seems to get away with it. If you're only a mile and a half from the sea, and you think about it, it won't be that difficult to get the water from that site back to the sea. You're only talking a mile and a half, and as you say, if you've got a river that's probably going there anyway, it makes absolutely no sense not to completely dredge it on a regular basis. I don't know, the water are very strange people. I was minding my own business in our flying field a couple of years ago, and in the distance I could see 2 or 3 guys walking up the ditch with waders on, and they were coming closer and closer. And I was mesmerised by these guys that were walking up the ditch, and eventually they came to where I was, and they said, "Do you know who owns these fields?" So I said, "Yeah, I know. We pay the farmer to fly on the fields." So yeah, I know. So they just wanted to carry on. I said, "Would you mind me asking what you're doing?" And we said, "Well, yeah, someone has got too many cows on the field, and when the cows are peeing, they are polluting the watercourse. They've got too many cows." And you think to yourself, what the heck is that all you've got to do in life? I mean, yeah, they might be polluting one field, but there's loads and loads of other fields there. So, with no cows on them. So, I don't know, strange people. Yeah, I'm not sure if you didn't talk about there, Alan. Just check I'm not doubling. Looks like I've got it to 7BHH returning. Yeah, some of these decisions, some of these things that go on, absolutely beg a belief, as they say, don't they? The thing about this particular location, or the river there, I call it a river, for lack of a better term, is that the zero in the front fences. There's a big Tesco superstore which completely flooded all the car park. Had to shut it for probably better part of 2+ weeks, and everything else. And I say, the electricity substation, literally, it was nothing against the fence, the wall, the fence. It's right on the main road, right next to the river, and the fire escape was going all night, pumping like mad. In fact, they had the pumps on for well over a week, trying to, control the water down there, and whatnot. But no, you can do about it. I know exactly where it comes out on the seafront. So, what can you say, really? Nothing you can do. But anyway, my friend, I'm going to let you get the golf calls. I'm going to go off and get a cup of tea. It's been a pleasure catching up with you this evening, and I'll clear HubNet. Thanks to HubNet, as always, for the use, and I'll listen for a final from you, Alan. Back to you, 0LPE, 7BHA, 7-3 for now.
And 60YK, 60OZ.
Alan, have a good evening, 7BHA, clear.
60OZ clear.
KK7 WUJ, Craig and Moses Lake listening.
K0CBT, Boulder, Colorado. Andrew here.
Hey Andrew, this is Craig, Moses Lake, Washington, KK7 WUJ. How are you doing today? M0CAB, correct? KE0CBT, this is KK7WUJ, Craig and Moses Lake, Washington. How's life in Boulder, Colorado?
I guess you didn't get my last transmission for some reason. Life is beautiful day, windy, all day, very nice, and I had a lot of fun last night going out. So I'm just kind of resting right now.
Yeah, I think they can take a little time out and say, let's try yoga, and then afterward they can continue on with the activity they have already scheduled.
Kind of a stay inside and do nothing sort of a day. Back to you, Andrew, KK7WUJ.
All right, thanks, Mark. 73KC6NH.
Moses Lake is in central Washington state, kind of out here in the middle of nowhere. We'd be west of Spokane, mainly a farming agricultural area. Over.
Yeah, roger that. You get a lot of snow in the winter? Is it snowy and cold? Back here.
Normally we will get not that much snow. We're kind of a dry, deserty area. We have had it where it's snowed and been on the ground for over a month at a time, but normally the weather is just cold, clear, and dry in the winter time. Back to you. This is KK7WUJ. See, there's somebody else trying to get in here on the band, so this is KK7WUJ, Craig and Moses Lake. I'll be clear on your final. Nice talking to you, Andrew.
Yeah, nice talking to you, Craig. I hope you have a good day and that kind of thing. And this is KE0CBT saying 73.
LNA.
G7PHH, G7RPG. Lee, you've had a good day. About the second or third contact I've got speaking to this afternoon, or this morning actually, was Ed, M0MNG. And I said to him, oh, it's funny you should pop up. I said, I was going to be talking about you about half an hour ago. I said, to a friend of mine in Bognor, who's going to be listening out for some contacts. He said, oh, was that G7PHH? Yeah, so anyway, yada. Sounds like you managed to work it, but you didn't hear me, I assume.
Myself, I'm at 1 Tango. Tango here, correctly.
Yeah, that's a shame. I would have expected better, actually. You know, I was kind of imagining that I'll be a really good strong signal from not exactly a millimile, so you might. But there you go, anyway. Well, at least you managed to get one contact today. I can see how the little note box is quite a large line for you, just sort of keep you in the game. It must be really frustrating with the local noise. My VHF noise has crept up over the years. It's about S5 now.
on 2 meters. And, anything below that, I just can't hear. So it's crazy. Back to you.
Zero Foxtrot 0, Tango Victor Tango. Listening in on 3100.
Repeater disconnected.
La modulación de audio es fuerte del teclado. Habría que ver que haga fonía para ver si lo escucho, mi señor. Te saluda Hotel Japón 2 Yankee Oscar Universidad barra 7.
I met him years ago. He's quite a prolific hilltopper. He goes to all these sort of events, and whenever there's a contest on or something requires going out, it's one. Whenever I speak to him, he never remembers me. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's good to get him in the log as well. So I think I've got about 46 today, which is quite a lot because I was actually there for about 9:45. I think I went there till after 3 o'clock, and I was looking at some of them 145 live logs. And that's only 3 hours, and some of them were fucking 60 contacts. And I'm thinking, blimey now, you've got to be going some to do that. I don't really think that's 145 alive, because they're literally probably going, blah, 5 and 9, you row much and move on. I mean, I was having a good 10-minute chat, buddy. I guess that's why I only got 46 contacts. Back to you.
Drago, no deseo.
Don't you love it when someone says I only got 45 contacts, HI? No, I'm joking, you know that. But, well done you. It sounds like you've had a very good day again. I had a quiet day. In more ways than one, that is. If you discount white noise, I mean. But no, I've been got around the shackle and I finished sorting out switching out. I was turning in and whatever. So it's nice to have another volume control in line for the rigs and a new button so I can just sort it like that rather than have to keep on adjusting the rigs, phone volume control and pushing buttons. So that was fun. Excuse me. And that's what I've been doing. I dug out a hard drive. I spoke at the station in Australia this morning, in Brisbane. We were chatting about Brisbane. I said, I've been there. I got photographs of Brisbane, but they all seem to have disappeared on one of my many hard drives of one kind or another. So I found a hard drive. Good hard drive. I haven't used it for years. What's the chance of them being on here? But got out the drive. All it shows you is it's a DC plug with a positive tip. Now that's useful, isn't it? I don't know what voltage it's supposed to run on at all. So then plug it in in case I blow the living daylights out of it. I searched the web, try and find a manual or some information on it. Yeah, I found information. But the one bit of information lacking is what voltage the thing's designed to run on. So if it is on that drive, I still can't get it in. It's okay.
Some sort of external USB enclosures you've got there, is it?
Well, anyone here on 3100 went over to 93 and moved in there either. But we have more contacts here. KB6RRX. KB6RRX. KJ5CW. Oh, that's where you went, over. Hey, Thomas, are you here? Well, you have not just getting out, huh? KD6RRX. Monitoring is 3100 all day long. I'm gonna be like everybody else. Just monitor and just listen to the talk. It's kind of like a habit now. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I don't mind talking. It's just that sometimes, you just want to listen, just to listen to other individuals talk over.
Yeah, I'll do all of that. I put it in close to find nothing on it or nothing of anything I'm looking for, but hey, give me a little project, wouldn't it? Just to pass some time a day. It'd be nice to find a bit of a round the world trip that I did in 2004. Hong Kong, Australia, New Zealand, Fiji, and heading up in Los Angeles and back home. In that order, as I remember it. And I took lots of pictures for the whole trip, including the ones I took in Brisbane, which I would happily send the chap on via his QRZ email if I could find them first. I really just want to find them for myself, happy memories and all that, And I have looked before on different drives, and I've got quite a few drives in enclosures, out of old computers that I've put in enclosures that way, and there's other hard, proprietary hard drives, USB hard drives and so on, and I've searched for every one I can find, so I might grant them to CD-ROM, but I don't know, a DVD or something, but could I find them? Anyway, it's an interesting little project. I know one thing, Peter, that'll be in the last place I look, December BHH.
I can't remember what I did. See, it's getting bad. My memory is going. You know what, Doug? I don't mind listening to people on here, but sometimes they keep going rattling off on different subjects. It doesn't matter, and I don't mind listening to it. But sometimes if you're gonna talk to a friend or something, go to another channel. Go to 310 or 311 or 312 if you want to chit chat. Over.
And you can get it out whenever you want. Have a look at it. And these items would be owned by many generations, be handed down through families. But nowadays there aren't any hard copies. They're all in the cloud, on people's phones. Family memories, all this kind of type stuff. That won't last generations. And effectively will be gone in some time. And even if you do store them on things like physical media, like CD-ROMs, well, they're only good for 5 years, 10 years, maybe before the material that's made out of sort of breaks down, the die or whatever it is. Hard drives, now you're going to struggle to find anything like an IDE drive in without sort of going looking for it. They're only good, really, stored on the shelf for 20 years, maybe. I know there are examples of drives that are 40 years old that still sort of spin up into life and what have you, but you can't rely on them. But I've got photographs of my grandparents when they were children, and they're
they're long gone now, and their parents, you know, family photographs and all this kind of stuff. And, you know, I've still got them, and I can still access them and read them whenever I want. Back to you, Lee.
Radio check, KSL yeah, I think you're absolutely right, mate. Trouble is, I haven't got literally terabytes of storage from photos. But you're absolutely right about the points you make about the long-term storage. But then again, printing, you know, if you wanted to, I do print. I've got a photo wall here, which is all 10 by 8 framed in my work, which is sort of in the jacket, because I decided I've got 3 wardrobes, built-in wardrobes, and I was sick of just looking at the doors, so I thought, okay, I could make that a photo wall, so that's what I've done. So I've got prints around the place, and different ones hung up here and there, but you're right, it's a shame really. My cousin, right out the blue, a few weeks back, sent me some black and white pictures, as was the case then, of my christening 66 years ago. Well, 66 and a bit. That she found that her late father had taken, that she had in a box somewhere, and sent them to me right out the blue, you know, and they were, well, she digitised them, but, you know, but they look cracking, you know. And I was just thinking to myself, what a bonny baby. I managed to turn into this thing. Anyway, yeah, it's the same. It really is. I went to great pains to make sure I backed them, those photographs up. So I would have backed them up and backed them up. But where I backed them up is another question. But yeah, your point's good, mate. I spoke to I answered a call in the local newspaper with some suggestions for a woman who lost her iPhone. And she was distraught because she hadn't backed them up to the iCloud or anywhere else for that matter. And they had all the pictures of her recently deceased father on all family occasions, and she just literally lost it. And I got back to her, I said, have you got them on the iCloud? You know, can you get these things back? She said, no, I didn't know how to do that. They were all on the phone. And it was heartbreaking. I could feel her pain, you know, just shouldn't be HH.
With Rio Hondo Amateur Radio Club, and I just thought I'd call and say, how you doing today, sir?
Phones, payment device, communication, you know, texting and social media, and, you know, we're sort of relying on them really. And when you lose it, it's like losing another pet, you know, it's like the world stopped. I've lost a couple of phones in my life, just silly moments, you know. But that was back in the day when it was just a phone. I haven't lost a smartphone now. Yeah, I must admit. I know it was hurt. I don't know anybody's phone number. I have absolutely no idea. Anybody. Now, back in the day, I used to know everybody's phone number. You know, I could, whatever mate or whatever, I knew their number. Well, you have to know it to pick them up, you know. But, yeah, oh well. I have no idea what the long-term solution is, but for me, if I wanted to keep some really sad like photos, would be probably a couple of hard drives. Duplicate them, and then maybe every sort of 5 years or something, copy them onto a new drive or something, you know. That's why, I mean, there's always a risk that you're going to get a bit flip, or, you know, a file gets corrupted, or the drive packs up, but I think they should store for 10 years easily, I reckon. I mean, I've got drives that are 10 years old, that are plugged and turned on and still running, so, I'll probably say that when I get home when they'll be dead, but anyway, alright Lee, well thanks for the quick chat, I'll sign off now. Just been getting my steps in, I've been sat in my car for 2 days, eating rubbish foods, like literally Scooby snacks.
Just a ribbon cable on that, right? Or is it a plug-in stabbed-in connector?
Okay, returning for a quick final pay. Well, thanks for the shout, mate. And yeah, I've got quite a strict backup machine here, and every day I've got 4 hard drives in. One's just purely data, so I was sort of
incremental backup regime, and then I copy across to another drive once the backups are done, and things like that. But I thought that the phone numbers from years ago, but you're right, you can get to a lot of these things, and there's so much of this phone snatching around now. As I try to say to the kids, look, you've got an iPhone, the thing's worth £1,000. It's sticking out your back pocket of your jeans. If I gave you £1,000 in notes, no chance of that, ladies and gentlemen, would you stick them in your back pocket and ask anyone to take them out? But they just don't think about it, do they? Anyway, that's my soapbox. Have a good evening, mate. 73. Thanks again for the shout. Take care.
Back to you. And, a lot of good things in it. I really enjoyed the chat. 7-3 lead tonight, G7 RPG.
Yeah, that describes them all in a nutshell, huh?
It takes some getting used to this DMR. I'm fully operational on VHF, UHF, and so on, but I thought I'd give this a try, and I've been having some really good results, apart from sometimes this unwanted interference that we get. Right to you, my friend. I look forward to hearing you using your club call sign. This is G8SMR, David here in Stratford, Manchester, Northwest UK, standing by.
My cousin. So, anyway, let me get out of here. George, you do a couple of things, man. 73. George, catch you later.
Arizona.
Sure. I'm located near this repeater, which is in Shedd, Ontario. I am in London, Ontario. Over.
In the state, back to Columbus Day. Executive order from our president, Donald J. Trump. The best one we've ever had in our lifetime.
Yes, sir. My name is from Romeo Tango. I'm the VP of the Real Honda Amateur Radio Club, and we set up a blog page on QRZ, so I like making contacts with other radio clubs. I think it's kind of cool, actually. Back to you, sir. That's it. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Just like the Gulf of America. Anyway, I'll catch you later, George. I gotta do a couple of things, man. 73.
All I can say is from our club to your club, we have a membership of about 40 members at the moment. And the club has gone through one or two changes over the years, man, as you can understand, with COVID and everything else. And clubs tend to be having a bit of a struggle these days. But we're certainly enjoying the hobby. We've got plenty going at the moment, and plenty of new novices wishing to enjoy the hobby. So we've certainly got a lot going for us at the moment. I've been a member of South Manchester Radio Club since 1977. So I'm getting all of it now. I'm 78 at Christmas, but I love the club. And this is the thing about clubs, Matt, that they bring people together, the fellowship, especially with amateur radio. People are still conversing with one another, which in this day and age is something to be proud of. Back to you, Matt, from G8SMR, Dave in Manchester. Go ahead.
There's sunny skies, so it's a lovely day to see you. Especially this time of year, warmer than usual, so I'm enjoying it. Back to you, my friend. Here, any month of the year, the days are very, very sunny. Very, it's raining margaritas on tequila. Over. love it there, and met some good people, and certainly will return. Nice to meet you, my friend. I'll let you work a few more stations. I'm going to continue on my walk, and feel free to say hello anytime you hear me. So, 7-3 for now, and appreciate you stopping by. This is me, 3 11. Have a good afternoon.
Whatever. So that's my home call. My home call is Golf Sierra Bravo Juliet Kilo, and I'm the keeper, the club keeper of the G8SMR, which has been going a long time now. Makes me feel quite old. Back to you, Mark, from G8SMR. Dave here in Manchester. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a couple of QSL cards from my club to yours and hopefully get those out to you shortly. Once I get all my paperwork and email and all that kind of stuff all set up. And I know there's people who want to chat. So I'm going to say thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. And you should get 2 contacts, one from KM6MTV and one from W6KAT. They're both the same person, different call signs. Back to you, sir.
Yeah, okay, Matt. W6KAT, this is G8SMR. Well, if you send us the info, we'll only be too pleased to reply there. We'd love to hear you and pass my best on to all the members of your club there and on your side of the pond. And it really is nice to keep in contact with other clubs around the world. And with the DMR set here has made that possible, especially when HF at the moment is not that good. It's not that good. So, microphone back to you, and let's hope that we can continue to have a QSL without being interrupted. This is G8SMR. Standing by.
QRZ, and I had to log into my QRZ. I hadn't been on that. I haven't had my Pi-Star dashboard up on my laptop in a while. I just brought it back up, and you click on the call sign. I wasn't logged in. I'm logged into QRZ over on my phone. But anyway, yeah. Well, good hearing you there, Kevin. Yeah, Lubbock, Texas. I'm familiar. Matter of fact, I don't know if you know James Pahoundis. His call sign's KC6UCN, Kilo Charlie 6, Uniform Charlie November. He lives up there in Dalhart. He's got a linked repeater system that runs all the way from, it's fixing to have one in Clayton, New Mexico. But they got it just south of Clayton there, around Tex Line, somewhere near Tex Line. He's got a repeater all the way down to Amarillo, and I think he's working on getting one down around Lubbock. So it's part of the Dallam County Amateur Radio Club. But not too many people really on it, but I talk to him from time to time, and also talk on the 9-4 machine there in Amarillo when I go through Amarillo. I'm usually in Amarillo about 2 times a month, so talk to them guys up there. But it's good to make a contact. They're out just around Lubbock, Texas. Sounding good.
Uniform Sierra Papa, your radio is just twitching like a computer. You copy? That I will check into it. That I'm actually in the process of putting up a repeater here. Sort of the same thing. I want to try to get some link system. I'm going to be in the process of looking at other people listening. That my overall mission is trying to get a Texas-wide analog repeater backbone that we can use if we ever do lose all cell service and power, that we can run on either solar or wind, backup renewable energy.
The 4th. But yeah, well, good deal. Good hearing you in there. Yeah, check out KC6UC and holler at him sometime. And, he'd love to probably, have you be able to link yours up with his through All-Star. I don't know if you have that capability, but he's a good dude, a very good Elmer, just a good ham radio guy, and so I've met him on 146.52 when I was driving through Dalhart several years ago. And I always stop and try to have a cup of coffee with him when I pass through town. And I know they have a 10 a.m. check net there on every Monday through Friday on 9-4. Sometimes I'll log into that through his connection, and he'll link into that repeater. So, yeah, it's fun. I love talking to you guys up there in the Panhandle. Inside YAI, back to you there, Kevin.
Four Lima Alpha Mike, Kilo Whiskey 4 Lima Alpha Mike.
This is KF7. You are muzzle clear.
Hearing, or I forget real quick when I get off here, if you'll say it one more time. My wife's listening, that way she can put it down for me.
Mike 6 Kilo Uniform Tango calling through.
Okay, Kevin. Yeah, it's Kilo Charlie 6 Uniform Charlie November KC6UCN. How I connect in is I go through Echolink. I connect into his node there in Dalhart, And then that links me into about 6 or 7 repeaters that are all linked together through All-Star. But I connect into him through Echolink. And good old boy, he's really a good guy. And I always stop in and have coffee with him. Tell me you talk to John over in Justin, Texas. He'll love it. And yeah, and I'll be I usually pop in there about every third day and say hello to him. I'll be driving with him. I'll be actually going through Amarillo on Thursday. I'm going up to 40. I'm taking 40 over to Albuquerque, spend the night there Thursday night, and then I'll be on into Tempe, Arizona Friday. Got a football game on Saturday in Tempe to go to. My best friend, his grandson, is a wide receiver for Arizona Sun Devils. So I'm going to catch a game down there, then I'll leave there on Sunday and head up to the Grand Canyon. I don't know how long I'll hang around there, depending on how the weather is. Then venture back up to Woodland Park. But anyway, good hearing you in there. You take care and you have a good one. We'll look for. I'm going to try to get on this 3100 a little more often. Anyhow, you take care. And yeah, I was calling out for Mary a while ago. I met Mary on Christmas Day of 2022, KK7IAA up in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Had my first QSO with her on Christmas Day. Anyway, 2022. Every now and then I go back through my logbook and just reach out to some contacts, see if they're still out there. All right, Kevin, I'm going to log you down here on my 3100 logbook, and I'll talk at you later. Talk to you again. This is John here, November 5, Yankee Alpha, India.
That one was the top of the list. I don't think there was a better one. And then they happened to be on sale, and there was a buy 3 get 1 free deal. Plus, I had points, so I think I bought the whole set for like 350 Canadian. That was worth it.
My dishes that I wanted to do said, as far as All-Star, that's something that I'm getting into, so that won't be no problem. Link up to him as far as an All-Star knows. That's something I'll discuss with him and see if that's something that he wants to do and get something here local to around Lubbock area. I'll be glad to do that once I get everything set up. And but my main thing is trying to get everything linked away from the internet, because if we ever lose power grid, we're going to lose all digital pretty much, access to internet, stuff like that. So I want to get more of just an analog system that's linked throughout Texas, other than just through DMR, through the internet itself. But send me through to you, and I'll hopefully talk to you again, John. So I'll put you on my.
How are you?
Mess around, so. All right, well, let's get back to it. I'm just coming in the room here, so I'll chat at you later. It's YAVAPI, VE for yes, hello.
Here in Western North Carolina, USA, I would say it's about maybe 70 degrees, 65 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what it is in Celsius. I'll have to ask the lady in the box over here if she can convert it. But anyway, it's about that. It's a beautiful, clear sky. It's a wonderful fall day here in the United States.
Well, we'll catch up with you later. It's still on 80. HFO, 3 PP, pencil appliance, repair. Yeah, that's it, repair.
Sierra Mark 6 Kilo Uniform Tango, listening here on teaching like the one also, and I'm not sure what's happened here on like the one tonight, because it's a local station in QRV, but I think we have got some problem here on 91. But Sugar Mark 6 Kilo Uniform Tango coming back and listening for any station.
Alpha 1, Oscar November Golf, Kilo Whiskey 4, Lima Alpha Mike, over.
Sierra Mark 6 Kilo Uniform Tango coming back here. Kilo Whiskey 4. I think I have that, the station from the US. Yeah, many thanks. A very good evening from Sweden. And my handle is Thomas. Tango Ocean Mike Alpha Sierra, Thomas System name there. So I give the microphone once again back to you there. Kilo Whiskey 4, question mark, Sugar Mike 6, Kilo Uniform Tango is over.
Sierra Mike 6, Kilo Uniform Tango, Kilo Whiskey 4, Lima Alpha Mike. Over.
Yeah, Roger, Larry. You're coming through excellent. You're coming through very, very good over here in Sweden tonight. No problem at all, no problem. I can read you, and you have a beautiful audio from your station also there. Yeah, my handle is Thomas. Tango Ocean Mike Alpha Sierra, Thomas is the name, and I am located here on the west coast of Sweden, 100 kilometers northeast from Gothenburg, and I am living here on the south shore on the big Sweetwater.
Has been heard from AB5CC and 5YAI, Justin, Texas.
Go, Kilo Whiskey 4, Lima Alpha Mike. Good afternoon, Thomas. I guess it's still afternoon in Sweden. It's about almost 3 o'clock, 3 p.m., 1500 here in Brevard, North Carolina, in the western part of the state of North Carolina. Anyway, beautiful day here. I hope it's a beautiful day in Sweden. Over.
Well, hello there. KI5DXF. I think that's Kilo India 5 Delta X-Ray Foxtrot. Did I get that right? N5YA.
XFD. Repeater. Timeout.
We are 8:47 in the evening there, so it's dark outside and the temperature has dropped down, so we have around 6 degrees Celsius now. So I think we should have a cold night over here. But we have got a beautiful weekend. We have got sunshine and blue skies and really beautiful autumn weather over here this weekend. Thank you.
See you there, Rascal. How you doing today?
Kilo Uniform Tango, Kilo Whiskey 4, Lima Alpha Mike. I just love beautiful days, whether it's in Europe or in the United States here in the mountains of western North Carolina. And we expect it's going to be getting really chilly in about 3 weeks, I would say, when we get into November. But other than that, it's a very nice place to live. We love it here in the mountains of western North Carolina. We've been here since 2007, and we just never want to leave. Over.
Network of repeaters. Matter of fact, I'm logged on there now. Looks like there's about 11 or 12 nodes. I know about 6 or 7 of those are repeaters, all linked in together through All-Star. And he's trying to get one on board up in Clayton, New Mexico. He's got the equipment for it, and I saw the repeat. All the equipment was sitting in his living room when I was up there a couple of weeks ago, just waiting to get approval and getting several repeaters linked together up and down 287 and 385 up there. So they've got, and they're linked together through All-Star, which is pretty good. And then his station and everything, he sets up, he does battery backups and solar for pretty much all of them. So it's pretty interesting. I always enjoy visiting with James when I drive through Dalhart. And anyway, Gary, good seeing you there at the Ham Fest. Did you come away with anything, or did you save your money, or did you? Well, I guess you came away with a DMR radio. Sound like.
Yeah, I see I drop out from the system all the time, but I said I have worked for SKF Bearings, and we have a big factory north from Atlanta, Georgia, in Flower Branch and Gainesville in Georgia, and I have a lot of friends who lives there, so I have a lot of contact there. Yeah, take care, stay safe, have a nice Sunday afternoon, and Hope to catch up later on again there, Larry. All the best from Sweden, and good evening. Kilo Whiskey 4, Lima Alpha Mike, Sugar Mike 6, Kilo Uniform, Tango. Saturday free, bye-bye.
Metro folks. Well, going from East Texas to West Texas, of course, at the NCTC. We've started linking a bunch of 220 stuff, and we got a bunch of that going on. GFM, Kilo Whiskey 4, Lima Alpha Mike. You are booming my speakers off, my friend.
Oh, yeah, copy all that, Gary. Yeah, I love it. I like the NCTC system. I'm just starting to where I participate in that one on that Thursday night net. I've known David Stevens for a good while, run into him at Old Ham Fest. Finally talked to him and, met him and, good fella. And there's a lot for that system. It's really neat. They have something similar to that in Colorado. They're all 2-meter repeaters. It's called the Colorado Connection. And they're all over the state. I mean, there's about 14 of them, and sort of works the same way. So, good stuff. Yeah, I run Wires X over here, pretty much hang out on Texas Nexus, and we've got our simplex frequency over here, 145, 720. We got about 6 counties, different folks come in there, on and off throughout the day, and then, of course, we got the 9-2 net, fixing to start here at 2 o'clock, 14692, the digitally speaking net. I try to listen to that one, sometimes chime in, so I got the FT5D in there in the living room, sitting in the window, so I can listen to the net here in a little bit. And then I just thought, had the DMR. And say, we got a talk group over here that been a part. I don't know if you ever remember Shannon. Shannon McGauley used to live in Boyd, Texas, N5KOU. Did you know Shannon?
That in South Georgia.
Very bad with call signs anyway.
G4BFS, Golf 4, Bravo, Foxtrot, Sierra. When is your monitoring, Terry? Golf 0, Victor Papa, Yankee, cool?
He's been solid key since early 2020. He did not pass from COVID. He had complications from diabetes for several years. I met Shannon in 1991 when I first got licensed. I was living over in Boyd, Texas, and I bought my first mobile rig. I bought it from Shannon, an Alinco dual band. I bought my first radio from Larry Petty, W5OYS, who operated the Boyd repeater, the 14698 machine. I bought a Alinco handheld from Larry, and back in the day. So anyway, we got this little group that Shannon got me in, and I said, I don't want to do that DMR stuff. But he come over here and brought me a handy scratchy and, programmed it all up. And, I got me one of these little bitty hotspots. But then later on, he talked me into getting the MMDVM, the big Cadillac, and got that one. And so I've got 3100 and then worldwide and then our little talk group. That's all I got in that darn thing. So I used to talk on here more often on 3100. But, I like to get in here from time to time and got me a little separate log book. I think it made my first contact that I logged back in 2022. When I was using this thing a little more often back then over here on the bridge. So anyway, well, good hearing you in there, Gary. That was always a pleasure to talk to you.
There's an earthquake somewhere over there. Did you feel any of it?
I'm here. I don't get on it very often, but most of the time I'm at Kansas City wide up in Kansas City. I usually listen to it pretty good. There's a lot of people talk on it during the day. I have a lot of different nets too, so. But it's amazing to be able to just key up and talk to Indonesia or somewhere. It's pretty wild, especially when HF's not very good. I don't do HF a lot, but I do a few nets around, but that's about it. But anyway, I'll let you go, and John, it's good talking to you, man, and we'll maybe catch you on here again sometime. And I'll set this radio and get it set up right. But anyway,
You guys have a great afternoon. I'm going to finish watching the old Cowboys. Hopefully they'll maybe win one.
Okay, Gary, good chatting with you. And I'll be heading back up north on Thursday morning. I'll be driving out to Albuquerque. And then on Friday, I'm going to drive from Albuquerque over to Tempe, Arizona. I'm going to do a football game on Saturday. Arizona State plays Texas Tech, and one of my running buddies, N0HO, his grandson, is a wide receiver for Arizona State. His name is Jordan Tyson. They lost their game last night against Utah, but they beat Baylor. They beat TCU. I can't believe it. They've been on a run, but boy, that run come to a dead end last night in Salt Lake City, Utah. But they'll be out there in Tempe next weekend, and we even got some Texas Tech buddies. We're going to all sit together, so it's going to be a hoot. I'm looking forward to that game. And I'll leave there and drive. I think I'm going to drive up, spend a couple of days around the Grand Canyon, and then head on back up to Woodland Park, Colorado for a couple of weeks. So I'll maybe catch you on Simplex on, let's see, on Thursday morning maybe. Never know. Anyway, you have a good one, Gary. We'll talk at you a little later down the line. KI5UXF N5YAI. We'll be listening.
It's under, really unusual lift conditions on 2 meters. It was great fun actually today and yesterday as well. Actually, it was. In fact, it's going to last for a couple more days. So if you like getting a bit of VHF DX, it's definitely a good time to be around. So yeah, the fine on the NXTN set. Yeah, familiar with those. And I do like the commercial radio PMR stuff myself. Actually, I sort of prefer, although it's not quite as user friendly as far as VFOs and stuff like that. I tend to just put the channels in that I need, but I find them much more reliable than amateur radio stuff, and certainly much better receivers anyway. But I guess you get what you pay for, don't you? But no, it sounds great. I can't really give you the signal strength reading, obviously, but you sound like you're a fairly good signal into the repeater. Maybe just a little bit of popcorn just creeping in there, but very good anyway. That's absolutely no problem to copy you. Back to you from the G7 RPG.
KJ5CWU, KJ5CWU, KB6RRX.
Not a massive fan of the, shall we say, non-commercial gear, for want of a better word. But yeah, you're quite right, it's better made, isn't it? Got a couple of NXTN sets and Motorola and stuff, so more into that sort of thing. Yeah, the signal from the repeater I'm getting is Z99. So I assigned a button on the DTMS. They're quite flexible, these NX. So the sticky DTMS mic on, you can assign quite a few functions to any key on the DTMS line. And I've got RSSI assigned to one button. And it's just got the RSI to Z99. And it's just a homemade dipole repeater, so I'm just trying to get into Skelderdale repeater at all. Mind reasonably. So yeah. I don't know to make it all. I think I keep listening around the repeaters, and every so often the band opens up and I hear a few distant repeaters, and I quite like trying to access them and see where I'm coming out. But of course, a lot of them are linked now, and it can be quite unusual when somebody comes back, somebody replies back to you from a completely different area we get into. So it's funny that the line field a bit in that respect. So there you go, a dipole in Morecambe. It's not on the roof, it's out of the window. Bit of a Heath Robinson affair for the HF here in Peter. And it's Z99. Of course, the dipole or
something we get up on the roof. I'm sure it'd be like I'm sure it'd be like an S7, S9, something like that. So it's something good to go figure out to that part of the world. G7RPT, G0 Y, that's all.
Jeanette, this is K9 Juliet Foxtrot Mike. This is Jack. I'm going to put you in QRZ in my logbook for the contact for Argentina. I hope you do the same for me there. You have a good evening, and I'd like to say, for sure, this is K9 GFM. We're clear.
So yeah, I'll take that. That's not bad for 37 miles, and the repeater, by the way, is just a dipole as well, actually, on the wrong side of the mast for you. So it's the mast is right in the way, sort of the angle of where the dipole, commercial folded dipole, and it's a Tate base station, the TV7100. Funny enough, out on my little DEXpedition today, the weapon of choice was the Tate 8200 mobile set, 1000 channel full display control head on that one. So I've got all the 2 meter band programmed into that, all the repeaters, and you can actually you can dive into the menu and get an RSSI, but it's alright fiddly stuff. I need to map a button really, like you've done. Or with the Motorola's, I think it's left, right, left, or something to bring up the RSSI. But it would be nice if you could just have a button for it. But I'm a bit of a Motorola fanboy. I've got an unhealthy obsession with collecting mobiles and hand portables. Back to you.
Yeah, geez, they're all flying at me. I can understand that all. I've been through the hand portable thing. Don't for albums nowadays, so I end up buying mobile sets,
Tonight. How's my signal coming through down there for you?
Well, it's very clean, clear, good audio. I got full bars as far as your signal there, and like I say, audio is excellent.
And we'll be catching some of that rain that passed by you. So this is K7 VGB. I'll be clear on your final. Have a 73.
Well, you have a good day there, and hope you don't get too much of that storm, brother. This is K9 JFM. This is Jack here in the Smoky Mountains, North Carolina. We're clear. Have a good day.
UC4JM mobile, portable.
For today, there, brother. Jeff, this is K9 JFM. This is Jack up here in the Smoky Mountains of North Carolina. Coming in real good and clean and clear up here in the mountains this afternoon there, brother.
Hey, thank you very much, Jack. Where in North Carolina are you?
Over in the western part of North Carolina, just southwest of Asheville, a little town called Mills River, sitting up here on the hill.
west of me there, you know. But yeah, I like Murphy area over there for sure. It's really a nice area.
Last place you looked?
I'm up there. So you're just about, what, 15, 20 minutes east of the gorge?
Yeah, yeah. And it's right now though. It's kind of one way in, one way out because you know, the other side fell off into the gorge there on Interstate 40.
So I'm glad I sold. But for the radio chat, I just put this walkie-talkie together, and I have to tell you, the verbiage on this thing was just making my eyes cross. So I'm glad it worked. Take care, 73 to you, and thank you very much for the comeback.
Smoke or anything came out. But it'll take a bit more than that to spin the drive up, probably about 2 amps or so, especially on the older drives. But good stuff. Thanks for letting me know.
Tango Alpha 9, Alpha Papa Delta, Kilo Whiskey 4, Lima Alpha Mike.
G7 RPG.
Kilo Whiskey 4, Lima Alpha Mike. This is Tango Alpha 9, Alpha Papa Delta.
Next time and location is Coxville in County Durham there, that's here.
Mike. Good evening, Mehmet. My name is Larry, Lima Alpha Romeo Yankee, and I live in the western part of North Carolina, just south of Asheville. Over.
SDR today from down here, so 200 miles or so. So yeah, that's well over 100 miles. In fact, no, it's more than that. I'm just having a look on the map here. Yeah, about 130 miles for you.
Is 12 p.m.
Roger, on that's it, yeah. Humans are about 5 and 6, 5 and 7 there, that's it.
.3:08 p.m., so you are 9 hours ahead of us anyway. So it's good talking to you. You are my second contact in Turkey today. I feel blessed. Over.
Working well. Of course, you've got the Yorkshire Dales and all that stuff in the way as well. So, but I guess that's not really how the tropospheric ducting works, is it? But certainly some really interesting conditions today. But thanks for the quick natter, Simon. This is G7 RPG.
The G7 RPG just before I came on, I think it was a news station. It was really weak about a 4x3 with me. He was trying to get in as well.
Prosperous for the rest of the year and into the new year. So this is KW4, Lima Alpha Mike, and I am clear on your final.
Closer to you, it's on 2 meters, but it's linked to this one. So you can try that one. Although I think the 77s is probably would be the winner of the prize because it's much harder to do. But if you fancy giving GB3RP a go, it's on 2 meters on, well, you can look it up, GB3RP, save giving you the details, but that would certainly be interesting if you can hit that one. It's nowhere near as high as CR. CR is over 1,000 feet ASL, but on a much bigger tower as well. But obviously 70 SAM, so a lot more path loss. But anyway, yeah, 7-3 for now.
And confirm RQSL. Take care, my friend, and I'm clear.
This is K9 JFM. This is Jack over here in the mountains of North Carolina. You still in there in Turkey?
Roger. No problem. 7-3 anyway. Long may it continue.
K9 JFN KC3 VTS. KC3 VTS. My name is Michael. Mike India Kilo Echo. Greetings to you from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Not the big brother, the 878, but the predecessor. And so far I've heard good things. It seems to work well. I'm just here getting ready for bracing for a storm. There's ever going to get some bad weather here. So I'm basically trying to get some errands done before we do get the storm and maybe lose power. Jokes about those. But anyway, let's just stand by for a minute and let some of the DX stations have a go, because I know it's really fun. I've been there myself. So G7 RPG, just standing by. 73.
This is Tango Alpha 9 Alpha Papa Delta. Did you hear my voice? I think someone else come between us.
Yeah, this is Mike 1, Charlie, Yankee. Having a few problems here getting into the repeater. I'm located north of Newcastle. North of Newcastle at one time. Back to you.
What's your name?
Yeah, Roger, I'm not being nothing you. I've got you from the repeater at 5 and 5, 55.
Tango Alpha 9 Alpha Papa Delta. Tango Alpha 9 Alpha Papa Delta.
It is. It's very noisy. The signal's not too good at the moment. So it's rather difficult. Could you tell me which repeater this is? Thanks.
In Turkey. Aston Turkey.
I'm going to put your QRZ in my logbook for the contact this evening there, and I hope you do the same. I don't think I have Turkey there on the DMR there, so I appreciate that you would hook me up there. This is K9JFM. You're coming in here full scale, and your audio is excellent this afternoon.
This is Tango Alpha 9 Alpha Papa Delta. I will do the same on the Torres 73, and thank you so much to care so.
Drop Mike. This is Jack. We're clear. Have a good evening.
Bill. I'm sorry, I'm not getting all of the audio there. I don't know if it's just the reception of the repeater or whether you're not getting into the repeater. I'm only getting little bits and pieces of the audio, unfortunately. Yes, Gordon Victor. Kilo, Japan 7, Japan 8 Victor. Yeah, I think that was a G7. Go ahead, M1CYY.
Delta, Kilo Whiskey 4, Lima Alpha Mike.
In America, it is Kilo Japan 0 Victor.
This is Kilo Mike 6, Quebec Foxtrot Alpha, radio text on Group 93.
Echo Delta, Kilo Whiskey 4, Lima Alpha Mike.
Gracias, Kilo Japón 7, no Víctor, repito, Kilo Japón 7, no Víctor, mi nombre es Florentino.
I okay, CB3 Romeo Papa. Okay, thanks for that information anyway. The slithering is very noisy. Very, very noisy at my end. It's amusing to make this contact anyway. So thanks for that. Thanks for the information. I'll let you guys carry the straight and once they want.
Yeah, you're about 130 miles from the repeater.
Yeah, I can't complain of that. Nothing special in it then, just a Wattson 2000, just a little vertical antenna, and running about 25 watts at the moment, so I'm quite happy with that. Brilliant, thanks very much. 73.
Echo.
Simon.
YAVAPI. Go ahead.
Yes, absolutely, for you. Absolutely.
This is November 0 Tango Uniform Sierra. Calling CQ.
Romeo, actually,
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Armando. XC2 Alfa Radio Portugal, en Nuevo Laredo, Tamaulipas, México, frontera con Estados Unidos. Mi nombre es Armando y mi indicativo es XC2 Alfa Radio Portugal. Muy bien, José. Que tengas bonito domingo, 73 de X, gracias por el contacto. Escuchándote muy bien, muy bonito audio, felicidades por tu equipo y antenas y la señal de repetidor 50 dB bien fuerte, excelente repetidor. Ok, gracias por el contacto, 73 de X y bonito domingo, son las 2 de la tarde con 18 minutos, es 18 PM, una temperatura de 33 grados centígrados. Gracias, José, bonito día y hasta la próxima, estamos libres, repetido.
You're welcome, brother.
Estoy por acá, ningún problema. 73, chao.
Alpha Delta, this is WB3JFR. I was just setting up my new DMR radio on the hotspot, making sure everything is working. It's coming in loud and clear. Over.
Okay, Jose, 73DX. Thank you very much for contact, Jose.
Victor Bravo Mike. The voice sounds very clear, just a little muffled.
WA0VBM. Go ahead.
Good evening, Peter. How are you keeping?
AJ6 ATF. Alpha Tango Foxtrot. Midland, Tennessee, Amesboro.
It's been the earliest I've been out of bed for a long time. That was, it was just the same again today, really. I worked a couple of stations up your way. One of the guys I can't remember where he was now, but somewhere near Scotch Corner anyway. and I was, telling them I'd spoken to you. I couldn't remember the name of the place where you were, the little sign that you found. I don't know if is that the place where you were, is that high where you were, or just out in the clear?
Kilo America 9, Sierra Mike Delta. Kilo America 9, Sierra Mike Delta, listening on 91.
Hotspot that failed, and just the SD card died. And after a few weeks of pulling my hair out, I finally got it working again.
Not for a hotspot or 5-star. Just waiting for that to happen on my 5-star. I got the same thing, got a little 5-star MMDBM with a little DMR radio, and that's how I get out at the moment. So that's frustrating when it does that.
Romeo Yankee, and my QTH is the mountains of western North Carolina in a small town called Brevard. Anyway, it's a beautiful day here. I am well, and I hope you are the same. Over.
To contact you, back to you.
That was causing issues. And the second part was you need to, instead of in Windows, you need to extract all the files into a separate file or directory, or folder. And it all came alive. And anyhow, and by the way, we're coming to you by Starlink, and curious if there's any packet loss.
He actually managed to work him today, so it was pretty easy, although he did try many times and just couldn't hear me, and all of a sudden, bang, there it was, There's little wormholes open up, little tunnels through the ionosphere, not so much the ionosphere, but the troposphere. So lower down, sort of above the clouds, basically, open up these little tunnels, and the signals get trapped in these tunnels. They pop in one end and pop out the other, and that's how it works, So, but yeah, no, I nearly fell off my seat with excitement, really, when I heard you, because I knew you were going to be a long way away. So it's always nice to catch up with people that you know. But I managed to get about 46 in the log today, all over the country, really, mostly around the Midlands and South Wales. But they're all coming crashing in, no problem at all. So it's a shame you couldn't have had another go today. I know you had commitments, but I don't know if you're around tomorrow evening or something. But it's going to be here for a few more days yet. But it won't be. I think it probably will peak today. But definitely make the most of it. There's some good people. There's a couple of chaps on. There was a guy from I forget where he was now. Newcastle, Sunderland or something. Durham. Just a few minutes ago, just coming through one of the repeaters in North Wales. So I had a little go today, and I tried some of the HubNet repeaters, and it's just too easy. They're all coming in so strong. I tried, the North Wales one, the Clee Hill one. They're all just really strong. So it was no effort to get those. Anyway, I wonder how many contacts you made yesterday. Back to you.
Back.
Very clear vocal. Some of these DMR radios get a little mushy, and it's not a real clear audio. So you're in perfect shape. Sounds like you're sitting on the deck with me.
Lima Alpha Mike. 73 is from Kilo Alpha 9 Sierra Mike Delta. I'll be clear.
Getting in, actually, contacting people because it was that busy, trying to sort of break into the conversations. That was really, really hard. And then the people that I did get on 500, trying to move and try and find a clear channel was really, really difficult as well. I couldn't believe it. But But no, anyway, so but I did enjoy myself the time I was there. It was very, very good. Now I understand that you were just using 10 watts, which is amazing, and obviously it was 239 miles from your location to my location. And one of the things, just very quickly while it's on my mind, the station that you work for locally, it wasn't by any chance G4FZN, a chap called Chris, was it, back to you?
They're, it's like, good God, it's like, do a better job of putting these things together is all I can say.
Talking about the real modem, that's actually my next investment as far as MMDVMs. The one that a repeater builder puts together. They'll put everything together, get it all set up for you for roughly 300, 375, somewhere around there. If you want to put everything together, you can drop it down around 300. But to me, what I see about it and what I understand about it compared to the other ones that you're saying, I mean, are cheap to put together. I believe it's going to be a better deal. And I also want to tie mine to my DR1 as soon as I get it set up and turn that into a multiple hotspot.
Said Michelle. So it was actually for Peter to say I was quite amazed when he said when to hear him through CR, which is not far from here in North Wales, and I was just going to tell him that it's a bit strange because it's a little bit foggy here today. So I don't know whether that had something to do with it, but it had an opposite effect. I'm quite down low in the valley, and I was saying it's a bit foggy. 145,500 was pretty quiet here at home, so it had the opposite effect. I said Peter's had to take a phone call, so I'll pass it straight back to you. Sorry, I didn't get the full call, so GW5 T-Lee.
Mike November Whiskey, the name here is Toby, and my location is not far from Scotch Corner, Richmond, North Yorkshire. Back to you.
So maybe that's the reason for that comeback, but on the normal talk groups it's all working well. And you're sounding good. What kind of reports do we give on DMR? You're 4 of the 5 plus 5-9, eh? Back to you, John. K9 SMDs. It is 6RA1.
So the incident to CR, and when I realised he was actually doing it direct, but it made me think back years ago when I worked in emergency services control room previous to Tetra when it was VHF. At certain times of the year you get but it always seemed to be Dutch trawlers. I don't know why, but Dutch trawlers jamming our signals out. Back to you, Tony.
You know, other states, especially west, since most of our foul weather comes in from the west, hear what these chasers are going through. And I know there's a few that are on used DMR.
Station yesterday as well, so that was interesting to note. And no, as I say, I went up to Richmond. There's an old race course, and there's a big sort of car park next to it. And I went in there, but you get quite a good takeoff into all the areas from there. So I sort of went up there, but I say I didn't get loads and loads of contacts. I probably could have got a lot more if I'd been able to speak to people, but it was so busy. I couldn't even find a free channel when I got a contact on 500, and it was a bit like that really. So I suppose I spent quite a bit of time listening, and then I managed my prize contact really was Peter, because I was truly amazed that I could actually speak to him, where he was. And they said it was 230 miles away from where I was. And but yes, it was amazing. And I say even the local repeater, which was not far from my location, even that was sort of there was things coming through the repeater channel as well, which was really strange. Back to
your account because I'm running a hotspot here, and I have, like I said, 3 of these National Weather Service talk groups loaded in this radio. I haven't really heard anything out of them.
Quite amazing. That's something to be quite, a very happy memory, so to speak. To be able to work with Peter. So I wonder how high ASL you are. Over there. I wonder how high you are and what antenna you're using back to you, Tony.
National Weather Service, what would you recommend?
7 MNW. As far as the actual height, how high we are, I'm not absolutely sure about that. I need to work out how you sort of do that. I did manage to get a grid reference for it, which I used. I've used a calculator to work that out on QRZ. Now, as far as the setup goes, I was just basically using a Retevis RT95 radio, and the aerial that I was using was an MRQ 750 super gain aerial, just on on top of the car. Basically, that's how I was getting out, and I did pick up quite a few contacts just using 5 watts. When I heard Peter on, I actually upped it to my maximum, which was 25 watts. Back to you.
7-3, and let you go back to your conversation. K2 CJD clear and outside.
Tony. When I had the foundation, we were limited to 10, but I don't know. I should know how much gain you have between 10 and 25. I don't think it's that big a jump, to be honest with you. I can't remember the exact figures, but you do have a little bit more power. Yeah, well, it obviously worked well. I should have gone up. I've got some big hills all around me. I don't have to go far to go mobile. I should have done today, to be honest with you. But there we go, it's a bit late now. I might try tomorrow, actually. See if it's still going, but trouble is it's other people being work. Anyway, just in case Peter's, I did break in on the KYSO with you and Peter, so I'll say 7-3, Tony. Thanks for the chat, and I'll leave it open just in case Peter's back and you want to carry on your KYSO. 3-5, 7-3, Tony.
We're here by ourselves. Like I said, the weather was perfect. You couldn't ask for a better weekend, over.
KW5, TW from M7 MNW. Yes, 7-3 for now. Yes, thanks for the QSO. It's interesting that, but no, it's amazing when you get these different things that improve the signal and things. It's all part of the fun. I managed to work quite a lot of the stations that were involved with the 145 Alive. I managed to get most of them. Had a good chat with a station in Sheffield as well, using 15 watts. And but no, it was a good day. And it was sort of nice in some ways that it was that busy that you couldn't even get a channel. So at least the 145 145 thing worked very well. Anyway, I shall say 7-3 for now. I think Peter's possibly still busy, so I shall just go back to listening for the time being. And thank you to the HubNet team.
And there's another talk group that is 311035 that also has to do with the flooding storms.
Mike, Sierra, Oscar, hold on.
Loved every minute of it. So I will say 73, my friend. I will be logging you into my Q logbook. Hope you do the same. Take care, my friend, and hope to talk to you soon. F4 IVW KW4 LAM, and I am clear on your final.
Alpha Kilo 6, Whiskey Sierra, 84HT.
Alpha Kilo 6 Whiskey Sierra returning.
We are in touch. My page fluorescent set is hacking for 1 year and a half, but I'm going to leave you my QSL card special for you. Thank you very much for the QSO. Kilo Whiskey 4 Lima Alpha Mike 73. Stay safe. Oxford IBW clear.
Okay, so cool, Alex Green.
Yeah, your radio announced you, I think, without you knowing it.
Yeah. I wonder if there's somehow the thing turned, the box turned on again.
I think it happened a couple weeks ago. So, yeah, that's how I knew you were on your way home.
And I'll call it regional. That one's 311035.
It's microfiber cloth. I even cover it when I'm not in the car, but when I'm using it or have it on, then I have just a microphone on top of the microfiber to keep it, so it doesn't bounce around if it gets anything.
Okay, copy that. I'm on the last leg of my hike. Done with bushwhacking. Went up to Winter Peak and activated that summit. And I think we're done for today.
Yeah, I'll get those loaded in the radio, and next time we got some foul weather to run through, I'll dial them up and see what's up.
And change that, you were so scratchy, and you were fine, no matter which one, whether you were on top of 1 or on top of 13.
Blind, where I get my information is through my Android phone through Google program called Gemini. If you download Gemini, make Gemini your main piece. Gemini will look up Top Group for you if you ask.
Oh wow, that's pretty wild. I wonder if GPT could look that stuff up. But anyhow, I got it, and so I greatly appreciate it.
We like the veggies that are on it. We used to get that pizza before just like it was. Back when Debbie didn't eat as much meat. But now she likes meat. Things changed. Anyway, she didn't used to eat beef or anything like that. Now she eats beef, fish, chicken. Doesn't matter. But, yeah, we got that. And as far as what's going on, I am going to try to relax for the next couple of days. Because I have to do 4 more days. 4 more days? Yeah, 4 more days of 11-hour shifts.
PE9TIG. PE9TIG. Connected. 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 PE9TIG.
Hey, but we had extra people, so it got done quick. Well, not as quick as I think they assumed we were going to, but fairly quick. Anyway, I've just pulled up to the old Ponderosa, as they used to call it, and we'll talk at you later, Kevin. You stay safe. Be careful on your way home driving. I know how sometimes when you're all beat up from hiking around and stuff like that, you kind of relax too much sometimes. K4HC, AK6WS.
TIG. Timeout.
Thanks for the water break. Finished the last leg and we'll be rolling. 73. K4HD. Whitaker. Peak. And I'm out.
This is G0CGT. Setting up a code block. I wonder if anybody can hear me. Yeah, you're getting into Grandmeister, no problem. About 7 nights of hours of setting this bloody thing up. I think I finally twigged how to do it. Thanks for the report. This is G0CGT, Colin in Chester.
4, Kilo Charlie Hotel, Kilo Whiskey 4, Lima Alpha Mike.
Hey Colin, you get into Brandmeister 2350, no problem at all. I'm just down the road, I'm only in Mold, so I'm not that far. Probably could do it direct, but you're getting in, no problem, your audio's okay. So there we go. And the call sign is TW5TW, the name's Brian. I'm in Mold. Back to you.
Virginia, BETJD.
I missed your call sign, if you could just give me that again when you come back. Yeah, I came through well today. I'm a biker and we've been out in Wales today on the bikes and we came back. The road over the D Bridge was closed and we normally come back that way, but we'd had to. We drove up, we rode all the way down there to the bridge and then found out it was closed. I had to ride all the way back again to the A55 and then go to the top of Aston Hill and go that way. So when we came back, we didn't want to make the same mistake. So we came through Sifton, isn't it? And through that way, and we came out by the traffic lights on the dip on the. I don't know the name of the road. You probably know what I'm talking about anyway. So yeah, just go back with your call sign. This is G0CGT.
Kilo Charlie 2, Romeo X-Ray Victor, Kilo Whiskey 4, Lima Alpha Mike.
It's a bit sad that I don't know if you're aware, but the road closure was due to a motorcyclist fatality on the bridge, on the other bridge, and that's why there was a road closure in back here. Okay, Brian. Yeah, I got GW5T, and I think it's Echo, but it went R2D2 just right at the end. It doesn't come up on my radio, but your ID does. maybe that's something I've got set up wrong. Because I seem to remember many years ago when I got this MD360, which I spent the last 4 or 5 years at least in the cupboard. I seem to remember then that people's call signs came up. But since I got the fish back out the cupboard again, originally it was set up to use an HM, and I don't seem to be able to get into HM for some reason. A lot of other things have changed. So I gave up on that, and I got a hotspot. I priced a hotspot, which was a lot of fun setting up as well. So I've had a lot of fun the last couple of weeks anyway. It's not working now, so I'll probably get bored with it. So is it GW5 TWE G0CGD?
HC2RXV KW4 LAM, over. Yeah, I tend to shorten it because when I used to say GW5 TEE, somebody said I sounded like a laughing donkey. So, yeah, it's Golf Whiskey 5 Tango Echo. Probably why it doesn't show the call sign if you just set up the hotspot is it'll probably, if you leave it switched on, it'll probably download the database. It normally does if it's set up correctly. You'll do it overnight off Brandmeister. It should do it automatically. Well, if you're ever down this way, I've got a gateway MB6 TE, which is a multi-mode DMR D-Star and Fusion gateway here in Mold. So if you go on Repeater Book and have a look, all the details are on there. If you ever need, if you get down this way often and you only go on DMR. Yeah, as I said, that's what the road closure was due to. I don't know if you knew that or not. But yeah. But anyway, you're getting in okay. And I better go back to the wife. I just thought I'd come on and let you know that you're getting in rather than you just thinking, oh, is it working or not? GW5, GW. Back to you for the final.
Mike 0 Uniform Alpha Whiskey. This is G7 RPG.
I take it you're talking about the hotspot will do that, the high-star software. There's been little point in leaving the radio switched on anyway because it hasn't been working basically. So, yeah, okay, and the info about the fatality, that's bad news, isn't it? It drives us home. I've lost a few mates, to be honest with you, and it's a bit tragic, very tragic. And you miss them when you're out as well, but that's life, isn't it? Or I hesitate to say the other word. Anyway, I didn't quite get that the MV call sign. Just on your final, if you could just give me that in again. I think it was MV something or other. I didn't catch the rest of it fine. The audio is very clear, but occasionally it goes, you know, sort of like a chattery mode. I don't know how to describe it. It sort of stops on a syllable and repeats it over and over again. You probably know what I'm talking about. Thanks again, Brian. 73 G0 CGD.
In here, playing with my radio.
Pennsylvania. MD6 TE, Mike Bravo 6 Tango Echo. You know, you can put it in your radio if you want. I don't know. Depends where you are in Chester. Because I'm down in the valley here. It depends where you are. You might be able to get into it and use it from where you are.
if you have a look on the Peter book, all well, I'll just go and have a look now myself, to be honest with you. It is on there, yeah. You should be able to get into it. If you just put it in your radio and your cold plug, just in case you're angry. It's there for people to use. It's something I built myself. It runs a tape radio on Raspberry Pi and MMDVM hat I got off quite a famous guy from China who builds lots of stuff. Yeah, it's getting a little bit of use. So it's as I say, I don't know if you'll get into it. Maybe you could give it a go, see if you can get into it. That'll be interesting. But it's MB6 TE Tango Echo. Easy enough. Yeah. So anyway, 7.3s, and I'll catch you again maybe as soon as you're down the road. There's something interesting. Well, I've only got DMR HTs here. I don't know if we'd be able to work simplex DMR. I doubt it on HTs. But anyway, I'll have to go. 7.3s, but you're working fine, no problem. GW5, GW8, going clear. 7.3s.
Like I said, 10 to 12 miles.
Yeah, okay, Brian. Yeah. I'm on Blackford. I've got a fairly clear view of the Welsh hills if the trees weren't in the way, that is, anyway. So there's a possibility, but I haven't got an antenna up. Just got a rough duck on the handy, which is on very low power now anyway with the hotspot. I've got no aerials up at all. I've got a disco on the table on the patio here, just sitting on its legs. I've had that for many years since we moved. It was up in the old house and then put it up here. It's been a decoration in the garden, but it still works. I can pick up a few things with it. Anyway, I won't keep you. I hope you do have another chat because it sounds quite interesting what you're up to there. And I'll look out for that MB6 TE, see what we can do. Thanks again. This is G0CGD, going clear.
W4RT put it in the radio. All it says is BM and Grandmaster, but I didn't know what it was. KT4 back to you, James. What do you say?
It's 144. It's on 2 meters. It is 144 88 750. That's the only. I got it when you had to have an NOV. That's what you do. It's a bit of a faff with the frequency because that's all I could get. Was 144 decimal 8875, and it's on DMR color code 1. You might get into it. Give it a try. Or you might just hear it or something, I don't know. I give it a try. It's there. If you're ever around this area on your bike or something, you take care on it. I've got a full license. I used to have bikes, and I've been threatening to get another one, but the wife won't let me. There's 2 things she won't let me do. I used to skydive and I used to ride motorbikes, but I'm not allowed anymore, either of them. 7.3's, Colin, you take care. TW5, TW now, definitely going clear. Safer than biking. I'm fairly certain of that. This is only a 77 rig. It's a MD360. But I've got an Icon IC705, which has got D-Start. I've just tuned it into, it's got the disco plugged in. and I'm on 144.88750. But the top of my head, I wouldn't be able to program it within a couple of minutes. It'd take me a few minutes to go back to D-Star and try and figure out what I was doing again. Well, as you say, it's getting a bit late to hold you up. I can't see any signal there at all. There's nothing on the S meter. On the disco, I'm going to put into the disco. It is moving about a bit, but I think it's local interference. Anyway, one hold you, Brian. Thanks again. G0CTD.
Yeah, just a quick final. If I'm talking on it, which I am now on DMR, you can only use one mode at a time. So, for example, there's a guy here in Mold that does use the gateway on D-Star, but I've got to be, it's usually in the morning before I start using it for DMR. I've got a hotspot as well, so I generally use a hotspot for DMR to leave the gateway clear. But I'm using the gateway at the moment, so D-Star wouldn't work while I'm talking. It's a knock it off, so to speak. That's the only downside with the multi-mode gateway, is that you can only use, it's a cheap and quite simple system to set up. But I say the downside is you can only use one mode at a time. That's just a problem with it. But yeah, it works. I do know it does work with I've set it up for D-Star, and it's actually registered with ICOM. I didn't need to, but the guy in Mold here who uses it for D-Star, there was something. I haven't got a D-Star radio, but there was something he couldn't use. Because it wasn't registered with ICOM, so I went to the trouble of registering it with ICOM, so it would give the full functionality. D-Star sounds quite good, but it does sound quite complicated to get everything to work. Anyway, as I said, I was just self-advertising, shouldn't do it really, but there we go. It's there if you can get into it, colleague. Anyway, I'll bid you good night and say 7 threes, definitely a final. GW5, TW Winclair.
Sierra 6, Romeo Alpha Yankee, Kilo Whiskey 4, Lima Alpha Mike.
First went from D-Star back to PMR. I had enabled, and of course there was activity on D all the time, and I couldn't figure out why I couldn't get into the hotspots, of course, because it was transmitted on the other mode. So I learned that anyway. Thanks again. G0CTD. There you go.
KI4SWX, this is KA4 USA. I'm not there, so I'll sign off and listen in. KA4 USA.
2350 is supposed to be like a calling channel. We should have moved off it really, and I apologise to anybody else around the world who's listening in to our QSO, but it was quiet at the time. That's one point about it being a calling channel. And the other thing is, you're always recommended to set up a static talk group in your hotspot or whatever. I find if you set up a static talk group, that's what causes the problem. My gateway doesn't have any static talk groups, so it will drop out and go quiet until you key it up. But the advantage is, if, like you say, if somebody wants to use it on D-Star and you set up a static talk group on DMR, it'll give DMR, it'll knock off the D-Star. So on the gateway, I've got no statics, so it'll only work. You know, if you tuned into the frequency and nobody's talking, you wouldn't hear anybody until you keyed it up. That's, you know, it's got its plus and minuses.
the plus is that because it's multi-mode, if somebody's on D-Star and they activate it on D-Star, there's no static DMR subgroup to take over the gateway. Sorry, I'm rambling on now. Definitely same M3s. Good night, Colin.
As I was a flight instructor in a previous life, and we used to call it severe clear. The blue hurts your eyes, over.
I take it you're saying to delete those and just leave them blank. So I'll take your advice on that. I can see we're up on the dynamic TGC on the dashboard. Okay, let's go. And I didn't actually realise we were on to 2350. I had seen the note of USY, but this radio doesn't tell me what we're on. Spends most of its time with a blank display. Unless I look at the dashboard, I don't know where I am. I was just programming 2351, 2352, and 2353, and it called on the three of them. I knew that, but I didn't know which one it came back on. Okay, you gotta go anyway. He's there at TTD.
Larry, you take care, and we'll see you again. Or maybe a bit later. I'll be back in a while anyway before I go to bed. So, back to you, sir, for your finals. KW4. LAM? It is 6 RAY. Yeah, this is gateway. I'm starting to get my head around it. And I'm just using a TYT with a cheap DMR radio. And it does its job. If it for you know the statics, if it's just for your own little hotspot and you're not using it multi-mode, like you've got a D-Star radio, you can use it for D-Star as well, not just DMR. So it's up to you whether you use statics. You can leave the statics in on a hotspot. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. I'm rabbiting on again, sorry. You've set me off. 7-3s, going clear.
Yeah, 10-meter repeater is on. So I'll be listening. E3, I'm back.
Straight away. Otherwise, sometimes people send them a day later, and then I'm trying to remember what time of day it was, and I have to go 1 hour at a time. and try to figure out the right time. So, as soon as you do it, if it's now, then I'll certainly sort it out for you. Okay, Larry, until the next time, mate, 73s, it is 6 RAY. Bye-bye.
Have a communications party. Three of them at once. Yeah, cook 3 of them up.
Kilo Oscar, Kilo Mike, Delta Mike Romeo.
Delta mobile. Service hill.
For LAM, KW4 LAM from WA0 VBM.
Zero VBM, KW4 LAM, over.
November Whiskey over Quebec.
Oh, yeah, I like it.
And I am here also in the Middle Iowa.
WA0 VBM, KW4 LAM. Somebody stepped all over you. I didn't get your last transmission.
KW4LAM, WA0VBM. Handle here is Bruce, and I just heard you say that you were a flight instructor. Go ahead.
WA0 VBM. I was a flight instructor in a prior life. Over.
All right, understood. Yeah, I'm an instructor here also in the middle of Iowa, and so you apparently have been doing that as well. I didn't quite catch where you're located.
I was in Pompano Beach, Florida. And by the way, I was born and grew up in Des Moines and graduated from the University of Iowa. Go Hawkeyes.
Good. Des Moines. Well, I am in Marshalltown, so you know where that's at. And grew up in Clinton, Iowa, and went to Iowa State to go Cyclones. So I guess we'll have to leave it at there.
We can be friends. We can be friends 364 days of the year. That 365th day is question. Over.
Understood. My sister is a Hawkeye, lives in Iowa City, worked for university. So, you know, we write at Christmas time. What can I say?
Can't call you. I've lost my cell phone, so don't call it. CH3ERY.
Zulu Tango.
Totally understand. Over.
Yankee uniform 4, Papa Charlie Bravo. Where's out?
We'll talk to you again sometime. KW4 LAM WA0 BBM star.
Take the conference and fell out of your pocket.
Good evening, Bruce, Scotty 3, and I will be entering you in my QRZ logbook. Hope you do the same with me. Over.
I'll do the same. Thank you.
WA0 VBM, TW4 LAM is clear.
Me and my early voice.
Sure. Anyways, gotta go for the search again. All right, I'll talk to you when I get back in the CA3 RFX 330Y.
Thank you. Oscar Kilo 9, Delta Mike Romeo. Thank you. Oscar Kilo 9, Delta Mike Romeo.
This is Kilo Yankee 4 Echo Alpha in Williamsburg, Virginia.
Oscar Kilo 9, Delta Mike Romeo, Kilo Whiskey 4, Lima Alpha Mike.
Kilo Whiskey 4, Lima Alpha Mike. Oscar Kilo 9, Delta Mike Romeo, good evening, lady. Delta Mike, Indonesia, Transylvania, Africa, Carolina, West America, Czech Republic. Praga, really good signal. Hey, please, I had a beautiful.
Oscar Kilo 9, Delta Mike Romeo, Kilo Whiskey 4, Kilo Whiskey 4, Lima Alpha Mike. I'll get it out. Good evening, Michael. My name is Larry, Lima Alpha Romeo Yankee. My QTH is in the mountains of western North Carolina, about 20 miles south of the city of Asheville. And just so you know, my wife and I were in Prague several years ago, and we love Prague. It is such a beautiful city, such a historical city, and our hotel was at the foot of the Charles Bridge on the embassy side of the river. Over.
Okay, thank you. Kilo Whiskey Alpha Lima Alpha Mike Oscar Romeo. Yes, at the please, excluding hotel, okay, okay. Excellent, just in sea blazer, see, so I have back or come, I did fight, I mean, that's a bit. But he said, up, I got so familiar, I think, already. I have victim art to this out of Praga. Kilo Whiskey 4, Lima Alpha Mike, Oscar Connector Romeo.
Flow 2, November Delta X-ray.
Considero la historia, te escucho fuerte y claro. Adelante, si me estás escuchando, por favor.
This is November 4, Alpha Romeo. Very good afternoon. Name here is Mark, Mike Alpha Romeo Charlie. I'm located in Rockville, Maryland, which is about 15 miles northwest of Washington, D.C. So back to you. This is N4DR.
Lima Delta, Rubén, por Ciudad Victoria, Tamaulipas, escuchándote fuerte y claro. 5-9 más, sin ningún problema. Adelante,
So Uniform Lima, located in Bronx, New York, in the metropolitan area of New York. I am 15 minutes north of Manhattan, and coming in through my Zoom spot 3.5, using the Baofeng DM32 UV, field testing it as much as possible. Sounding good over here, very good. Audio is clear, crisp, no packet loss, and full quiet.
Este contacto yes, have RPT spread like quick, I make think to it, so okay, can we? Don't you know if it's America, I have to ship, I have to collect the form, I express it, I for flash, I just like the Praga, I transport, thinking, and check out my car, I may like, and check, I use the guy there. I see you artists are low, I just familiar, that's okay. Enough is right.
So on the DMR, they've worked really well. I had an ancient RD5R, which I think was the first Baofeng to be DMR capable, and this was way back 6-7 years ago, or maybe even a bit longer, and programming it was a nightmare. But once you got it programmed, it worked pretty well. This is a Redibus RT3S, and I'm running a MMDVM hotspot using WPSD, and the rig is running GD77, and these rigs seem to have pretty good audio, and I've found it to be quite satisfactory. So back to you. This is November 4, Delta Romeo. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah. November 4, Delta Romeo, Kilo 2, November Delta X-ray returning. Yeah, Roger, totally hear you and agree. You know, it's funny, I have the same radio. I have the RT3S, the TYT NDUV 390, and the original GD77. All three have open GD77 running them, and I love it. It definitely takes those radios up a notch, you know, with audio and everything. You sound great, and that is a great rig. Agreed. You know, you can't beat it. I think at the time I got that radio bundle. I got it around $45, $48 on Amazon, 2 batteries, and it came with a high gain antenna. And you know what? I love it. It's a great little guy, and it does the job. I do have an Anytone 878 UV2, but you know, like I said, a field test in this. This was a gift. Buddies of mine in my club got it for me, and I like it. You know, it's a really good copy of the Motorola ATX or Apex versions. It works great. It's done very well on analog and digital, as well as with getting repeaters. I am using the ZoomStar 3.5 with Pi-Star and then DVM. It's working fine. And, yeah, I've been doing good. Can't complain. Have you heard of the HF digital mode that's out there?
Dealer, I can say some deal as I watch TV, I see the fuck, I see. See you right? I the visit all the August. The president, I take for Donald. The video you watch, I don't check YAVAPAI information. I get the interview, it is on your TV. You find the news guys. I have the guys, I is the Fox, I live, I might, satellite, connect, OSI. Kilo Charlie, Flavy, Tango, Fox, Oscar, Columbia. Michael, you please, a contact, you contact each one back home.
Allow for conversation. It's rather slow turnover, but it's conversation nonetheless. And one of them is JSA call, but there's others. And so it's a lot of fun, but like I said, I more prefer the conversational aspect. Now, this Bofang that you're running right now, what's the number on that? Again, I kind of missed it. K2 NDXM or VR. Go ahead, Paul.
GB3HQ, whatever it was, the guys at the convention, they called out, well, I did a CQ, they called out to me, but then everybody went back to them. And they took over my channel for a bit, so I just started calling CQ, and I just thought, oh, sod this, because there's no way, I couldn't get back to them, because other people were calling back to them, so I just carried on, and eventually they moved on. But that's the best strategy, is just find a channel and just stay there. And that's what I did today, pretty much. The only time I got moved on was another local radio ham came up and got to me, and of course I took my eye off the ball for a minute, and before I knew where I was, I'd lost my channel. So, but anyway, I managed to find another one and carried on for a bit longer. But no, it was good fun. I really enjoyed it, and it's days like this that kind of make it all worthwhile. I saw your post actually about your drive-on mast and telescopic mast questions. I wonder if you've sort of narrowed down some purchasing decisions. Back to you.
Yeah, that's very good. I've got that Delta Mike 32 Uniform Victor. Yeah, I'm interested in the both names because I'm very comfortable with operating them. And this Redibus is nice, and the RD5R that I used to use, which was not a bad radio, finally gave up the ghost about 6 months ago. So I junked it basically because it would not transmit properly. So I figured, at that price, one can dispose of it and not feel too bad. And finally, on the HF radio, I'm not familiar with that one as far as digital voice is concerned. How much power does it run? And give me that number for the HF radio again. This is N4DR. Back to you, Paul.
Last two. So it's coming in good. I don't need 100 watts to do that. So yeah, it's 40 watts, 20.
I've seen some others which are a bit more expensive, but I wonder what you use. And as far as antenna, probably going to go with the X200, the 270. I think it's the same size. I think it's essentially the B2000. It's the same size as that, I believe, except without the 6-meter element. So I don't want anything too massive, but I thought that would be a decent-sized antenna. And what I can do is, because my V2000 is a bit knackered on the roof, when I decide to get rid of it, I can use that V2000. So that was my thought process. But as far as a telescopic pole, what do you use, Peter? M0SCS.
That's if you Google it, it comes up. I haven't installed it yet, but I was just told about it yesterday, and I'm researching it now, thinking about putting it on my radio laptop and giving it a go. But from what I was explained, and the website kind of explains a little more, so if you give me a second, I'll let it drop and I'll just read you a little tidbit, if that's all right. K2NDX.
Think like, I'm just trying to work out. Yeah, it's probably, no, it's not 4 inches in diameter. It's about 80 or something like that. So, about 80 centimetres diameter at the bottom. But it's 12 metres, made by Raycal. So it's Army, NATO issue stuff. But I used to have that, but it's too heavy, way too heavy. Unless you've got a van or something, it's too big to put in the car. I can just get it in my car if you put the passenger seat right back and then kind of feed it in very gently. But it's heavy and it bashes things and not practical at all. But I use their fiberglass masts. They're all ex-Army stuff. It's always much better value for money than the stuff that you can get from, the ham grade stuff, which is really flimsy, most of it, and way overpriced. I much prefer used ex-military stuff, which you can get much better value for money and much more robust. But weight is always an issue, so if that's an issue, then go for the ham grade stuff because it tends to be much lighter materials and stuff. But I use they're like fiberglass poles. And they're like swaged, so there's a sleeve inside and you slot them together. And I got them from the National Hamfest stuff. I think there was like a pack of 4 of them or something, and a load of us bought them all at the same time. And whenever we meet up and what have you for the Hamfest things, we all bring our green poles, and we've all got our respective coloured band of tape on them, so we know whose is whose when we pack up at the end of the day. But they're excellent. They're fairly lightweight. And you just slot them together, but it's not telescopic. So the drive-on mast thing, I mean, they're okay. They're good as like an anchor point, as a ground mount, but you wouldn't really be able to use it to hold up any sort of vertical without any guy wires. So you're looking at guy wires really as well, and that obviously means you need to go somewhere where you can put the guys up.
So yeah, I'm a happy camper, sir. How are you today?
your audio and squelch, TX intonation and all that. But from what I'm told, you do not use a hotspot. So this basically, you go on to designated frequency by the band, and once you're on there, this portion of the band, broken up into hertz, you select and you talk to folks, and the radio recognizes the mode, and you automatically switch to it, and you have a conversation. So it's pretty interesting. They got a lot of band coverage too. I believe it goes all the way to 40 meters.
I'll have to get up there one day.
Loads of different ways of doing the same thing, but as I say, I just prefer the ex-military stuff, and there's loads of it around, and I think it's much better value for money. But you know, whatever's most convenient for you. Back to you.
And that's something that a lot of people need help with, shall we say, because on sideband there are people who are hitting the mic a little bit too hard, and you know, they're clipping, and it sounds really bad. But I've always been one to keep the mic gain on the low side rather than the high side on HF. So, as you're not going to sound any louder if it's you know, high levels of audio, it's just going to sound really bad. Anyhow, well, thank you for that explanation. It's very, very interesting. So, well, we've been going here for a while, so I don't like to tie up the channel for more than 10 to 15 minutes. So I'm going to say 73s to you, and thank you for the information. And I'm going to look that up and research it a bit more. So K2NDX, this is N4DR, wishing you the best of good evening, and 73, this is N4DR clear.
5'10", which is about 5 meters tall. But yeah, it just seems a bit OGT, so something 8 foot tall with a modest but reasonably robust aluminium, you know, push-up mast. Yeah, I take your point. As some people said about that one I posted, that you've got this plastic threaded screw that locks them together, which is not particularly strong. So I'll have to have a look around and see what I can get. But yeah, I'm thinking aluminium hole. It doesn't really need to be up massively high. Maybe if I got it up 10, 15 foot high, that'd probably be sufficient, Peter. N0SCS.
Okay.
This is N4DR clear.
It is filthy right now.
This is N4DR.
Back pain. When you take it through a car wash, it looks like somebody took a pot scrubber to the sides of it. That's why I don't do that. I just hose it down at home and clean it up with a brush. A very soft one. Yeah, I learned my lesson years ago. My sister had an MG midget. It was black. She went and took it to a car wash, and it looked like it got scraped with a scrubber. So I have never taken this thing through one of those.
Thick sheet underneath it to stop it causing any scratches or damage. But yeah, I've got both days to answer your question, over.
Well, among the other restrictions of HOA, not supposed to wash vehicles, though people do. I do all the time. I don't know, but I take mine to the self wash. I got 4 antennas on there, and I can't go through like a regular car wash. So put my quarters in, give her a good scrub, rinse her down, drive 100 miles an hour on the freeway home, and then we'll detail it when we get there.
1,000 or something like that, and just twirl it down and tighten it up, and that'll work quite nicely for you. And you're already 5 feet off the ground, and you've got a little bit of extra grounding there as well, over. Grab my girl and take her to the store. She wants to do some shopping. Have a good one, Kevin.
telescopic poles. I thought, well, that would be the way to go. But yeah, I had thought about it. I've got an X50 currently in the loft as my sort of secondary antenna. But yeah, I had thought about taking that and using that. But I then thought, well, you know, if I'm going to do the job properly, I'll get myself a telescopic mast and have it up sort of 10, 15 feet, which a lot of other people seem to do. Round to you, Peter, M0SCS.
Yes, Kilo Charlie 5, Tango Apple Talk Track, back monitoring.
We'll be listening.
Delta, the station I call CQ that's so digitized is the same.
G7RPG. Yeah, I think sometimes you have to sort of think outside the box as well. There's a chap I used to know that was a prolific hilltopper. And he had a really nice setup. He had a roof bar, a single roof bar on his car. He'd have all the poles, like the ones that I've got, the fiberglass ones. I don't know what they're called. What they were used for, but they're army sort of issue things. Again, if you look around, look at especially Cold War era, NATO issue stuff, and if you look at any of these sort of army radios sort of type stuff, you'll see these kits. Ray Cal used to make a 12-meter mast kit that was made of these poles, and it had it was designed to be put up by a single person. It had a ground, like a square sheet with you basically hammer 4 pegs in the corners, and it's got a pivot base on it, and then you slot all your poles together and with some pulleys and what have you, and you put your what do they call them, the pineapple antenna on the top of it, and then you basically walk it up whilst pulling on the pulley, and it just goes up. And then you've got all your ground pegs, and there was a string that you mark everything up. And you could just basically put this thing up on your own. But what he had was a kind of a sort of play on this, which was a roof bar on his car. And when you park up, he'd hammer this pin into the ground with a mallet and this steel pin that had like a pivot, like a scaffold joint, the swivel joint thing on it. And this roof bar on his car, he had some screws holed through it, and he had a bar. And he'd go and get basically a bit of steel box, aluminium box section with a U clamp on it. He'd put that on the car, get his poles, slot the poles together, walk it up with whatever aerial, walk it up till it was vertical. Then he'd grab this bar on the roof of his car, put the U clamp through it, and that clamps it together, and that's it. The pole's up, and it's because it's up at the roof of the car, there's enough, the bending moment, if you like, between the pivot on the ground. If it was windy, you put some guys on it, and if it wasn't, you just leave it as it is, And that was a really nice thing, and then when he's finished, just walks it back down.
Near the city of Rio de Janeiro. Great copy from Scotland, Paul, Q5. You have very good audio. I don't see any packet loss or anything on your transmission. Local time here right now is 17:34. It was a very beautiful Sunday here today. Clear skies. At the moment, 25 degrees Celsius. Back to you, Paul, Mike 7, Alpha Juliet Echo, from Papa Uniform 1, Juliet Lima Alpha, over.
With the mast probably about, 8 feet off the ground. I was chatting to a guy on 4 meters. I said, right, I'm going to put the mast up now, and I put it up to about 12 meters, and the difference was phenomenal. So, transit van, a medium roof, long wheelbase transit. So I don't know what 8 foot or something like that, the roof, roughly. So it was the base of the aerial was there, then I put the mast all the way up to about 12 metres, and he went from like a scratchy signal to sort of fully quietening. That's how much difference he made. Back to you, Simon.
I thought while I'm taking a walk, I'll take the radio with me and give a shout out since I haven't used it for a few days due to working. Over.
Private life Facebook page of people's setups. A lot of them have got some sort of push-up mast, so I'm guessing that, you know, there is a significant advantage in it, as you say. I do have some aluminium swaged poles, which I bought years ago when I first moved to this house. I still got them, and at the time they were full part of a inverted L for HF. I've got about, I think I must have 30 foot of them or something like that. 25 feet or so. They're about 1.5 meters long each, I think. And at the time, I just screwed them together with self-tapping screws, and they wobbled around a lot, shall we say. And I don't think anything like that would be sufficient unless you had these proper cowling things to bolt them together. But it seems to me like a great deal of work to have to mess around to constructing them every time you wanted to use it. So hence in my laziness, I thought push up at mast. Like I say, I've got this very heavy duty thick fiberglass mast at the end of my garden, and that is beautifully made, but it's like 300 quid and it weighs a ton. And the 20-foot version of that would be good, but it would still be pretty bulky to lug around. But I imagine that when it's properly secured at the bottom would be very strong and support, you know, a lot of antennas. But yeah, so I don't know. I've not made my mind up yet. I'll have a think about it. Peter, your antenna you use, is it X200 diamond or similar, and 0 SCS?
Hello, Harvey.
And that's sitting on a little hotspot MMDVM 3P thing. It seems to do the job quite nicely. Back to you.
Okay, 2 out of 3. Listening. 321 HKJ, Claudio, do you copy?
Yes, you can replace them. So if you're going to get one of those, make sure that you've got a little bag of spares that you just keep in the glove box of the car. Anything with little things like Allen keys, if you drop one of them in the grass, forget it, you won't find them. So a bit of white sellotape or bright orange sellotape. Don't ask me how I know this. But yeah, I mean a single section aerial, the biggest one that you can get in the car that you haven't got to screw anything together, it means your setup time is massively reduced. The amount of times that you can use it because you're not unscrewing these sections and screwing them back together every time. And it really reduces the risk of losing any little bits in the grass, because it will happen. I would rather have an aerial that's higher than one that's got more gain. The only reason I'm using the X300 is because the only one that I've got. I bought it years ago for Hubnet. We put a repeater on at the National Hamfest. I bought it for that, and I just had it ever since basically. So it's the only one that I've got. But I'd rather have an aerial that's higher than one that's got more gain. So something like a X50, or even just a right angle bracket with a barrel connector, and that's a PL259 to PL259. And just put your mobile aerial that you normally have on the car, pop that on the top of that, and then shove that up on the end of your telescopic. That's going to make a world of difference than having it on the roof of the car, because you've got all the clutter, all the cars, the trees around you. If you can get up above that, it really will make a difference. But over to you, let's leave it.
Charlie 2, Romeo X-Ray Victor. This is Mike 6. Kilo Charlie Indy calling you through 91 worldwide.
Any of that last bit? I'm guessing it's just the distance, maybe.
Basically, it'll hold the bottom, and depending on how strong your flexible pole is, you can get a sufficient height, and I concur with Peter's thing. Yeah, get a single piece antenna. You're much better off with something like an X50 that is a single piece thing, so you don't got to do any assembly apart from perhaps putting the radials on the bottom. You can't lose anything. Whereas, I've ended up like I've ended up pinching plug screws out of what they call the Ampro whips. Just put them in something else to keep them together so I can actually use them. But yeah, and the thing is, you're better off with a smaller antenna that's up higher. The bigger high gain antenna that you can't put together because you've lost the plug screws. They fall out, which they inevitably do. But yeah, so I'll come back to Simon. Yeah, so I've on mass stands. They can be surprisingly useful, and even if you can't fix anything else up or any guidelines or anything, it's remarkable what you can actually put in them and what they will support. So 6 or 8 foot of scaffold pole is one of those. It's a phenomenal stand, you see. All right, back to you, Simon. 20 LRV.
And 6
M0SCS. Yeah, well, I quite agree with regard to the X50. It's just there, isn't it? It's not very big. It's about 1.5 meters tall, one piece. Just screw the PL259 connector in at the bottom, SA239, and away you go. But yeah, I just want to get a aluminium mast of some description. Yeah, and I will go via the drive-ons stand support. I think that's probably the easiest and quickest. It's amazing how much time you spend actually setting this up just to get on the air. And frequently, I think, well, I've got a couple of hours spare, but I know that time I've driven to where I want to go to, got all my gear out, connected the radio up, put the antenna up. An hour's gone, and then I've got the same on the way back. So the actual radio time, it was fairly typical example this morning. I thought I'd pop up to YAVAPAI for a bit, and probably I was operating for no more than about an hour. I was away from the house for about 3. Anyway, I'm not sure if Dave is still there. G0OMK and 0SCS in the group.
Must be open for you. They're active, that's what I'm on. But yeah, you're full in there.
From Dave. Les, have you got any idea what those poles that I've got? They're I bought them. I forget the name of the company now, but I'm pretty sure they're some sort of NATO thing. I'd say they're 2-inch. What scaffold poles? They're 57, aren't they? Mil. Maybe they are. No, they're not 2-inch diameter. They're probably inch. I've got a tape here. I'm just flipping it from side to side. Steel, stainless steel roll. Maybe an inch and a quarter or something diameter. I'm fairly sure there's some sort of NATO issue thing. Does that ring any bell?
South Central Ontario, towards Woodstock, London. Sorry. And there's a Sackers or Peter Hamilton way here too, where I'm at. By here, so so there's a bunch of links, but this repeater's linked in with a bunch of VHF here. South Central Ontario, Southwestern Ontario.
Turned down. And they normally come in a kit with a ground mounting plate and there's normally a couple of triangular sort of guiding plates that go with them. Actually, I think what else is in that kit. The comes with I've got one here. I sold one recently just to get rid of it because I can't see me ever putting one up. But yeah, they're what known as the Clansman 5.4 meter masts. I'm fairly certain that's what you described in the past as well. There's about 4 foot longish each of the poles, and I think there's either half a dozen. I think there's only 7 in there because there's a spare. in the bag. But yeah, I mean, if we ever get together, I'll show you the ones I've got, and I'm sure you guys will like to go, yeah, that's it. Thank you, Peter, 20 LRV.
And yeah, nice to get you in the log, and likewise, beautiful audio, BBC quality. System I'm using is a Jack in the Box, basically, network radio or internet radio with the Ambi chip fitted in it, or the Ambi Dongle 3000, with Boom headset linked to it through Bluetooth. So that is the setup and radio I'm using at the moment, Johnny. Over. Kit on eBay, 99 quid. You got the bag, you've got the poles, you've got the ground pegs, you've got the ring piece, the going ring pieces, you've got all the guys, all the little folding stuff. I would take that every day over any of the rubbish that you can buy from the ham shops. You know, no disrespect to them, but it's just really junky, really cheaply made stuff. This will last for, you know, it's designed for a different application, and they're very, very strong and very light. You know, it's a backpackable type thing. So, yeah, that would be my recommendation. Having had all of this stuff, and this is always the stuff I go to, because it's just when you feel it, you go, oh yeah, I see what you mean. It's much, much better engineered to last, you know, for obviously military applications. Over to you, Simon.
There, from Papa Uniform 1 Juliet Lima Alpha in Brazil 73, and hope to catch you again. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I can see that you've got 1, 2, 6 poles there. It looks as if they just slot into each other. Are they just held together by, well, I don't know, are they swayed in some way so they're a tight fit, or is there some other mechanism that holds them together, or is it just the weight of them being vertical that holds them in place? But yeah, it looks like a good bit of kit, that. I have to consider buying it. Yeah, it's got all the guy ropes and the pegs and the bag and everything you possibly would want. So I'll have a think about that. Okay, but yeah, I mean, regardless of antennas, when conditions are as they have been for the last couple of days, then, you know, amazing, wasn't it, really, how the distance. And I heard you got into 8Gen and other repeaters sort of north of Wales, Peter, earlier on from your location. So, yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I just wondered, I've got a post on, a comment on your post, so I don't know whether you can put a plot map together of all your contacts. That would be worthwhile looking at. Round to you, Les, 2E0LRV and 0SCS.
BBC qualities, we say in the UK. Solid as a rock, no packet loss, no breakup, Will. So whatever you're using it right. Don't touch your thing, over.
This is have things here. The office is a lead, because the other team points right back, so you have to stop you back. But hopefully as they go on, they'll get together, hopefully make a playoff run. Or first time they play off. So you can do that. That's the thing I can. Or not,
Let's see, so Raspberry Pi 3B Plus with one of these MDVM China hats, and I am in Leesburg, Florida. I do prefer Bill, and yeah, your audio is perfect too, so it's enjoyable to hear people with the audio set at the right level. And yeah, if you just take a little bit of time with Parrot and listen to yourself, you can get it set up pretty good, I think. You obviously have yours spot on. And I hope you're having a great evening there in England. I've never been to England. Spent a lot of time in Europe, in Germany and Austria and Sweden,
Oh, Denmark, Belgium, Luxembourg, Austria. Never made it to England. I'm 82 years old. I'm not sure I ever will. But at least I can listen to you guys. And I do enjoy that. This is KR4FHQ, over.
Try on some 10 meters or something, see what we can do. I think KZ does on 10 meters. So he gave me a frequency. I wrote it down. We'll have to check it out. All right, I'll let you go. I'm going to go up there and fire up the radios up there and see what's going on and how many watts I can do. It looks like I can use more wattage than 2 meters now. And I don't really need to pump out 100 watts for 2 meters. For instance, I can get 50. So. All right. Catch you later, Corbin. Can you just give me a call? 6COZ back here on your final.
It automatically logs you in whatever logbook I've got in this software. It's pretty cool. Simple thing, simple basic setup. Network radio or internet radio, if you want to call it. We've been upgraded to allow me to do every digimode. If the digimode's out there and I can download the software, I can do it. And it's got the added bonus of the ambi chip as well, the 3000. So basically, it's a shack in a box. And I'm using a Boom headset as well. I know a friend of mine wrote the software to allow me to do that as well. So I'm hands-free. I can go anywhere in the property and listen to the radio in the shack. We've not even been in the shack. Aye, Bill. So yeah, I'm quite efficient to you with communication, HF as well as VHF. So yeah, but I do love this radio. I can link to more or less everything. As I say, shack in a box. I can't be happier. It's like Christmas every day. Aye. Okay, Bill, back to you. I won't hold it. As you know, 91 can be busy. You can sign the webpage as well on QRZ if you don't mind. So over to you. Kilo Romeo 4, Foxtrot Hotel, Quebec. Mike 6 Kilo Charlie Indian 91 worldwide, over.
My journey around the N25 tomorrow morning, if you're around, any of you. I'm not sure if you're still there. There's 2E0 LRV and 0SCS.
Logged you into QRZ and hope you do the same and click the box. Yeah, I've enjoyed this. I have a Icon 7300, but we have a summer home. We'd been up in the mountains of Virginia and just got down here this past Thursday, and they haven't put up the antenna yet. So once that's up, I'll be on HF too. But you know, I've really come to enjoy and appreciate DMR. It's refreshing, and the audio is so perfect. No static, no duck talk. It's just, it just beats all. Okay, have a nice evening. 73 to you and your family. This is KR4FHQ, and I'm clear.
You may be right, but I'm pretty sure it's 5. I'm in the pickup truck most of the time, anyway.
Got things for the same, just slightly long now, but very, very long way, is the Army, the Raycol, 2-metre push-up mast. So they used to fit them on the back of Land Rovers, and they're about 4.5, 5 foot long, roughly. But the idea is they used to fit them on the bottom used to fit onto the bumper, the special mounting plate on the bumper, and the top would be below the top of the Land Rover, so you could get knocked. They're very good. But you're looking at considerably more price tag. You're looking at probably picking one for about 200 quid, but they're manually locking. I've got one on the. In fact, you look on my QRZ, you'll see it on the back of the attached to the spare wheel on the back of the disco. They're very, very good. And as I say, in winter conditions, you don't have to put them all up. I just leave the top few sections down and just put the thicker bottom sections up. And it's very easy to, they're 8 metres. So you can get 4 metres just using the thick sections without even trying. But it's a much more pricey option. But one of those on, with a fitting for a drive-on mast stand that gives it probably about 2 foot of support. And that's standalone. That's magic. No hammering pegs in the ground or anything. Just clamp it onto the thing. They're very, very light. They're aluminium, but they're very, very strong. Having said that, I've used them for years, and I've had them up in all sorts of gales. But 8-metre push-up core.
Yeah, and you're on to the next spot to take some shots and videos.
And currently here it is just about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and we've got sunny skies and about 15 degrees. So back over to you, LB6KI. This is Whiskey 9, Tango Romeo Oscar.
Hello, C200. I'm giving a small demonstration. Small demonstration out here in California. If you guys should come back with your call and add your location over.
And Tom is off tomorrow, so we'll go to the HS the next weekend. We'll play around a little bit and everything. So, and we'll just try to get you out there. What's going on? But anyway, I'm gonna let you get loading down the road. I'm gonna go ahead and get my eyeballs peeled here. Make sure everything is where it's supposed to be. And so I'll say 7-3, Johnny. You have a good one, man. We'll catch up tomorrow. Gave you 6 FPE and 6 CAA. I'll be clear on your final. Goals as I need. I think I took 5 with me today, but it was the bit of coax that I had was only long enough to go from the top to the ground, basically, and I had to have a bit of there's RG, it's a bit of coax I've got, which is RG214, which is double screen silver plated stuff, and then I had another bit of RG223, which is thin coax, but again it's double screen silver plated, and I just fed that through the window. So I didn't want to use the other pole because it would have made the coax really short. Literally, it would have been stretched. So I need to get a slightly longer bit of drop cable. It's either that or I've got some UR67 on a reel, but it's about 20 metres long, which is way too long for what I needed today. But the other beauty of buying into the green radio parts is that if you break anything or lose anything, you can just go and get another bit for it. Like if you break one of those poles, you can just buy another one. Where if you buy something from, Ham's store or something and you bend it or you break one of the plastic clips, you just can't replace it because they're all, made in China or really cheaply made. And there's no way to repair it. Whereas this stuff, you can just buy another kit or you can buy the poles and if you want more of them, you just buy another one and just slot it on top because they're all made to the same spec. Not that I'm trying to twist your arm, Simon, but I would highly recommend looking at.
Whiskey 9, Tango Romeo Oscar. Whiskey 9, Tango Romeo Oscar. This is Mike 6, G-Lord, Charlie India, Dave, UK, Manchester, over.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I've had it all. I've got loads of aerial poles and masts here, and always go to the green stuff because it's just so much better. Over to you, Simon.
Churro, by the way, Alpha Romeo Tango, Uniform Radio Oscar in Chicago. Back to you.
Close, I think you're right that some of these masts, they're probably not best made, and if this break on them,
you're probably not going to be able to get spares for them particularly easily, and you're going to end up chucking a lot of money away. So I've been on, change the subject completely. My daughter took her driving test on Friday and didn't pass. She was really close. She didn't fail on much, but I'm just looking on their website. The earliest date they've got for a driving test is 15th of March, believe it or not. So tomorrow, every Monday at 6 a.m, they release cancellation dates. So I shall be up at 6 a.m. tomorrow to try and book an earlier date, if any, come available for the test centre in Watford. So I'm not going to be too long to bed. But yeah, quite an interesting week. Les, I just wondered, did you get out at all or do anything with regard to lift conditions over the weekend? I think you spoke with Pete, didn't you? But I'm not sure if you were at home or not. 2E0 LRV and 0SCS.
M6 KTI, this is Whiskey 9 Tango Romeo Oscar. Well, I'll tell you what, I will definitely log you in, Dave. And the main reason is because I saw the picture of you and your beautiful dog. And I was wondering what the dog's name was, because he is one cute little puppy. Back to you, M6 KCI. This is W9 CRO.
Oh, man. Yeah? Yeah, it was fun. Got me on a ship yesterday. That's how they were about noonish. Go through downtown there for a bit. You know, get a ship, go through downtown, hit the freeway, head back up north here, where I live over here in North County, Oceanside, Vista, border. So, it's not too far of a drive. About an 80-mile round trip, or 40 miles each way, or 45-minute drive. But traffic is always usually nice. I get over there early in the morning, so traffic is good on the way down, and on the way up, traffic was smooth, so that was good. Get back, and usually I'm kind of wiped out when I get back. Got me a burrito, and had that, and then it was washing my eyelids. Okay, hearing you in there, Corbin. Thanks for coming back to me. How's it over there? How's the weather over there in Costa Mesa? Right now it's sunny over here in Vista. Gabriel, estamos pendientes. Buenas tardes.
Yeah, she's a cutie. I will say that for sure. Lovely dog. Love our dogs around here, and yeah, got a greyhound. His name's Weaver, as you probably saw, and he's laying right here in the living room with me, and he's like my shadow. So yeah, very good. No, that's awesome. We've had greyhounds for about 20 years now, so you know, it's great to rescue them too, because they are racing dogs, and you know, if they don't get rescued, well, we won't talk about that, but yeah, it's fantastic. So yeah, very good. Well, it was good to make your acquaintance, Dave. I really appreciate it, and appreciate the QSO, and appreciate your call. And I will definitely log you in the QRZ and confirm your entry. And I hope you have a great evening there. I'm sure it's probably later than it is here. It is at 4 o'clock here. And I'm actually, just so you know, my working conditions, I've got a Yaesu FT5D going through Pi-Star hotspot. So, all right, Dave, very good. And I will say 73s don't want to hold up 91 too long, but it was great making your acquaintance, and I hope we can chat again down the log. All right, M6 KCI, this is Whiskey 9 Tango Romeo Oscar. 73s, Dave, and 73s, Bella. Bye-bye.
Marine Corps birthday. And Veterans Day. So, look forward to that special event as well. K6PTZ, that's just CAA.
A quickie, brief working conditions here. Network radio, basically internet. It does everything. Jack in a box, basically. The Digimon and this radio will do it with a simple boom headset linked through Bluetooth to it as well. That's the working conditions there. Oh, and a little number-added device, the AMB 3000 chip as well. So, yeah, Jack in a box with the Digimons, and it works extremely well for me. Whiskey 9 Tango Romeo Oscar, Mike 6 Kilo Charlie India Antonio. Thanks for the QSO, and yeah, I've confirmed on QRZ. 73.
Hey, man, I'm down 3 times this month. And I definitely prefer tuning in for the Marine Corps birthday event. They forgot about that. So, yeah, but good hearing you there, Mark. And we will be listening to hear from you when those events take place. But all right, my brother, be safe and continue to be in good health. And we will check you later on the radio wave. K6, PTZ, and 6 CAA. I'll be clear on yours.
I got that, so maybe another day. Driving test. So I wonder if there's an ulterior motive while you're trying to get your daughter through. Maybe the taxi, you can retire from the taxi business. And question for you, Les, the 8-meter mast that you've got, is that like a telescopic that's got like nailed rings on each section, so you pull the section up and then twist to lock each section as you put it up? Is that the one?
4673. S6CAA. K6 PTZ. Will be QRT and monitoring. K6 PTZ K4HT. It's going well. Thanks for asking. You doing okay? Hey, fam. Hey, fam. All is good? All is good. And just watching some football. NFL Red Zone here. And yeah, so I heard you doing some, were you doing some quota earlier? Over? Andrews National Forest and Whitaker Peak. So we're making our way down. Gonna jump on here, grab you while I can. Been on QRZ. I'm not sure if I got your number, but I was wondering, since you're local down there, if you could send me a list of some potential places to stay, like some good motel, hotel, because we're thinking about heading down for the Marine Corps birthday on the Midway to activate with y'all, and Friday evening and stay the night, and then we're not making that long drive.
I live on. So I gave it to Steve, but he brings it to Hubfest, and it's the one we've been using for years, that we put the massive top band antenna and all that stuff up on. But yeah, the clip kind of folds around, and you pop it out with your finger, slide the section up, and then push it back around, and it just, when it's locked in, it sort of becomes part of the thing. So yeah, that definitely sounds like it, but it's very heavy, but it's very robust as well. So you can, say, well, it's 40 odd years old now, and they're still working. Right, anyway, I'm going to jump out of it. Good night, Les. Night, Simon. Night to all the listeners. And I'll go to standby and let somebody else use the hub. Over to you, Simon. 73G7RPG.
I'm going to copy on this one, Mike. Over.
Yeah, yeah, the reason you didn't get into IHH possibly was because when I found out the lift was on, courtesy of Paul yesterday morning, I came up and I swapped my antennas around so that IHH was actually on the X50 in my loft. So that will be the reason. And this morning I heard from Rob, who was at WH. He said to me, "Oh, I'm in Bournemouth. I've tried to get into your gateway and I can't hear anything." So that was the reason. It's back on the main antenna now. And yeah, with regard to driving tests, well, it's been 5 years in the making. I bought a Yaris, which is now, we've had for 5 years. She's been at uni in Portsmouth 3 of those years. We waited 6 months for this test, and so as soon as I can get her another test at better, because she's not that far away, just needs a little bit more fine-tuning, shall we say, and hopefully she'll pass next time. So yeah, I'll be up at 6 a.m. Cheers now, guys, and I'll speak to you soon. M0SCS.
Navigate before we get off this hill, so let you go. We'll catch you later. Have a great rest of your day. So goodbye. Okay, for you, Steve. Watch that, Kev. 73, have a great rest of your day and weekend. As we hear it in there, buddy. Super fly. Cases PPZ. Okay, for you, Steve. Sure, Team Martin.
Whiskey 1 Delta Sierra Lima. Dave, you're having a lot of trouble, mate. A lot of packet loss into 91.
Why? No, basically.
Esto es xilófono Eco 1, Golf Charlie. X1, Golf Charlie, puede ser cualquier cosa.
25 into the UK, Dennis. Kilo Zulu 4, Alpha November. This is Mike 6, Kilo Charlie in the Dave, UK Manchester, Dennis, over. 25.
Hey, Dave, this is Kilo Zulu 4, Alpha November. You sounding good.
Yeah, no problem, Dennis. Q5 on the audio and no packet loss, no breakup in 91 worldwide, over.
With this all day long, had a little bit of headspace and timing problems, but I think I finally got the operator straightened out and it's going to work now.
Delta Sierra Lima. Dennis, no problem on your side. Don't touch your thing. Doing the business. I won't hold it, Dennis. Getting quite busy on 91, but you're working well. You're in the log. Kilo Zulu 4, Alpha November. Mike 6, Kilo Charlie in the Dave, UK Manchester. You're in the log, Dennis. Catch you again.
Remember, thank you, Dave. 73.
As well, please.
YAVAPI from Whiskey Bravo 6 the name is Gary, Gary is the name, located in Texas, in Central Texas, near Bastrop, Texas. Hello, County. Thank you very much for contact. I'm sorry, my English is very poor, it's poquito English. Es de básica y porque soy Jerry. Okay, in Texas, my QTH is Laredo, New Laredo, Tamaulipas, Mexico. We departed for Laredo, Texas, Jerry. The time in Mexico is 4:15 p.m. The temperature is 32 degrees centigrados. My friend Jerry. Okay, thank you very much for contact, Jerry. See you later y hasta la vista, my friend. My prueba es un eso, el Fox Tango 991A, 100 watts, y antena.
The audio is no good. David Whiskey 1, the audio is no good.
Still monitoring, Chris, and Mike 6, Golf Victor Quebec. Mike 6, Golf Victor Quebec. This is Mike 6, Kilo Charlie in the David Manchester, over. Call for Golf 6, Golf Victor Quebec. Golf 6, Mike 6, Golf Victor Quebec. Mike 6, Kilo Charlie India, over, in 91 worldwide. Whiskey 1 Delta Sierra Lima Delta November 9 Mike Alpha X-Ray. Hi David, this is Max from Germany. Seem to be some problems on your device actually here.
It's not good. It sounds like you're out frequency. Frequency transfer frequency should be 29540. You're definitely off frequency. You're very overdriven. That is true.
Looking for a signal and audio report. If anyone can oblige, please.
N6GVQ 20BGK. Give you an audio report. You're sounding okay into the HubNet system. I can't give you a signal report because I'm using the internet, but you're sounding okay. What I would say is maybe key up first, Give about 3 seconds, then speak, because we're missing the first part of your call sign because you're coming in on digital. 2M0B GK.
Thank you for the signal report, or the audio report. It's been a while since I've used this, so I'm using Star, so it's a while since I've been on, so I hope that was better anyway. The QTA is Middlesbrough, by the way.
Use your power, you use your what happened. You make a lot of noise. You always know what to do. I go abuse like that guy, he don't understand what happened. This is November 2 Foxtrot United Romeo. Use like.
The network. 2M0BGK. Name here is Gordon. QTH is 10 miles south of Edinburgh. Cheers and out. All the best. 2M0BGK.
Yes. Back to you.
73s, and thank you for the report.
Zulu 4 Alpha November, KZ4AN. Anybody out there listening to me?
John, Charlie, Florida, Charlie, Mexico, Mexico.
I'll come back to you, Dave. Kilo India 5, Mike Echo Foxtrot. We've got Dave here in the UK, Mike 6 Kilo Charlie India. That's what it's for. The pilot's for that. If you're doing any testing for audio or making sure you get into the system, that's the best way to see if your audio's clean, Dave, over.
That's right, Dave. By the way, if you ever saw it, if you listen to Cheech and Chong, hello, knock, 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 Dave. Dave's not here, man. That's the other Dave. So this is Dave today and the other Dave. I think the other Dave's not home. Maybe he doesn't know what the parrot is yet. We've been trying to tell him that. KF5MES, back to you. Over the pond.
Q5, no packet loss, solid as a rock in 91 worldwide, over.
Whoops, somebody else came in. All right, I'm going to back off and listen. It seems like there's too much traffic. I can't see the forest of the trees. Okay, Dave, 73 for now, from Austin, Texas.
You call time, all right. 72 to you in Texas.
K2 TPT, KE0 CBT. How's it going, Ralph?
For you again. 73 for now. Kilo India 5, Mike Echo Foxtrot, Mike 6 Kilo Charlie India. Back to Morrison.
Pero con el permiso de las estaciones que estén en sintonía, sigue,
Kilo Charlie India, this is KI5MEF, and it was ironic because I was just tuning one of my hotspots in, and what I did is I got an SDR receiver, a real good one that's real close, and I can look at the band scope of what these things are doing and what my radios are doing, and I can get them really close. So, okay, 73s, and we'll get you in the log here.
So southeast, pretty far down Florida between Tampa and Sarasota.
Last night's fun. So I had a lot of fun last night. Back to you.
Radio check, KF0LJM. Man, that's a word I don't think I've ever come out of your mouth.
Have you had any fun? Shoot, I'm even happy to hear that you have fun. We all deserve a little bit of fun every now and again. It's good. It's a good thing, man. I hope it involved a girl. Go ahead, Andrew. Maybe you can elaborate on your fun. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe. As long as it's PG-13.
Algo, espero que el lugar donde estés no haya habido afectaciones, mi estimado Fer. Y bueno, pues nada más quería mencionar esa parte, ¿no? Cuídate mucho, buenos condays y mantengo la escucha. SA1 Charlie, Foster Charlie, this is SA1 GGC, 73.
No problem on that, Mario. And you're in the log, so we're nice to get you for the first time. 73, you're working perfect.
Received my transmission after you told me that you had fun last night. You didn't hear my reply?
N0, Juliet, Bravo Charlie, portable station, so forth.
You listen, bro.
Look up to.
No, you didn't lose me, Ralph. I think somebody doubled with me.
Echo. The name's Brian. Back to.
No drop out. M6 EUG M6 KCI. David Manchester.
Okay, come again. You said that I didn't lose you, but what? You said something about something with you. What? Come again.
4QTH, Howard in Bolton. That's you, Brian. And my name's John Julius, Hotel November.
Don't touch a thing because it's working perfectly. Q5, as we always say here, BBC quality there, John. And you're in the log. 73.
I'm glad you had fun last night, whatever kind of fun you were having. I'm glad to hear that you had some kind of fun.
In Southport. I don't want how you get in. YAVAPAI, TWP, back to you.
And we headed off big time. And she ended up spending the night with me. So it was really nice. Back to you.
Kilo Charlie India, David, UK, Manchester. Kilo Charlie 1, November Lima Echo.
All right. Well, she stole your heart, it sounds like. She stole your heart. Let's hope she doesn't break your heart now. Coming through. Thank you.
Certainly is. Working mighty fine in 91 worldwide. 73.
Echo 1, Charlie, for Charlie. This is X-ray Echo 1, go Tango. This is X-ray Echo 1, go Tango.
Hey, 4HD, forgot your name. I know who you are. I just forgot your name. I'm sorry. This is Mario Tails652R. I'm just wondering if you're trying to get a handle on what the problem is here on the 5 at the Grapevine. It's been stopped for an hour. I can't fix anything on my phone. Any reports would be helpful. Over.
JBC, TW5, TW. Yeah, just turn the machine on see on the dashboard. You're going to that the new one in Skelmersdale.
A little bit of white noise on your transmission, but totally readable. And also, good evening to Lee there, M0ZPZ, I think it was, if memory's right. So I'll pass it straight over to Lee. TW5, TW.
There at Templin Highway.